a great opportunity for the teams to, have a little bit of a debrief together. This is the Bahamas team, but also for them to just kind of be in the mix, catch up with their friends.
Yeah, sorry, mate. It's always hard to do the debrief when someone has not advanced, and the, it's fresh, and the emotion is strong and powerful. It's really the best time to hear it because you're in that position where you're vulnerable, you're emotional, and it's hard to hear, but it's the best time to take it on if you can be courageous enough to confront the realities of that moment and hold on to them and learn from them. That's what takes you to the next level in the next opportunity.
Yeah, great opportunity as well for the coach to speak into what's just gone down.
You've got to be careful though. It's a delicate balance. I as a coach, there's our Cleland coming up in the repechage again. Some big names already in this repechage. We're surprised by, Guilherme Ribeiro and Santiago Muniz in this one, and then you go, well, Al Cleland Jr. too, winner over there in El Salvador last year, finds himself coming up very soon.
Yeah, it's kind of a wild one. We've got Morgan Siblick from Australia in repos. We've got Matthew McGillivray already in the repos as well from South Africa. Tao sitting in a leading position off the strength of that 5:03. So he had the slowest start to the heat, but really capitalized on those first two opportunities as he kicks out. Al Cleland, like you said, there's a few big names that we wouldn't have expected to see in the draw this early on. Leandro Osuna, Miguel Tudela. These are all Olympians. Which landed themselves.
Which speaks to the quality of the field and the fact that there's a lot of other people who want to be Olympians as well. 14 spots on offer here this week at the 60th anniversary of the ISA World Surfing Games, what was the World Surfing Championships.
All right, let's take a look at some live action. Portugal's Ribeiro goes deep off the bottom, super low and compress as he springs into those top turns. Uh-oh.
How was that first combination? You called
so
it.
Nice.
That deep bottom turn was just beautiful, and it set up the top turn just perfectly. The turn was better than the wave really should have been. There was great surfing. Unfortunately, he fell on the second.
Tao just checking it into that first opening section, off the lip for the second, and just getting himself out of that kind of situation for an easier paddle. We've got some scores to come through at the moment. Tao did improve his situation with a 5.73. Risa Hennessy there on screen for Team Costa Rica. She'll be heading to Paris out of her results off the 2023 WSL Championship Tour. And we've got, so many incredible women that are in the draw. Some of those that have already fallen into repechage, but we've got a lot of heavy hitters that are already qualified for some of those 24 spots heading forward. Of course, from the Championship Tour, we're taking 8 surfers from last year's WSL Women's top qualifiers, within the 8 eligible surfers. Of course, you can only have 2 per country. Team USA has elected that Katie Simmers will take the spot that they won at the 2022 World Surfing Games based off of her ranking at the WSL Finals last year, finishing off as that 3rd place surfer for Team USA. Sanoa Olin takes away an qualifying position for Canada as the 2nd place surfer at the Pan American Games, just behind Tati Weston Webb, who already had qualification. And then we had 3 continental spots go to Vahine, Shino, Safi, and Sarah for Europe, Asia, Oceania, and Africa out of last year's World Surfing Games, which leaves us with 8 spots available this week. 119 women going for 8 spots. Well, actually a few less because some of those women are already qualified.
Yeah, it's a lot of spots. 8 is there's so many people who go, I'm a chance. We're a chance at this. So especially with double qualifying situations, it could go well beyond the top 8 women in the event if some of those top 8 are already qualified. So a lot of opportunity here.
And of course, we've got the not the winningest, but the highest ranked teams on both the men's and women's side this week will earn themselves a 3rd slot for their nation, or a slot, which could potentially be a 3rd slot.
So powerful.
And then the universality place, there are a couple of surfers that the ISA has in mind that have done what they need to from where they ranked in the World Surfing Games 2023 to be eligible for that conversation. Also based off of their nations having only had 8 or less surfers 8 or less athletes overall competing in the Tokyo Olympics. It gives a spot to those developing nations. Tom Murphy from Ireland. Be great to see him on another wave like that. If you get a 2-turn combo, that 3.7, like you said, we saw it during the interview, was such a great looking turn.
And you know, would give you confidence too, because you go, wow, I've got nearly 4 points for one turn. If I can do 2 of those on one wave, I'm heading towards an excellent score. And that's exactly, you know, the type of surfing and wave selection he's going to need. Needs one that's more open. He's sort of had one a couple that closed out. That one didn't have a lot of walls, so a little more focus in the wave selection area as we see Guilherme up and riding.
Riding on his backhand. Nice snap to start for that opening maneuver. Now connects it with that second section on the foam. Tao Rodriguez, kind of a funky looking wave right here. Opens up for him, just enough for him to exit. Santi Muniz. Oh, finding a lot of energy still within his surfing and putting together a great couple of turns.
Well, Santi looking to improve on the 4. He definitely does that. 100%. That was perhaps the best wave of the heat so far. That first turn on the big open base on the outside. Critical second turn, right tight in the pocket. And that's going to make Guilherme Ribeiro's situation precarious. And for a powerhouse nation like Portugal to lose someone at this point can have really deep damaging impact on your team's overall position by the end of this. And you wouldn't expect someone from Portugal to be out this early. So let's see what happens here. Here's the replay. Boom, the first turn, beautiful. Watch this second one. Little catch of the rail, but nothing too bad. Into the wrap, the energy's there. The froth is very high in this young man this morning, but it's paying off. He stood tall right at the end there, and you can tell he was very happy as the judges consider that one.
Down to 5 minutes on the clock. Santi chasing a 5.44 to take the win. Guilherme now chasing a 4.44 because he's had a 4.9 drop as his last wave.
And I was about to say, fair to say Santi's going to get that and go to the lead. Then as I was thinking it, the 6.83 popped up.
There we go.
And there he goes into the lead. Well, Guilherme only needs a 5.86 at this point, so he's still right there. He's just got to hope that Tao Rodriguez doesn't improve at all at this point. He's still got a score to drop that the judges are considering. He's looking to improve on the 5.03. Here's Tom Murphy.
Oh no.
That was a pretty good example from a coaching point of view of when you lean over to the side of your board and your board doesn't lean with you. You really, in theory, you want to be centered above your board even when the board's completely on the rail. Your head's still above the board. If your head gets over to the side and the board's still going flat, then it's very difficult to pull that one out. And unfortunate fall down to the bottom of the priority roster. So going to be tough from here with a 7.06, the ask for the Irishman.
Opportunity to learn from those mistakes. And we've got a little set starting to come through. So much water moving this morning.
And you can see everyone looking down the line. They're looking at it going, what's going to happen further away? Guilherme needed that. He paddled. He forced Tao Rodriguez to paddle. Will we see this priority switch?
Hasn't switched yet. That's interesting. Well, Tao now up and riding and into that first opening lip. He'll just dive out as the wave closes out.
That doesn't improve on his position. We'll hand the priority over to Guilherme Ribeiro with 3 minutes, first priority, and looking for a 5.86. This is his opportunity. The door is open. But you feel like, if Tao had to be defensive in those moments, I don't know if you could have let him... Oh, another example of the head and where it goes, so you follow.
That was actually a perfect display of both scenarios in which the board goes completely sideways. Your body kind of needs to be carrying with where that board is heading.
And even on the top of that lip, you want to bring the board down, but there's no use leading with the head and getting off to the side of the board. Got to use those feet and those knees to control the board and keep that head centered.
Love the section he was kind of eyeing up for that wave, though, for Tom. Santi now sitting in the lead. Aggressive into that first turn. Sets it up for the second. Super powerful. Love surfing. This wave is looking a lot like a beach break. although it's not a beach break.
It really is. The way it's shaping up and running and breaking is exactly beach break-like for a reef break. And if you were ever confused about the determination and the desire within Santiago Muniz, you would not be confused anymore. It's some of the most sort of determined, powerful, aggressive surfing we've seen all week. It's just full of emotion and passion. And so far it's got him in the lead. So leading with the heart.
1 minute, 45 seconds on the clock. Tom having a paddle for this one. Everyone else is going to let him have a look at it. Be good to see him just kind of redeem himself after those last two falls. Goes big, goes into the air.
That's the way to redeem yourself. Nothing ventured, nothing gained, as they say, and it's great to see the young Irishman just really having a go. And we can see how much he has improved from the last World Surfing Games. That one beautiful completed backhand entry he did earlier in the heat for the 3.7 was the best turn I've seen Tom do. So Tom, we can see the improvement, mate. Just keep it going, even if you don't advance in this moment with 1 minute. Here we go.
Paddle now for Tao. Setting himself up off the bottom into that opening turn. A little bit sluggish as that wave doesn't have a very vertical nature to it. Finds that second maneuver and does well for the third. Looking maybe for another little connection here right on top of the reef as this wave hits that shallow spot. So 45 seconds on the clock. He's looking to improve on the fives. Guilherme is looking for a 5.86.
Oh, will he get a buzzer? Oh, no! He missed the wave. He loses priority, surely.
Surely.
But Tao Rodriguez, who is on the inside, so he can't do anything to control anything, which is to Guilherme's advantage. He is doing his very best to kind of find himself some open space in the lineup and get another chance with 15 seconds on the clock. That was a big mistake for Portugal.
Tom has first priority now. Guilherme down into third priority, but will there be a wave in time? 5 seconds on the clock. A 5.86 requirement for Portugal, a 7.06 for Bundarin's Tom Murphy out of Ireland. And the clock has wound down, so that would have been the opportunity for Guilherme. And he just decided to pull out of it, couldn't get into it, whichever way it went.
Yeah, there was some confusion, wasn't there?
Maybe decided that wave didn't have what he thought was the scoring potential and backed out quickly.
As he was paddling, he reassessed. He'd made the decision that he had, and he kind of maybe had to go anyway because he never got another chance. But it's so hard to know in the heat of a moment. So out for Portugal. You can see the disappointment in Guilherme's body language there. He kind of punches at that white water with disappointment because he knows for his team, the powerhouse Portugal, to lose someone at this early stage is a big blow to your overall chances.
That is a huge blow. Well done to Santiago Muniz and Tao Rodriguez for advancing through out of Argentina and Panama. Portugal and Ireland lose Guilherme Ribeiro and Tom Murphy. We've got more action to come with a great looking wave right out in front of us for that next heat that will be getting underway with Kai Odrizola from Spain. Just hammering it away. We're going to go to a quick break. When we return, Chris Cote and Rachel Tilley in the booth.
In Puerto Rico, we call ourselves Boricua. We are proud, passionate, and full of life. On our island, secrets are more precious when shared. Passion flourishes. We enjoy until our hearts are full. And we know that gifts can come from anywhere. Live Boricua.
Welcome back, surfing enthusiasts. This is the 2024 ISA World Surfing Games. Chris Cote here with Rachel Tilley. Rachel, let's run it back again. Repechaje, round 2, heat 7. 4 more surfers enter the lineup. 2 surfers, their run will be done. And for 2 other surfers, they'll be continuing on through into this competition. Kai Odriozola, Oliver Zietz, Lester Hernandez, and a surfer representing China, Chen Zhenwang. So an international superheat in the water. Got a great mix of unique styles. Kai Odriozola representing Team Spain. And something big happened straight from the jump. Kai Odriozola has an 817 in his scoreline. And it looks like he's back at it again, having a deep paddle for this wave. Explosive young surfer representing Team Spain. Has had a stellar run throughout his junior career, now making the climb up into the ranks of the elite. Kai Odriozola starting this heat in a big way. So, Rachel, so far this morning, we've seen a lot of different types of waves come through. Long, tapered off, soft walls with not a lot of opportunity. And the flip side of that, we've seen some punchy wedges that have given these surfers the chance to show us exactly what they're made of and post up big scores like that 817.
Yeah, well, it's been clear that wave selection is everything today. It's all about finding the wave that will give you that opportunity to get multiple maneuvers, a variety in those maneuvers, and have a lot of power and criticalness in the process of that.
Like this.
Yes, absolutely, like this. So let's look at how this one broke down. Nice and slow-mo. A beautiful first turn, driving through that rail. Look at that hand placement, really locking himself into the pocket of that wave as he pushes through that nice spray coming out. I love that backhand placement. Coming back around. Now, that was the definition of power and flow. You don't see any little bottom turns connecting or disconnecting from in between those maneuvers. He just goes from one maneuver to the other, and that's what the judges like to see. Now, he absolutely found that wave that allowed him to do multiple powerful maneuvers, and that's what has been tricky to find out there. So I'd be interested to hear, you know, what exactly it was that he was looking for on the takeoff to find a wave like that. Wow.
Well, the waves look like they're getting better.
I think
These
so.
surfers are fully maximizing the potential of the waves coming through so far. Kai Odriozola, the complete package, making it undeniable to the judges to give him that near excellent score at 817. And I loved that opening snap from Oliver Zietz, representing the Netherlands. Both these surfers, again, the complete package. Speed, power, flow. And the numbers are following with what they're doing. 14:30 to go. Mitchell Salazar standing by with the winner of that last heat.
Thank you, Chris. Here with Santiago Moniz, 2-time gold medalist here at the ISA. Muchas felicidades, Santi. You make it through in a very competitive heat. On paper might be the most difficult heat of the round. ¿Cómo te preparaste? How did you prepare for a difficult heat like that?
La verdad que sí, era un hit muy bueno, estaba con amigos y grandes surfistas, pero nada, contento de poder avanzar mi hit, agradecerle primeramente a Dios por la oportunidad de mandarme las olitas, de tratar de aprovecharlas lo máximo, porque uno nunca sabe si va a venir otra ola parecida a esa. Así que nada, el mar está muy bueno, está muy divertido, solamente 4 competidores en el agua en estas condiciones es espectacular. Así que nada, contento de haber avanzado un pasito más.
Thanking God for the opportunity. Obviously, the waves out there cleaned up real well during his heat, but most importantly, coming up against a couple of friends, great competitors too, but just getting the chance to compete was big for him. Now, you've been in this position before. You've won the event twice. Has estado en esta posición anteriormente. Has ganado el evento 2 veces. But being in the rep is very difficult, especially in the early stages. En el repechaje desde antes, ¿cómo te preparas? How do you mentally prepare for a week that could potentially have a lot of fatigue in it?
Sí, la verdad que también el tener una otra oportunidad es muy... O sea, uno se pone muy feliz de poder competir una vez más, tener una chance más. Obviamente por repechaje es un poquito más largo el camino, pero también es bueno porque te metes muchas veces al mar y entonces cuanto más veces te pongas la lycra es mejor. Así que nada, tenemos el camino de arriba y el camino de abajo, pero los dos un poquito más largos, pero igual puedes ir avanzando. Así que nada, contento como dije, pasito a pasito, hit por hit. Y que salga todo bien para mi trabajo y para mi país.
Look, this event gives me a second chance. It doesn't matter whether I make it by the main road or the secondary road. As long as I get there, just a few more heats, and anytime I get to put on the rash guard, it means that I'm getting more experience and more reps within the water. ¿Algo que le quieras decir a tus papás y a la gente argentina?
Sí, le quiero mandar un saludo a toda mi familia, a mi esposa que me está mirando, a todos mis amigos, a los sponsors, a todos los chicos de Argentina que siempre están apoyándonos a todo el equipo. Y nada, seguir un pasito más.
Gracias, Santi. Felicidades.
Gracias, amigo.
Thank you, Mitchell. Congratulations, Santiago Muniz. Anytime that guy puts a jersey on, watch out. Sparks will fly. He is an electrifying talent, and he is moving through here in the repechage rounds, trying to fight his way back onto the main stage. 12 minutes, 13 seconds to go. Kai Odriozola is on fire. 8.17 and a 7.33, 15.50 total. And watch out, Oliver Zietz exercises his priority over Lester Hernandez and makes that wave pay. Two big turns for Zietz representing the Netherlands. And Odriozola, this kid, is back on the escalator. Another nicely surfed wave for Odriozola.
Yeah, you can see he's absolutely feeling it. So much speed and excitement in his surfing at the moment, even on that wave where obviously won't go into his top two. Looking at those top two scores, an 8.17, a 7.33 that took place while that interview was happening. He's looking on fire, strong. He's having something to prove, not giving it any doubt that he's getting knocked out in this repechage round 2 and comboing the entire field to take that top spot.
Well, Odriozola is coming off his first ever QS win at the Boardmasters QS 1000. So he's got a lot of momentum right now, but watch out. Wang is throwing some water. Just adds a little too much punch to that last turn and goes down. But Chenzheng Wang is not going to make it easy for the other three surfers in the water. A tenacious competitor representing China. So he'll get right back out there and try again. Did have some success on the opening portion of that wave. Sparky turns down the line, but unfortunately does not get the finish. You got to be a closer when you're surfing against Kai Odriozola, Oliver Zietz, I mean, Lester Hernandez as well. All these surfers, shrewd competitors. Consistency is key. You know, especially in waves like this, you have to make every wave and every section count. And when you hear those numbers, 8s, 7s coming in from another surfer in the water, you know, you obviously can't give up. You have to tell yourself that you also have the potential to get an 8.17, to get a 7.33.
Well, it's a 4-person heat, meaning 2 people advance out of this. So while Kai has that first place position pretty much on lock, it's a battle for that second place position right now. Oliver Zietz looking really strong on his waves, but has a 4.5383. Those are not as dominant of those scores. He'd be looking to improve upon those, and he does, as I say that. A 5.23 locks in for him, so he ups the requirement for the other 2 surfers, a 7.3 and a 9.16 required respectively. Those are high requirements. It's Kai and Oliver that are really finding their dominance in this heat.
You know, I think the Odriozola family loves ISA competition, and that is evident with what both Odriozola brothers did in Brazil. Not too long ago, Kai Odriozola got himself a silver medal at the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. His little brother won the under-16s. And of note, there is an interference on the board. Lester Hernandez, surfer in green, representing Guatemala, with a little red triangle next to his secondary score. That right there is not what you want to see in your score line. I mean, he's a great surfer, a powerhouse. But unfortunately, sometimes technicalities get the better of you. And that's the case happening right now for Lester Hernandez. So Odriozola has the field comboed. Now it's a battle for second place, and it feels like Oliver Zietz is really in the driver's seat here. So here's the interference that just happened. That's just some internal miscommunication right there, not knowing exactly what was going on with the priority. He had to really give way to surfer in blue. So that's why you see the little triangle next to his name.
Yeah, you're wanting to be even as safe as possible, especially when priority is in play. If the person who has the priority above you is even looking at that wave or having a paddle for it, you want to stay as far away from possible so to avoid a situation like that. And now, unfortunately for Lester, if Oliver improves his situation by just that 0.27, whatever the math is, he will then be in a combination situation, and it's Lester only being able to keep a single wave in his score line. If he goes into combination situation, there's no ability for him to work his way out of that.
Yeah, harsh times for your surfer in green. Does not speak to his talent, just speaks to a mistake. He's a great surfer.
Absolutely.
And his team should be very proud of him, just unfortunately on the wrong side of an interference, which happens. It's already happened once or twice today, as we see Oliver Zietz now trying to solidify his second place positioning.
Oh,
Maybe even trying to get into the lead with a turn like that. So he would be looking for a combination of scores adding up to 15.50. But if that number comes through anywhere close to an 8, he is right back into this and could potentially wrestle the win away from Kai Odriozola, who has been absolutely dominant thus far. There's still plenty of time to go, 6 minutes, 30 seconds. Take a look at this one, Rachel.
yeah, nice from this front angle. Nice opening turn. Confident. Second turn, even bigger. Wrapping it around. That is 4 large turns. Never had a doubt, never had a fumble. Nice and clean the entire way. Looking at it from this drone angle, this is a fun angle to review it from. Really jamming that back foot, using that upper body to enunciate that power throughout this entire wave. And he kicks out nice and strong, which the judges love that final stamp. Looking in total control all the way from takeoff to kick out.
Goes Lester Hernandez. Big slashes right there. And as expected,
Yeah.
Oliver Zietz must have been reading the judging criteria when they wrote a combination of major maneuvers. He did just that, and it's almost like he can hear our monologue from out in the water. We said if he can get himself 8, even a 9, boom, he's right back in contention to potentially get a win over Kai Odriozola, who has been dominant. The highest single wave score of the day, maybe of the entire event. Oliver Zietz drops a 9-point ride. Excellent surfing. Going super fast, tons of power. Dynamic flow down the line, explosive maneuvers. And here he goes again. Looks like he's hunting a ramp. Finds a nice section of backside whip. Follows it with a second, third foam climb. That's called a momentum building number. A 9-point ride that launches him into contention to take the top spot. Most likely he's going to advance right now because Chen Zheng Wang is in a combination spot needing 14.23, but don't count him out just yet. Unfortunately, do count out Lester Hernandez, who now needs a combination of scores, but he's only allowed one score since he does have that interference. But another nicely surfed wave here for Zietz.
Yeah, I don't expect this to go into his top 2, although it was fantastically surfed. He's looking to drop a 5.23. That opening, he's not wasting a bit of time, but trying to get over that hump in order to get to the meaty part of the wave. He makes it over, and though that second turn is really beautiful, it just cuts out. Looking to improve upon that 5.23, but he has amazing momentum. Him and Kai and Oliver seem to have just clicked into another gear in this heat from anything we've seen throughout this day so far. Chris, I think sometimes having your competitor get a score into the excellent range, although that can put pressure on you as a competitor going, oh shoot, can I get into that? That's a lot of pressure now to try and beat that or compete against that. It also puts the pressure on in a good way, saying, well, if he could do that, I kind of saw from the back of the wave, that was just 4 turns. I just need to find the wave that can do that. And that is such a confidence builder. So that last wave of Oliver coming in at a 4.6, not going into that top 2, still looking to improve upon that 5.23 to take the lead. And with just about 3 minutes remaining, White needing that combination of scores. That means in the next 2 minutes, he's going to have to get 2 waves that are better than Oliver's situation. That's not impossible, but a tough task at hand, looking at the time remaining and needing the quality of wave to come through. There's a lot of factors coming in that require you to be able to get a heat total in those 14s, 15 ranges, as we've seen red and blue get.
Yeah, math has never been my strong suit. When I see numbers like that, I just know that adds up to excellence. Kai Odriozola and Oliver Zietz right now proving that the juniors have what it takes to mix it up with the big dogs. Both these surfers still in their teens. And with heat totals like that, you know the rest of the field has to be a little bit shook.
Absolutely. Even the surfers in that main round are going to be watching this right now. Just to, although they're not surfing today, they're going to be watching, seeing what the other surfers are doing. And that's going to be a heat putting both of those surfers on notice.
Shots fired.
I think
all that.
Yeah, from memory, I'm not looking at my stats right now, but I think a 9.0 might be the highest single wave score of the entire event thus far.
Yeah, I think you're right.
I believe it was Yago who had an 8.87 potentially.
Yeah, and this is not incorrect information you see on top of your screen. This is a repechage heat.
Yeah.
I mean, it's feeling like a final, but this is a elimination round surfing, and then maybe that's why we're seeing this type of urgency. Looking for a ramp. Odriozola finds it. Big backside air 360 attempt. Falls out the back of that wave. I like that the wind has really died off, and you're still seeing these nice little wedges. That's going to give these surfers plenty of opportunity for radical surfing like that.
Oh,
and more. Chen Zhang Wang gets the front 3. No quit for that young surfer representing Team China. And how is this even happening?
Wow. He's just throwing his entire body into those turns.
So cool. And Lester Hernandez having a deep paddle right there. He's still in that top priority spot. All 3 of the other surfers trying to make their way back out to the takeoff zone. And this is an opportunity for Lester to play the spoiler, at least for 6 more seconds. He's going to chill right there. So a huge heat here in repechage, round 2, heat 7. Kai Odriozola coming through with one of the highest heat totals of the entire event, a 15.50, and right behind him, Oliver Zietz, representing the Netherlands with a 14.23. Commanding performance by these 2 teenagers. Doing it for the junior faction here at the ISA Worlds.
You can see the smiles on their faces from here.
Oh, yeah. Both of these surfers definitely making their way to the highlight reel by the end of the day, that's for sure. We got a lot more surfing to come. Do not go anywhere. We're going to show you day 1 highlights during this break, and we'll be right back to the action, watching the ISA World Surfing Games live from Puerto Rico. Be right back.
Using that upper body to enunciate that power throughout this.
Team France's Cali Vost earns himself a 7.5 for one of the best barrels of the day. Gabriel Medina links up a series of strong backhand turns for a 7.5 for Team Brazil.
I'm focused on my mission, you know. I think I gotta make hits. I'm gonna try to do my best.
And Team Brazil's Iago Dora gets the highest score of the day in the men's main round 1, an 8.0. Team Australia's Molly Picklum gets an 8.67, the highest single wave score of the event so far. Daniela Rosas gets an 8.17 for Team Peru.
La verdad que es que súper nerviosa. Hay un montón de competidoras súper buenas acá. Sé que Perú es un país súper fuerte y sé que tenemos un montón de nivel. Así que en verdad no quiero pensar mucho en eso. Hacerlo hit por hit, estar tranquilas y demostrar un buen surfing.
Tokyo 2020 Olympic gold medalist Carissa Moore earns herself an 8.10 for Team USA. Tune in to tomorrow for more action.
Fill it up again. Let's ride. This is men's repechaje round 2, heat 8, and international superheat hits the lineup yet again. Chris Cote here with Rachel Tilley. In the water, we've got Samuel Reedy, Ikatut Agus, Aditya Putra, Tom Bolsma, and Bernardo Bordowski. Poland, Netherlands, Indonesia, and Puerto Rico, Costa Rica represented here in this heat. That's a lineup you're not going to get anywhere else besides right here at the ISA World Surfing Games. Rachel, on paper, who do you think's got the edge in this foursome?
Oh, that's a good question. Well, we did see, I'm going to start with Katut. We did see a really strong performance from him at the beginning of this event, but I'm excited to see how all 4 of them rise to this occasion. Now, the conditions are improving. Last heat, we saw 2 excellent scores be dropped by 2 surfers, and so these conditions are clearly just getting better and better as the morning goes on. I think these surfers, you know, there's a lot of nerves when you're paddling out in a heat and you're looking for a result, but it's also a pleasure to be out there with just 4 other people in a lineup where you're normally sharing with, you know, tens and tens of people. So
dozens, hundreds even on the opening rounds. It did look like there was 150 people out here on the opening round. So yeah, you're right, tens and
so many. No, it's a pleasure to be out there just sharing with 4 other people, and you have your choice of wave selection out there, and obviously priority coming into play. The only wave ridden so far by blue, 2.17. But as I say that, green is up and riding, opening his account.
This is Tom Bolsma representing the Netherlands. They got to be stoked for Team Netherlands because one of their surfers, Oliver Zietz, just went hard in his last repo. Speaking of going hard, Samuel Reedy from Costa Rica pushing down the line. Bernardo now involved. Bro, just from that 4-wave exchange, I'm seeing some great styles in the water right now.
Yeah, everyone that we just watched has their own individual unique style, which is the best thing about surfing, is that there's a criteria that all these surfers are trying to surf to. That's what the judges put out there, and it's how to surf to a scale, but everyone brings their own flavors to it.
And style, while it's not technically in the judging criteria, the word flow kind of encompasses what we think of as style. You know, you want to link your turns, make it nice and clean down the line. No jerky movements, no mistakes, no catching rail. So 15:55 to go. Katut now on his back end. This guy is a powerhouse representing Team Indonesia. Perfectly placed turn to start this wave. Building speed down the line. Another big snap there. Not an easy wave to surf, but he is maximizing the scoring potential of that wave. That's a clinical way of saying he just ripped that thing to bits. 15.5 to go. Mitchell Salazar standing by with Kai Odrizola.
And had a massive heat, Chris. Muchas felicidades, Kai. A big heat win, but you and Oliver Zietz just graduated from the juniors into the open ranks. Talk to me about going back and forth with Oliver out there.
Yeah, I started really good with an 8-point ride. Then I got a 7. I had 2 good scores, and I got a little bit too excited and went on a bad wave. And then I lost my priority there, and at the back I saw Oliver on a bomb. He destroyed the wave and got a 9. So it was a really good hit with him, and we both got some good hit totals.
Outside of surfing, you're studying mechanical engineering. You're a great student, but last year you had a major injury. You still got 3rd at World Juniors a couple months ago in Brazil. Now on the open team, the significance of this moment for you just being 18 years old.
Yeah, it's really good to be on the open team. Last year was my last year as a junior, and I finished with a good result in the World Juniors at Brazil with a 3rd place. And now I'm just here gaining experience. It's amazing to be competing in the same event with Medina, Felipe, Ethan Erwin, and all these guys. And yeah, and I had an injury, and 2 months ago, I took out the metals I had inside, and I've been recovering this last month and training hard to to get the best at my best form here for this event.
You're looking amazing, kid. Anything you want to say back home to Spain?
Sí, muchas gracias a todos los que estéis apoyando y a ver si seguimos ahora por el cuadro de la repesca. Se hizo una interferencia en el main event, pero bueno, ahora hay otra oportunidad y a ver si pasamos unas cuantas mangas. Vamos.
Gracias, Kai.
Nada.
Not only a great surfer, great kid too. Really well spoken in that post-heat interview. A true professional already. Still just a teenager. Pretty cool.
And studying mechanical engineering as well when he's not surfing. That is really impressive. I love being able to see such strong surfing, and then also hear that they have so much, these surfers have so many other things that they're working on outside of their performance in the water. It's, I think, really inspiring for us and for the listeners, the viewers at home.
Well, the Odriozola family actually has an engineering background. The Odriozola's dad invented the waveguarding technology.
Whew.
So, sounds like he's carrying on with the family business. Hydrodynamics run deep in the Odriozola family.
Wow, that is extremely impressive. Speaking of impressive, the high score reign continues. Samuel Reedy opening up his account with a 7-point ride. That is a strong way to open up a heat.
Yeah, this was one of those heats where, you know, I feel like Ikatut has the most experience just in terms of high-level competition.
Mm-hmm.
But every other name you have in the draw right now, these four surfers are all pretty evenly matched in terms of talent, in terms of ISA history. And that's, you're going to see that a lot, the shuffling around of this leaderboard. So for now, Ikatut, August, Aditya Putra in the lead with a 5.5 and a 2.17. But Samuel Reedy dropped a 7-point ride. What made you say ooh there, Rachel?
Well, Samuel Reedy had first priority and just paddled hard for that wave, and unfortunately lost priority, didn't catch the wave. And that's always just when you're, especially in a 4-person heat, you now have to work your way up, all the way back up for the others to have a wave in order for you to be back in that commanding priority position. That's a frustrating mistake that you try and avoid.
You know, 11 minutes and 35 seconds. It's gonna take him a minute to get back into that top priority spot. That will help.
Back to third now.
Yeah, Bernardo Bardowski, representing Team Poland, drops to the 4th priority spot. That pushes Samuel Reedy up 1 slot into 3rd priority.
But he's staying off to the side. He's kind of on his own little peak over there. So not to say he can't catch a wave under priority, but it just always is to your advantage to hold that commanding lead of priority.
So 11 minutes left here. Putra in the lead. Samuel Reedy, all he needs to do is basically stand up on a wave and he'll be taking over that top spot.
This was his 7-point ride. A beautiful opening turn into a nice slash. Second one to match it and cuts out. So those excellent scores that we were seeing in that heat before, the surfers were able to get those 4 really powerful turns. So judges staying on par with their scale with those 3 turns. This is a really strong wave by Blue as well. This is what came in at his 5.5. So wave maybe not allowing that as strong of an opening maneuver and lining up as nice as Reds did, which I'd say is the difference between that 7 to that 5.5.
You know, they're kind of placement turns, but I really like what Katut did on that last wave. Great kind of drone shot showing the angle that he puts his board up into the lip. And those aren't necessarily difficult turns to do. They look cool in the eyes of the judges. They throw a lot of spray. I mean, you can do multiple turns like that down the line. You know, you kind of give the judges no choice other than to keep that score increasing the more turns you do. 9:42 now on the clock. Samuel Reedy, just on the strength of a .97, basically that's standing up and pulling out, he jumps up into the top spot. That's mainly due to that 7-point ride, and here he is again from 4th priority. Big bash there on a closeout section. Just a 1-turn wave, but we'll definitely get rid of that .97.
You sure?
Gonna extend his lead. I feel very confident about that.
Yeah, that was a beautiful turn.
What do
He
you
was
think it
under-
would take, Rachel, to get a perfect 10 out there today?
Oh, that's a good question. Let's look at this replay real quick. Really nice, powerful, off the bottom, straight to the top. No question of how he was going to surf that wave. A perfect 10 to answer your question. Now, thinking back to Oliver's wave in that last heat, which was a 9. I think that was on a left, and he got 4 really solid maneuvers. Nice flow, nice power. I'd say if he had ended with a stamp, maybe going to the air, adding in that progression, maybe that's where we'll see it continue to go up the scale a little bit more.
Power mixed with progression on a perfect wave, which is out there. I mean, there is perfection to be had. Judges are not going to make it easy, but right now, Samuel Reedy is making it a point to demand big numbers from the judges. Surfing like that is exactly what they want to see. He's going fast down the line. He's maximizing the potential of the wave. He's slamming his turns, adding power, doing a unique variety of maneuvers down the line. So again, creativity, not a word in the judging criteria per se, but being creative is going to help you because, again, that adds to the unique element that the judges are seeing. They want you to stand out in the water. Surfing like this will make you stand out, and it will get the attention of the judges, ensuring a big number.
He's looking down the line. He's ramping up for that first turn. A second little bottom turn to get on the line that he wants, torquing that upper body, throwing the spray, looking at that back foot, strong against his tail pad. I love that was really fluid going from that first turn. He comes out of it and straight bottom turn around. That was really beautiful, well read, greatly timed, and stamps it with a final maneuver. That will obviously replace his 283. I'm interested. I liked that, and I think the judges really will too.
I agree with you. I think it's going to be closer to a 7 than a 283 for sure.
And you're right. 5.03. Could I do my math? Closer to a 7
I
than
think
a 2?
so. Again, math not my strong suit. I go off pure emotion. That's why I would not be a good judge. I just appreciate the overall act of the surfers in the lineup on the waves. I would be accused of toxic positivity, giving out too many perfect 10s.
Well, I
I'm
think
not level-headed. I get very excited.
that's the thing. It's interesting too that the judges really have to stick to their criteria and the scale that they have set for the day. Where we can watch waves and really appreciate it. A wave that I think of is Kanoa. He did a really progressive, more of what we describe as a trick rather than a maneuver. Something that doesn't score very high, but is, as a spectator, really entertaining and fun to watch. Doesn't play into that written criteria that the judges are using to put numbers to maneuvers. But in saying that, us sitting here and getting to just be entertained and talk through it, it's so fun to watch.
I agree. And fun for our team at Action Sports Productions, who not only brings you all the angles, all the replays, but they're also banking the best waves of the day. So they're watching in real time, identifying the waves that are going to make those highlight reels at the end of the day, which have been stellar. I mean, even yesterday, the waves were a lot smaller, a lot harder to ride. They still packed the banks with hits. Our greatest hits packages every day have been awesome, and they're just videos that make you want to surf. Coming up next, Guilherme Fonseca, Marco Giorgi, Dang Wang, and Johnny Corso. We've got gold medalists. We've got veterans. Marco Giorgi, one of the best tube riders on the planet. He's going to have to rely on his power and small wave prowess out here today. Guilherme Fonseca from Portugal. I mean, these are heavy hitters entering the water right now. 4 minutes, 38 seconds to go. Bernardo Bordowski, standout from Team Poland. Great fluid style. He just hasn't had the waves that give him the opportunity like we've seen from Katut and Samuel. There's Team Indonesia flying down the line into that closeout section. Didn't really sell it enough to the judges, deeming that last turn incomplete, at least from my perspective, but did some solid work down the line to hopefully, for him, get rid of a 2-1-7. Tom Bolsma has been pretty quiet for the past 5 or 6 minutes. Like he may be paddling out. He might have gone on the left, that Katut was on that right. And so not only do the judges have to Hawkeye the surfer up and riding at that time, but in a lot of cases they're splitting the peak. So did the judges kind of split their visuals as well? Half of them watch one, half of them watch the other, or are they trying to go double duty?
I think they try and go double duty. There's always something about seeing something live, action. You know, all the judges, they do have a replay system, so they're able to go and watch it in back with a fine toothpick and go through. Fine tooth comb? Fine toothpick? I think it's fine
both.
comb.
Both is fine.
But
pick.
anyways, they go back through it and watch it really closely. But there's something about seeing surfing in live action that I think is really important to the judges before looking at that replay.
Ooh, nice opening snap for Bolsma. But the wave just dies. So this right here has been a wave catching contest. Samuel Reedy and Katut have been on the best waves of this heat. You know, all 4 surfers extremely talented, but when you mix talent with proper wave selection, that's where we're seeing success happening. So Samuel Reedy with a 7 and a 5.03 in command right now with a 12.03 total. Katut in second with a 5.5 and a 3.33. Tom Bolsma still right there in the mix, just needing a 4.34. Same with Bardovsky, needs a 4.24. And again, I love this mix that we have in the water right now. Costa Rica, Indonesia, the Netherlands, and Poland. Very cool to see Poland entering these competitions as well. Not the name you would think of as a high-powered surfing nation, but they have fielded a solid team. So expect big things from Team Poland in the near future. I mean, Bernardo is and a hammer. I mean, I'm very impressed by this guy's surfing already. He's sitting out the back in that top priority spot, really only needing a mid-range score, a 4.24. This heat is by no means over with a minute 50 to go.
I think it's been interesting watching Samuel Reedy. He's made a few priority mistakes throughout this heat. You know, earlier we noted that he paddled for that wave and didn't catch it, lost top priority. And on that last one, there's a minute and a half to go. He does not need another wave. He's in a commanding lead at the moment and decided to use on a priority on a wave that was just a quick in and out. So I think that's something that he'll probably go in and discuss with his team.
He's going to get yelled at by his coach?
No, not yelled at, but hey, this is something this is something we can improve for the next heat, because when you're starting to go, when you're getting against greater and greater competition as the contest winds down, using priority strategically and not making those mistakes is really key in order to finding advancement through heats.
Yeah, right. It's not just who does the biggest errors or who does the most savage power turns. You got to mix all those things up with a high heat IQ if you want to continue on through this contest.
Exactly.
Because everybody's good, right? Everybody surfs great.
Well, as we've said, most people here are national champions to their own countries.
We've got hundreds
so we're on the
of
world
national
stage now.
champions here.
We absolutely do. So we're on the world stage. What is it going to take to beat all the national champions? And it's that high heat IQ, as you keep saying.
So with 15 seconds left, the Pura Vida nation of Costa Rica represented well in that last heat by Samuel Reedy. And I'm saying it's over. Here we go. Samuel on a victory lap right here. Nice. Classic roundhouse cutback. Underrated maneuver for how hard it is to do and make look nice and clean. That right there was a textbook definition of a roundhouse. So it's going to be Costa Rica getting the win. Indonesia moves through with Katut. We do lose Tom Bolsma from the Netherlands and Bernardo Bardovsky from Poland, but well done to both those two surfers. Big futures ahead of them. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more action watching the ISA World Surfing Games. Stay tuned, please. See you in a minute.
Yeah, I have a reef for 20 years. my reef business card said Jefe, which is chief, and dreamer. La Jefe and dreamer, Spanish and English. That was a card I would give to the president of the bank or whatever. He always made people laugh. Because, you know, the guy like talking, when asking for an extra $1 million in loan to buy sandals, and the guy looks at this, I never lend money to somebody with this title, you know.
¿Pa' dónde quieres ir? Que mami yo te llevo. Restaurante Michelin. Estamos en otro level. Porque ahora ando en yates y aviones. Se nos dio, ahora somos ganadores. Hicimos a quemate, par de millones. En Aventador llegando a las mansiones. Todo comenzó jugando. Ponte ready que ya voy llegando. De una picaco. Todo comenzó jugando.
Welcome back, surf fans. You're watching the ISA World Surfing Games live from Puerto Rico. Repechage, round 2, heat 9. Guillermo Fonseca, Marco Giorgi, Qisheng Wang, and Johnny Corzo. Mexico, China, Uruguay, and Portugal represented in this heat. That's a lineup you'll see exclusively here in ISA competition. And here goes Fonseca, powerhouse representing Team Portugal. And when you get named to Team Portugal, you have big expectations on your shoulders. They always come through with an incredible squad. 3 males, 3 females, and I would venture to say all 6 of them have national championships in their resume. And if you're on Team Portugal and you're in an early repechage round, you need to do everything you can to keep the pace set by the rest of your team to keep them in team contention.
Yeah, it's a huge honor to be on such a stacked team, but also comes with big expectations. And so Red here will be looking to use that power in his surfing and live up to that and continue on that streak for Portugal throughout this event.
The early indicators coming through here, just a couple of ones. Wang, Team China, 1.77. Giorgi, Uruguay, 1.43. I think we're waiting for a more sizable chunk of points to come through for Fonseca. Johnny Corzo is a former ISA gold medalist, a world champion, and I don't think we're talking about that enough. If you win the ISA World Surfing Games, you are a world champion. Of course, a lot of talk about Olympic qualification, team standings, overall points, all that's great. But do not discount the fact that winning here in Puerto Rico 2024, you will be the ISA World Champion.
Yeah, getting that gold medal is such a huge honor. As we see Guillermo, live action.
Yeah, I'm seeing urgency out in the lineup right now. These guys know full well this is their last chance to shine and keep their teams in the points. A little bit of frustration right there from Wang. You know, in the flow element the judges are looking for, there's something to be said about not only doing your turns in the most critical part of the wave, but ending your turn in time to set yourself up for the next turn without making it look like you're trying to do that. That's the flow element. It's one dance, right, from beginning to end. It's the story you're telling on that wave, and you don't want pauses in that story. You don't want dead spots. You want it to be a complete picture. But the funny part about that is you can't make it look like you're trying too hard.
Yeah, it's making the difficult look easy, right? And so if it looks easy, then you know it's actually probably extremely difficult, and that's entirely their talent making it look like that.
Yeah, and just another reason why surfing is the coolest sport, activity, lifestyle on the planet. That's a fact. Fight me.
Fact.
All right, as our surfers reset themselves in the lineup and try to hunt for that wave to give them the glory, we're going to go down to the boardwalk where Mitchell Salazar is standing by.
Here with Costa Rica, Sam Reedy. Sam, muchas felicidades. A big heat out there, obviously, repechage round 2, but most importantly, things were shifting out there quite a bit. It went from one peak into another. How were you able to find your 2 waves?
Well, I was positioned kind of in the spot that I know, and I guess I was a little deep, but I found a good right that allowed me to do 2 good turns, so I was super stoked on that. And then the whole Costa Rican team was sending me super south to try to find a better one, better left, and I'm very thankful that they did because that's where I backed up my score. And no, I'm super happy to pass my heat, and let's keep it going.
One of their younger competitors on the team, you have Lele, who's still very young. You have Kali and Anthony, 2 of the team leaders, but also Brisa Hennessy, who's a member of the championship tour. Having that expertise and that kind of experience in your corner, what's it like being one of the young members?
Yeah, I'm definitely the Grom of the team, which I'm pretty stoked with. No, having them under my team is so important to have their knowledge and wisdom with me. It's pretty epic, and I'm super thankful that I was selected for the team and am able to represent my country.
What about the work you do outside of surfing in terms of environmental activity? Anything you want to talk about?
Yeah, I'm a carbon neutral athlete, so I'm super stoked on that. Everywhere I travel, I offset my carbon footprint with Community Carbon Trees Costa Rica, so that's a big part of my athlete and who I am, and I'm trying to spread the word about that.
Gracias, and felicidades.
Pura vida a todos viendo en casa, pura vida y no, saludos. Y si tienen miedo, compre perro, papi. ¡Ol, ol, 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 ol!
Yes. Just lifted himself a little bit up on my list of favorite surfers right there. Samuel Reedy representing the Pura Vida Nation of Costa Rica, not just by what he does in the water, but what he does on land. I love that.
So special.
You know, throwing it out there, going for carbon neutrality, you know, for one singular human being to do that, hopefully that'll kind of spread the word, spread the awareness. You know, surfing, of course, in its purest form, it's just you out in the water doing your thing. But as surfers, we like to get around. We got to fly on planes, drive cars, all that stuff. So it's cool to hear a young athlete identifying the need to be a steward of the earth.
I think you find that passion common in a lot of surfers because in order to do the sport that we love, it's that symbiotic relationship with the ocean. And a lot of times, you know, we're down in the ocean seeing the trash in the water on the beach and finding that passion to keeping this as clean and pure as possible and how it's supposed to be. And so we can just reap the benefits of it while not actually impeding on it.
No, you're right. We are definitely on the front lines in the fight to save the planet. And now in the fight to save his team from elimination, Marco Giorgi from Team Uruguay.
Ooh.
Pushing hard but going down. That is a rare error from an absolute veteran of elite level surfing, Marco Giorgi. 0.93 and a 0.50. Currently in 3rd place. The good news for Marco and Johnny Corzo is there's not a lot of super high numbers on the board right now. The highest single wave score coming from Fonseca from Portugal in red, a 5.17, and plenty of time left. Well, might be a bit of an overstatement. Plenty of time left, meaning 12 minutes, 13 seconds. That's what these surfers are dealing with. You know, we say, oh, well, that's a lot of time to go because we know those last few minutes, you know, really where a lot of impact can happen. But next free surf you have, if you haven't really tried competitive level surfing, go ahead and go out there with your watch and put a 20-minute timer on and see how many waves you can catch.
Yeah.
And how many waves that actually matter that you can catch. It is definitely not easy. Elite level contest surfers are a different breed, that is for sure. And here's one of them. Johnny Corzo, former ISA gold medalist, wants back on that podium. And right there, had to kind of negotiate a couple of weird sections, but did it well. We'll see what the judges throw out there for Corzo. Meanwhile, right behind him, looks like Marco wanted a little bit of revenge from the previous unforced error. He throws 3 big backside hooks on a medium-sized wave. That's kind of overachieving right there, making a lot out of a little. That's going to be another, probably the first sizable number for Marco Giorgi. Good exchange right there, wave for wave for Johnny and Marco.
Yeah, when you're saying 12 minutes remaining, that is a lot of time, especially with not many runaway scores on the board at the moment. The 5.17 being the highest single wave score of the heat. You know, that in comparison to the scale, obviously being 0 to 10, we're right in the middle there. So it's really anyone's game. Marco only needing a 4.58 to go up to first. But in order to take second place, get in that advancing position for green and white, they need small scores. very obtainable scores and plenty of time to do so. So it'll be interesting to see which surfers now start getting into that rhythm in the back half of this heat in order to get into that advancing position and start trying to solidify it. And it looks like Marco is trying to do so, staying busy.
Yeah, he is a tenacious competitor. Get him on land. He's quiet, cool, humble, always smiling. Put him in a jersey, especially against a couple of young bucks like he's surfing against right now, and he's going to make him earn it, that's for sure. So at the moment, it's Guilherme Fonseca, Team Portugal, in the lead, waiting for scores to come through for Blue, Marco Giorgi, and he's already on 7 waves ridden, so he's definitely the most active surfer in the water right now. Qisheng Wang in third, needing a 2.11, so still well in the mix, and we're still waiting for that first score for Johnny Corzo. This international male and female judging panel has been spot on throughout the entirety of this event, and they are elite level professionals themselves, so I'm sure that every point has been very well calculated. They know exactly what they're doing. Corzo right there finishes strong. Another aspect that makes the ISA special is their women's judging program. We do have some females, some international aspiring female judges who are upstairs right now getting valuable experience overseeing what's happening in and out of the water and kind of getting that complete picture of what it's like to be a judge. So we're scouring the globe for future judges and current judges who want to take that next step. You can go to isasurf.org if you want to find out how to become a high-level judge yourself. Of course, males and females welcome from any country around the world. You obviously should have an interest in surfing. I think that's a prerequisite. You don't have to be a pro or an ex-pro, but you definitely got to know your stuff. So it does take time and experience to become a top-level judge, like the judging team we have here. And, of course, with so much at stake, I mean, we're going to be crowning world champions down here in Puerto Rico, so we got to have the best in the business, and we absolutely do. 7 minutes, 58 seconds to go here. Wang fighting back. Maybe trying a little too much on that section, but again, he's got time. He'll get right back out there in the priority system. Guilherme Fonseca, who was in the lead for the better part of the first half of this heat, now finds himself in third as Johnny Corzo. He's chipping away, 4.77 and a 4.20. So, interestingly enough, the highest single wave score right now is that 4.77. We're waiting for a breakthrough performance, a breakthrough wave. Hopefully one of these surfers will put together a story on a wave that will give us the chance to say a big number like an 8 or a 9.
Well, Corzo opened his account quite late. He stayed on no waves ridden until, I think, from memory, about 11 minutes remaining. So he's only just really started opening his account, and now he's going to try and continue to build that house and better his situation.
Yeah, he's going bricks and mortar right here, throwing tons of spray with every turn he's done. That's how you make it undeniable to the judges. Find a wave that gives you the opportunity to push through your turns. That wave had some really cool looking sections on it. Some critical elements down the line. Pure power surfing with aggression. But again, a lot of flow from Johnny Corzo on that wave. That one is definitely going to be one of those breakthrough numbers that puts him well into the lead. Team Mexico is very excited on the beach right now.
Yeah, and I think there's something to be said about the number of maneuvers that he was able to get on that. Now, number of maneuvers is not it doesn't mean if 3 versus 4 maneuvers equals always a higher score, but the more maneuvers you're able to get and more powerful maneuvers you're able to get will continue to help add up into that score and affect that. Now, you will see sometimes one really amazing maneuver, one big turn, one big air will result the surfers into that really high score. But on a wave like that, it's been really difficult this morning for surfers. It takes a high wave selection, really important wave selection, to find one that will actually run down the beach like that and the surfers can really lay into and give judges more and more reasons in order to give them a good score.
Well, there is an intangible quality that surfing champions have, and that quality is the ability to identify a wave that's going to give them the chance to really shine and fire on all cylinders. It's not easy. I mean, if you've had the chance to free surf with, a Medina, a Slater, a Tyler Wright, a Stephanie Gilmore, you might be asking yourself, well, why are their waves so much better than mine? It's because they know. It's because they have that innate ability to see a wave or a series of waves and select the best one more often than not out of that group. And that's just something that comes from experience. I don't know where it actually comes from because I don't have that ability. Most of the surfers, kind of just take what comes their way. But the very elite, they just have something different. They're just built different. I think Johnny Corzo has an element of that because he found a wave that gave him so much opportunity, and he used all those chances to attack, to bash the lip down the line. He got a 6.5. Now that is the single highest scoring wave, and he's in the lead.
Yeah, and putting the pressure on securing himself comfortably into that first place position at the moment. Red looking for a 5.71, obviously not out of his realm as he has 2 5s already on the board. But in an advancing
mistake right there.
Yeah, a little bit. He's staying busy, wanting to defend that second place. When you drop from first to second, you all of a sudden start feeling a little bit antsy again, like, okay, well, now, you don't have that buffer of dropping down to second. You need to protect that, because if there's any sort of action from blue or green into those final minutes, it's red that will be pushed down more so than white. White will then just be pushed down into that still advancing position.
I don't think Fonseca is necessarily panicking right now, but he's definitely paddling around in circles. Sometimes that works. Some of the best waves, come on your way back out from riding a wave. And with 3 minutes to go, you're starting to see some movements, a different type of energy pulsing through this lineup right now. You see Johnny Corzo, head on a swivel looking over his shoulder. Where is Marco Giorgi? Marco's right there in a surfer sandwich. He's got Fonseca to his left, Corzo to his right. The good news for Marco Giorgi is he has that top priority spot, so he can split the difference there and take any wave he wants. Yisheng Wang getting out there to get in the mix.
Now, when you have more time remaining, I'd say that Marco's, while a 6.07 is easily an obtainable score with the right wave selection, if you have more time, you're going to look to try and replace that 4.67 and then just lower that requirement, so all you need is another 4 or a 5. But with only 2 minutes remaining, that was unfortunately a mistake, because he's looking for that single wave that will provide him that 6.07 and used his top priority on that.
Oh, he knows too.
Yeah.
And here comes Fonseca. Basically paddling over there, not as a bro, but as a foe. Making sure that he is going to take any chance away from Marco Giorgi. He knows how good Marco is. He knows that Marco, with one big power turn, could potentially get that 6.07. So he's not going to leave it up to chance. Here's where you see tactical heat surfing come into play. Fonseca having a look there, kind of lets the whitewater hit him, knowing, I think, full well that that was not going to be a great wave. There was no chance of a 6.07. So smart move right there for Fonseca, basically forcing Marco to try to defend and take off on that wave. 1:10 to go. Corzo well into the lead. If I'm Johnny Corzo, I'm just staying out of the mix.
Yeah.
It's going to be there's a real low probability that both Guilherme Fonseca and Marco Giorgi will get a solid wave of consequence with under a minute to go. So just mitigate any chance you have of making a priority mistake at this point.
Yeah, look, he's chasing him all the way in. That's super important tactics for Red in defending his position in that second place. The last thing he wants to hear right now is, oh, and it looks like there's 4 sets on the horizon. That's when it gets really nerve-wracking of how do you accurately choose and use your priority correctly so that you defend your position.
Yeah, I mean, all the decisions that these surfers have to make. I mean, I really feel like surfers, especially at this level, just are built different in terms of how their synapses fire. I mean, they're making multiple split-second decisions throughout the entirety of these 20-minute heats that would boggle the mind of science.
Oh!
Marco Giorgi going for the frontside kickflip. Doesn't go his way. So, wow. That is a big name knocked out of this contest. Marco Giorgi from Team Uruguay. No longer a competitor here at the ISA World Surfing Games. Winds up in 3rd place. We do lose a hard-charging Shang Wang from Team China as well. But at the end of that 20-minute super heat, it was Johnny Corzo getting the win. Guillermo Fonseca coming through in 2nd place. Both surfers up in the double digits. Some big numbers flying across our scoreboard, and that trend will continue. You're watching the 2024 ISA World Surfing Games, and we will be right back with more action. Don't go anywhere. We're live from Puerto Rico. Where else are you going to go?
In Puerto Rico, we call ourselves Boricua, a unique name honoring our island heritage and the vibrant spirit of our people. When you bask in the warmth of our beaches, when you taste the love in our food, when you embrace the call of our adventures, you'll find that spirit in yourself. Dare to live every moment. Live Boricua.
Desde la primera vez que te probé, ese sabor nunca lo olvidé. Quiero mi pancho, te amo pancho. Desde la primera vez que te probé, ese sabor nunca lo olvidé. Quiero mi pancho.
Campo Pancho, solo $4.99.
Te amo pancho.
Welcome back to the action here for the 60th anniversary of the ISA. We've got Olympic qualification on the line this week. 6 men will be joining the roster heading to Paris 2024. And these 4 surfers could be in that conversation. Argentina, New Zealand, South Korea, and Guatemala. With Leandro Osuna, the 2-time gold medalist, former copper medalist as well of the World Surfing Games, up against Elliot Parada-Reed of New Zealand, Kanoa Palmiano of South Korea, who's now up and riding, up against Jose Marroquin. Kanoa is a name to really keep your eyes on for the future of surfing. He is the future of South Korean surfing. Still just a young Grom, and he is such a talented surfer across multiple disciplines, shortboarding, longboarding. He can pretty much do it all.
Yes, he really is, and it's a young kid who came onto my radar a few years ago in the blast-off. We've been watching him develop. He spent the last 2 winters in Hawaii, really exposing himself to the bigger waves over there. I saw him out at sunset having a dig, so he's really growing. He's got a fantastic base performance for a young man, still a junior, but here competing in the Opens and representing South Korea.
Taking a look at some replays here from what we missed during the break. A couple big waves for Elliot.
Very first one, a 517, beautiful backhand turns. This round is stacked. I'm just continually, every heat beautiful first turn. Let's look at this first. Second turn, board looking great, super loose and fluid, flaring off the white water there. Felt powerful. Really happy about that one. Into his second one. Obviously the strategy was to get your 2 waves as good as you can early and then build from there. He's done exactly that with a 517, a 383, created that average for himself of 2 decent scoring rides that he'll be able to keep longer term already, and finds himself in the lead for the Kiwis. As you said, Leandro Osuna. great success in these games, again on the Athletes Commission, and just a fantastic young human doing all sorts of great work in the surfing space and ripping.
Absolutely ripping, looking to try and qualify himself for Paris 2024 after his Olympic debut in Tokyo. It's fun to have a look at the roster through the week, and heading into the World Surfing Games prior to 2021, because of the pandemic, the Olympics was postponed by the year and ran in 2021 instead of 2020. None of these surfers could say that they were Olympians. They had that qualifier kind of asterisk next to their name from 2019. But really exciting to see that come into the conversation. And it's kind of crazy when we look at a roster, when we look at the field of surfers competing now for World Surfing Games or for, the championship tour, those going for, world titles, when there's things like Olympic gold next to their name, like a Carissa Moore and Italo Ferreira.
That just takes the whole thing to a whole nother level, and surfing being a part of that Olympic Games signals the arrival of our sport, our culture, and surfing has been around a long time, and it never needed validation to be a wonderful pastime, a wonderful culture, but to be a sport and to be recognised at that level means that we truly have arrived.
The validation has arrived with Olympic gold medals handed out to Carissa and Italo. Well, down on the beach, Johnny Corzo is a surfer that would love an Olympic gold medal. He is with Mitch Salazar now.
And he's had one before, gold medalist in 2017 over in Biarritz. Johnny, muchas felicidades. A heat where you waited a good amount of time to be able to catch your first wave, but in the end got the heat win. Strategy-wise, what were you looking out there?
Yeah, it's kind of tricky. I was talking to my buddies before going out, like Sebastian and Nala, and they were telling me to head a bit down the beach, like they were the runners. We saw some heats before, so the strategy was to get one here and then move out down the beach. So yeah, I think that worked out. I got one that it was all right to start, and then my best score was where we're talking about, like farther down. So yeah, I managed to get that 6 to make it through, and I got some confidence through the heat, so it helped me a lot to wait and start building the house little by little.
You're one of the youngest gold medalists in ISA World Surfing Games history. You're only 18 when that happened. What's been the most significant moment in your life since, and what's been the biggest learning curve since 2017?
Yeah, I've been learning a lot. It's always, every day I keep learning, competing. It's always tough. I think I gotta learn from my mistakes. So I think we lose more than we win. It's really tough. It's a tough career. A lot of traveling, a lot of investing my time on training, and then traveling around the world, and then sometimes you don't go your way. So I've learned I gotta be patient, I gotta breathe, I gotta know that my time's gonna come again. And yeah, I just gotta take it heat by heat. And yeah, I think the most important I learned is to relax. I gotta start breathing, getting connected with myself again to get that Johnny again and start getting on the right path and start making wins, and hopefully one day qualifies for the Dream Tour. That's my biggest goal.
I think we saw that, Johnny, right now, having the team here, but most importantly, your family watching back home. How cool is it having them in your corner?
Oh, it's amazing. I love them a lot. Yeah, I want to say hi to everyone down in Mexico, that everyone that support me all the time. And yeah, and I just want to keep going, keep representing my country, beautiful Mexico. I love you. I have you in my heart every day and around the world. So let's keep going. Viva México.
¿Algo en español, Jordi?
Sí, un saludo a todos los que me están apoyando. Estoy muy contento, la verdad, de poder avanzar en un hit más aquí en Puerto Rico, pasándola súper bien. Agradecido con Dios, con la oportunidad que tengo cada día de surfear, competir y seguirla pasando bien. Viva México, cabrones. Vamos por más, no se acaba. Let's go.
Gracias, felicidades.
Gracias.
Fired up, the 2017 ISA gold medalist, hopeful to qualify himself for the Olympic Games out of this event, being in the top 6 eligible men in the field this week would give him a chance at an Olympic gold medal as well.
What a mature, aware, conscious young man. The things that he was saying just resonated so powerfully with me. Being a professional, being a surfer, and going out into Mother Nature, off terra firma, off the land, into the ocean, into another food chain where you're not, the dominant species, is a personal development course in itself. You just grow so much. And then you throw competing in, and the constant challenge and the constant facing up to the potential for failure every time you pull on that jersey is a wonderful way to live, because you just grow so much from putting yourself out there and trying your very best, as we see a replay here.
Mara Quinn from Guatemala. Small surfer, putting himself right in the pocket. Tight and dynamic.
Oh.
Taking a look at the replay here from Lele.
Got a chip in, obviously, way outside. Was able to just bounce his way through, hoping it was going to reform and stand up tall. There is what he was looking for. There was a lot of downtime at the start of that ride. Interesting when he had to get through that section right by the Kiwi. That was an interesting little moment where they came so close together. But Elliott, they had that opening exchange, and then there was quite a long lull, 5-6 minute lull, and they had to sit through that. Leandro used his experience, coming up with that 4.43 for that ride. Majority on the back end of that big turn, but still a score of consequence and worth having.
Taking a look at a little split peak action here. We'll track with the 4th priority surfer with Lele. That was a great roundhouse cutback.
And my question is, did they talk to each other then? Was there some communication? Because Leandro looked at that right with no doubt. There wasn't a moment of, I'm in 4th, he's in 3rd. If he goes right, I might get an interference. I better watch out. It looked like they'd already discussed it between them as the peak. You going left? Yeah, I'll go left. Okay, boom, and they split the peak.
And that's how every free surf goes, right? You're out in the water and a wave is coming through. If it's not a point break, if there is that kind of defined, you could have a lefts and rights. You're always chatting to somebody else that's next to you going, oh, all right, you kind of, this is your wave because you've been sitting out here longer, whatever the deal is.
Yes.
Can I also go? Which way can I go? And you'll put yourself in position to make sure they get the best of that wave and you get whatever. In competition, Barton, how's that conversation go in the lineup? Because it's a little different when you're wearing a jersey.
Yeah, and sometimes there is no conversation. A lot of the time there is no conversation. But that communication, as a free surfer in a free surfing situation, that communication between you and the other surfers in the lineup, that connection that you have and the opportunity to go, are you going? Is everything. There's nothing worse than missing it because you didn't ask. And they don't go, and you go, I thought you were going to go. See there, the split of the peak, and here is Elliott it was a short wave with not a lot on offer, but that board just looks perfect underneath Heath's feet, and he can do anything he likes on it. He was going to go left, Leandro. He saw that the surfer with 3rd priority, just above him in 4th priority, was going to go the left, so he split it and went the right. Close. But experienced competition. I don't see that right. It was a 2.7. He's hoping to get rid of that by the end. And, for the Kiwi, he improved by 0.10, got a 3.93. So a little bit of an improvement, and any improvement you could get from 3rd priority is worth taking, even 0.10.
Nice little kind of, note to be taken from the judges on a maneuver like that, on a wave like that as well, because it was a smaller wave, had that little pocket to him. He decided to add in that variety, do something progressive, not a big air, but just kind of blow that tail out, get the rotation, but not actually in the air.
Mm-hmm.
And rewarded with just less than that 4 points for essentially the single maneuver.
And you could get the same points for a big backhand re-entry. So it comes down to the size of the section, the volume in the wave, how intense that is really indicates the value of the score. If it's a complete move, it wouldn't have to, if it was a bigger section, it wouldn't need to be as risky and difficult as that particular move or what maneuver was, because the wave wasn't so good. The score wasn't in the wave to start with. He surfed it up, actually.
That's exactly what I was going to ask you.
Yeah.
Because that wave was so small, he did something very dynamic to surf that score up.
Exactly, and that was the way to deal with that situation. Leandro is just playing with fire.
He is just like hunting everything. Look at him, super intense as he kind of checks back. He wants to know that priority board.
He wants to see if the priority changed. It did. He used a very strategic move of paddling for a wave he most probably didn't even want, and to get his lesser experienced competitor to go for that one. Jose Franklin fell for it. The bait was set. He fell for it. Dropped down the priority roster as a byproduct of paddling for that wave, even though he didn't catch it.
Kanoa currently sitting with that 1st priority next to his name. As you mentioned, he's been spending the last couple winters on the North Shore, which is incredible experience for him at just a young age. He's only 16 years old now. He lived in Siargao in the Philippines for a while, got to surf Cloud 9 for his home break for 2 years. But in 2020, his family moved back to South Korea, and they now live in a small town called Yangyang. And it's probably, I think it's such a cool thing for him, having had those opportunities to live in different surf locations around the world, and now to be able to travel, spend some time in Hawaii, really get himself amongst the world's best surfers. But also to be in that pack of South Korean surfers as we take a look now at Jose, 19 years old from Guatemala, goes for a big blowtail on his backhand and he'll just fall, go incomplete. But for Kanoa to also be living in South Korea and surfing with that crew, as we take a look now at Lele, staying really active, not happy with that 2.7 as his backup score, chasing down a 2.68 to get himself the advancing position, the leading position. He's already advancing.
Yeah, I think he most probably, that was a pretty good wave. It wasn't a great wave. It was surfed really well. He maximised every opportunity he had on that wave. He, first and second priority was already set. And so, in third priority, and the same with Jose in fourth priority, they both thought, well, let's have a go at something rather than sit here. Time is ticking down, as it does. Naturally, 5 minutes and 25 seconds on the clock. So you, rather than sit, you'd rather surf and try and create opportunities. When you've got the first and the second priority, it's pretty obvious what the strategy is. You've got to wait for the good ones, but that comes with a whole set of pressure that's unique to first and second priority, where you just sometimes you wait too long and wait for something too good that doesn't eventuate. The Kiwi decides to get going.
Elliot, what a...
That was a radical section he tried to get up on top of. Had to, because otherwise it wasn't going to be an improving score and could essentially be looked at as a mistake.
Kanoa now up and riding. Carves it back, or tries to carve it back into that first section as the wave goes really soft on him.
He'd be disappointed with the outcome of that long wait with the priority. And the longer you wait, the more the pressure mounts and the more likely it is, especially for a young competitor, that you just become impatient and make a mistake with your wave selection.
Lele now up and riding, driving through that first turn, just a little pump down the line. He has been so active in this heat. Taking a look at how many waves he has had. He's got a couple scores to drop actually, so I can't actually have that count. But all around, everyone's kind of been quick up to their feet on every little bump that comes through, aside from Kanoa, who's been really selective. He just had that 1.5 to his name before this last wave. As we take a look at the replay here from the 7th wave of Elliot.
A dangerous section on the inside, super shallow. You see the wave jack up. Kanoa is someone I know well, and we have a bit to do with each other, and he'd be disappointed with that one. He should have, really at that point, you may as well wait. You may as well go down with the ship and try and wait for something fantastic, because you've spent that much time on the sideline, and then once you've converted that into a good score, the priority, then start getting on the hustle like we've seen the other surfers do. But it's a great experience for him. His dad, Melvin, and he is a great supporter, gets with his son all around the world and is helping however he can for South Korean surfing as well, helping with management of the team and all that stuff. So he's got great support around him, Kanoa, and regardless of the result of this, still 3 minutes, only needs a 6.83, with the
well
situation.
Capable of finding that score.
And when you go, well, I've had pretty terrible heat to this point in time, but I'm still a chance. Let's go. You can draw confidence from that.
Heat leader now throwing a little bit of spray off that first turn and a little more off the second. Sets himself up here, more vertical, works his way past that little double up section. Kanoa now out in front and throwing in that nice big kind of tail slide for his opening turn. Gets a little caught on the second, but that's going to start to open him up. He'll get a better score on the board. We're still waiting for his second score. Scores are in for Leandro Osuna. Hasn't been able to really improve his situation with his last couple smaller waves. Now opting to go on a bigger section, and that's the sort of surfing he's going to need to do. Kind of asked the question too, but I feel like the answer was in that wave selection.
Yeah, absolutely. Bigger, wasn't it? Bigger face, and then you see that big section coming, and there's a good backhand re-entry there to be done. That's going to be potentially his best score, just on the merit of the size of the face and the big turn. For Kanoa, prior to that, you would look at it and go, well, other than the start in the 5.17, while I sat with priority, no one got a wave better than a 4-something. So what that tells me is that he had to wait with priority because there wasn't a better wave there. All the other surfers are scrambling around on all this other stuff and just getting 4s at the top. There's a confidence boost in that too. You need to be listening to the PA and go, okay, well, although I've waited and I haven't ridden many, no one's had a good one either. So I may as well sit and use this priority, but it comes with pressure, and you want to get rid of you want to get surfing, and maybe he let go of the priority a little early. 2-2 on his last one.
And we've got score to drop for this wave of Elliott.
Where does it go? It's better than the 517 for sure, I would think.
Yeah, 3 of the biggest turns so far. Also the 2-turn combination for the last of Lele.
That's going to be a big one too. And again, going to the young South Korean, he's going to, those 2 biggest scores, 610 drops for the heat leader, the Kiwi. Those 2 big scores came after he'd lost his priority, and perhaps you could have hung on with your priority, got one of those type of scoring waves, and then been in this heat.
40 seconds on the clock for young Kanoa. His short-term goals are to participate in the 2026 Asian Games and the 2026 Youth Olympics. And the hope would be that with the momentum of surfing entering into the Olympics, that it starts to trickle into these other, kind of pathways towards the Olympics. Potential for the Youth Olympics, potential for, the Paralympics as well. Mm-hmm. So for Kanoa, it's cool for me to see him with a goal like that, as well as to long-term qualify as one of the top Asian surfers for the Challenger Series and kind of set himself up with this great pathway towards those bigger goals, which will come in the future as we see Elliott just throw it up into the air. And Jose from Guatemala has one last opportunity. Now Kanoa hits the end section. He's got great style to his surfing, and Lele getting a piece of the action as well on the finish.
Boom, boom, boom.
It's looking favorable that Elliott Parada Reed out of New Zealand is going to hold on to the win with a 6.1 as his last score, dropping in a 5.17 for his opener. So just ties up that heat on the start and the finish.
Yep.
We can see that buzzer has sounded, and so we'll see the surfers start to kind of get themselves in to the shoreline. Jose with a score to come through, and Kanoa as well, chasing the 4.83 for Jose and the 6.13 for Kanoa. And it looks like it'll be a tough ask at this stage, but we'll leave it in the hands of the judges.
Elliott Parada Reed, he led from the start to the finish, so a great heat for the Kiwis. Moving on to the next round.
Exciting stuff. Leandro Osuna in a good position moving forward, and he drops a 6.40 for his last wave, which just changed the requirements across the field and has stitched up that second place finish, just narrowly off of taking the lead with that heat total, but very close between first and second. We've got more surfing to come. When we return, American Samoa, Morocco, Guatemala, and Nicaragua hit the lineup.
Yeah, I have a reef for 20 years. My reef business card said Jefe, which is chief, and dreamer. La Jefe and dreamer, Spanish and English. That was a card I would give to the president of the bank or whatever. He always made people laugh. Because, they got like talking, I'm going to ask them for an extra $1 million in loan to buy sandals, and the guy looks and says, I never lend money to somebody with this title.
Welcome back to the action. Liam Wilson from American Samoa getting started on a solid looking set right off the buzzer. 30 seconds down in this heat, 19 and a half minutes remaining. And pleasantly surprised with how the conditions have continued to hold up throughout today, knowing that it's been a bit stormy, that wind is maybe on the horizon. Morocco, Guatemala, and Nicaragua are joining American Samoa in the lineup right now. Where Liam's already out there with his opening wave. Babkur Bawada from Morocco, Carlos Escobar from Guatemala, and Jefferson Lopez of Nicaragua looking to try and keep their flags moving forward, their nations moving forward in the draw here, as it's just getting tougher and tougher. We're only in repechage round 2. And the heats we've been seeing, Barton, have been unbelievable.
These are without question the most competitive, we see Liam Wilson again, repechaje round 2 heats we have ever seen in the ISA games. The performances, what a 3-turn combination there for Liam.
I was just thinking that kind of 3 to the beach.
Beautiful,
Straight
sharp, fast surfing. Back up that 3.5 quickly. Got a good start to the heat now. The plan would be to get the priority and start to improve on the base you've created. Bubka from Morocco, known as Bob, goes by, with his friends, a fantastic young goofy footer. Here he goes too.
Dynamic opening turn off the bottom into that opening rail work, lightning fast. He came so close to that Olympic qualification at the 2023 World Surfing Games just last year for the African continent. Had one more heat to make and he would have been through, but unfortunately just couldn't pull it together within that final heat. So he'll be a strong favorite to keep an eye on as we take a look at the replay for the opener of Liam Wilson.
Nice, big, tall first section. Most probably didn't take advantage of that tall section as well as he could. And then the second bit just went flat. This is a much smaller wave, but look at this surfing. Beautiful snap, clean, fast, forward, boom, snap another one. Tight little sections, but just beautiful surfing. 4.67 for the second one. Look at the energy here. This guy is a fantastic surfer. I really rate Bob highly and feel like he's got a great future ahead of him. Obviously inspired right by Ramsey Boukayem, another goofy footer, the Moroccan team captain. And here he is up again.
Straight into the lip on that opening section, kind of bowling over in front of him. Nice little wraparound, tight surfing.
Yeah, really tight. Here, another goofy.
Up and riding now, Jefferson Lopez from Nicaragua. Getting a little caught on that second turn. The goofy footers loving the opportunity to have a left as a wall in front of them. I think here at Rastreal, which is our third podium. There are 3 podiums in conversation for this year's World Surfing Games. Rastreal is where our men's repos are running today. We saw the women out here yesterday. El Pico is a nice kind of A-frame peaks lefts and rights on offer as the second podium, and then Margara is the kind of main podium that we are hoping to get again if the surf gets good enough and clean enough and big enough.
Yep.
Which we were kind of thinking, it could have some of those lefts as the barrels, but the rights were really the dominant waves in our first 2 days of competition.
Yeah, they sure were, and we saw some great barrels. We did see, you and I called one really nice barrel on the left, but they were rarer, weren't they? The rights were definitely the direction of choice the majority of the time. But if you were down the priority roster and creative but desperate, you could find something on those lefts as well. So that, all 3 are kind of peaky. They're primarily lefts, these 2, El Pico and Rastreal, and then Margara they've all got both, but each time, each day has had a specific direction that you go that's going to score you more points. So day by day, the coaches and the surfers have needed to figure that out.
15 minutes remaining on the clock. Liam Wilson sits in the lead, and let's go down to the beach to catch up with Mitch Salazar and the winner of that last heat.
Elliot Pirata Reed here from New Zealand. Congratulations. A very well-structured heat win. Seems very fun out there right now.
Yeah, I wish they could all start off like that. The hooter went and I stood up probably it was almost touch and go whether I was up before it or not. And it was a fun one, so it would be nice to start every heat out like that. But yeah, I'll take the ones that I can.
You're a comedic duo, you and Mackenzie Bowden, 2 New Zealanders that are not only very fun and entertaining, but also great surfers. How do you balance having fun, but also knowing when to compete at an event like this?
Have fun. This is fun, but yeah, I probably have a little bit too much fun sometimes, so I probably need to tone it back a little bit. But yeah, me and Macca had way too much fun in Bali for about 4 months there. I think I trimmed a few years off my life, so I'm just trying to calm down a little bit now.
Congratulations. Anything you want to say about coming to New Zealand?
Yeah, shout out to all the Keyhole boys. Moody, thanks for getting me the stickers before I came over here, bro. Hopefully I'm doing you guys proud. And Mum and Dad, I love you. I should have Mum and Dad up here, but maybe next time.
Will do. Congratulations, Elliot.
Elliot, for sure making them proud with the kind of surfing he was doing. Like you said, Barton really controlled his entire heat from start to finish. Liam Wilson now also in control from the buzzer. Putting a nice finish together on this one, a 4.67 and a 3.5 on the board for him. In second place is Bob from Morocco, sitting with a 4.2 and a 3.47. Small requirement for him within that range. He's already scored for him to take away the lead. Jefferson Lopez opened up with a 4.23, which is one of the higher scores of the heat so far. Great style from the goofy foot out of Nicaragua.
Yeah, really tight, isn't it? All the three goofies at the top there. Carlos Escobar has not really had the opportunity. Got the priority though, so this is an important moment for him. 7 minutes down, you haven't got a score yet. All of you, generally speaking, all of your opponents have got one or at least one or two scores that they could keep. So there's a bit of pressure on right in this moment. You want to make sure you get the right wave with that priority, and then you can get on the hunt and get your second score. Here's the replay of Morocco driving, drifting the tail, tweaking the body. He is a fantastic surfer, this young man. Big potential there. Unfortunate catch of the inside rail. Didn't really impact too big. You see it in the slow-mo. You might not even notice it at fast speed. And gets that second snap on the shoulder. Compressing and extending, waiting and unwaiting, trying to build speed in the board. Great technique.
Liam Wilson now. Big extension out of those first two turns. And pushing through for the finish. So smaller wave, looking for a replacement on a 3.8. Now, Barton, within this heat specifically, you have used the word goofy many times as we take a look at a goofy footer on this wave.
Going to the backhand three-turn combination. He had a 3.5 on the first, replaced that with the 3.8, so improved a little bit. That one came in at a 3.37, and what we're seeing there is that there is a scoring potential to those waves. And because of the size of them, because you're down the priority roster, they're not going to be the big scores. The wave just does not have it in it, no matter what you try and wring out of it. He has surfed his waves very, very well. All three of those 3.3 range scores really well, but the scores have been trapped by the quality of the wave. Just needs to put his performance on a little bit better wave, Liam, and he'll get much bigger scores.
Great.
Well, that goes for everyone.
Yeah. Finding those bigger sets, we saw that in the last heat. Now back to that goofy conversation.
Yes.
It's not just a funny term, but it actually means something quite specific within surfing. Can you explain in layman's terms for our audience that's maybe not familiar with surfing? We've got people that are tuning in around the world that are just getting introduced to the sport. What does goofy mean? And what are the differences between that and the other types of stance? As we take a look at some footage here for Carlos Escobar of Guatemala. He's been quiet in this heat, and this is going to now get him into that conversation with our top three in the field.
And again, he was in that position where he'd sat with the first priority for a really long time, but no one else had anything above a 4. So you can sit there and go, well, I'm slow off the mark, but if I get a 5, it was worth the wait. And he's going to get the best wave, and he's going to make that wait worthwhile, I believe.
Bob flying down the line, looking for a little air section.
He'd build a lot of speed.
Lots of speed. Jefferson on a slower wave to start. Just kind of now starting to gain that speed. Great seamless transition from the bottom of the wave to the top of the wave. And has a nice finish to that one.
Flaring the tail. It felt good. Looked like you could see that contentment in him, that the section was a difficult one to really hit that hard and that powerfully. So great ride there. Judges thinking long about Carlos Escobar's wave, because I feel like it's going to be the best score of the heat so far. And to the goofy the other way, goofy stand, you can imagine you can stand with either, you only got 2 legs, you can stand with your right foot forward or your left foot forward. And goofies stand with their right foot forward, and here's a big set wave.
Great looking opening for Bob on his forehand. The goofy foot looking for the left, standing with his right foot forward. Liam Wilson finding a little bit more open face on this wave than what we saw from Morocco on the last. Now looking to just stitch it up on the finish.
He felt good about that, and so he should. I think the judges will like it too. The Moroccan got a big wave. It was a big set wave, but the lip got crumbly and hard to predict, and the timing of his turns just didn't connect with the wave at the right time. And so it wasn't exactly what he was looking for. We've had a change in positions, but we're still waiting on green, or actually waiting on scores for every one of our surfers. So we'll let the judges do theirs, and then we'll reflect on where this heat sits when all of those rides have been scored.
Jefferson, the 19-year-old from Nicaragua, has just put himself up to a leading position with a 4.4 to improve on his 4.23. We do have another score to drop in for him. And like you said, for other surfers around, the important moment was that of Guatemala. A 5.83 drops in for last of Carlos, which is the highest wave of the heat. However, he's sitting down in 4th position still. Bob now up and riding for Morocco.
Wow.
Speedy, just connecting with each one of those sections that's crumbling down in front of him. He's chasing a 4.28 to take the advancing position. This heat is non-stop. There's plenty of waves coming through, but also every surfer is just rising to the occasion. There we have Alan Cleland Jr. paddling out next for Mexico against Cody Merritt, Luke Dillon, and Danny Wadianto. U.S. Virgin Islands, Great Britain, and Indonesia. So this is going to be an exciting heat.
Really interesting moment in the heat. You know, in 4th place is the surfer with the best single score. I would rather, at this point in time, depending on what drop here for red and blues, we're still waiting on a score for each of them. If those scores, you know, they will change the situation. Most probably, you would think. There's a 6.5 that changes the situation dramatically, and I think Bob's going to get his. No, he got a 3.53, so it was his second best score, but still not. Besides that 6.5, I would still rather be in 4th place, but have the single best scoring ride. He only needs a 2.8 to go into the advancing position. So the heat is poised at a very interesting place. And even though you might be in 4th place, you know you've got, you know, the second best wave of the heat, and you don't only need a small wave to advance. So the pressure isn't that strong. You've still got 7 minutes, and he's having a look at this one, paddling.
Up and riding now, Carlos looking for pretty much anything to improve his scoreline. He's already sitting on the 5.83. This is going to put him right into that conversation for advancement. Only needs a 2.80 specifically to get himself into 2nd, and he's done that.
It's exactly the way, you know, he must have been feeling how I was feeling, I think, because he didn't look rattled, he didn't look stressed, he knew he had time, he knew he was in a good position. He was sitting away from the other 3 surfers, created that. He's going to get the score. He's going to go into a qualifying position. He may even go into the lead with that ride. There's every chance that it's going to be good enough to take him to 1st place, I would think. So it's an exciting heat, but it was being patient, deliberate, controlled from the Guatemalan, and I think he'll get the rewards in this score, and he'll sit back and go, well, although I've been behind the whole way, I kept the faith, and now I'm not.
You know, what's interesting about this one is he's been really patient. Of course, that early 0.93, whatever. But he's sat and waited, and his wave selection's been really good, which has been different to some of those other surfers in other heats, like Kanoa in the last one, where he was just a little bit kind of busy and wasn't quite picking those right waves early on, where Carlos has pretty much surfed a perfect heat right now.
Yeah.
Now sitting in that leading position, a 5.93 is just improved, and it's, you only need 2 waves to make it through.
And that is the point, isn't it? If you in a heat have ridden, so your opponents have ridden 10 waves, but you've ridden the 2 best and surfed them to their potential, you win. You only need 2 waves. So it's, you know, there's a time to wait, which is when you've got priority, and then there's a time to be busy. The hardest part most probably is waiting.
Now up and riding, Jefferson chasing a 6.77. So he went from leading a moment ago to 2nd to now down to 3rd.
And there we could see the pressure of that dropping down the heat and being in 3rd and having the opportunity to be eliminated and time ticking by, and that was the most kind of confused and rattled he's looked. He's looked so calm up until that point, and so the pressure has changed with that result, or those advancements changing, and now there's a lot of pressure on the Moroccan and the Nicaraguan to get the scores they need. High 6s, basically looking for 7-point rides. Not easy today.
Not easy at all. Though the surf has picked up substantially from what we saw yesterday, there's a lot more opportunity today, which most surfers, I think Kalohe Andino said it I can't remember what the context was to when he said this, but it was basically just like, give us opportunity.
Yeah.
If there's opportunity, we can all paddle out and have a go.
Yeah, it doesn't matter the quality of that opportunity as long as there's enough for everyone, because as a surfer, you've got to be able to ride everything. You can't just be good in one type of condition. because that ain't going to win you an event that's run over 9 days in all sorts of different conditions.
And also, if you paddle out in a heat and there's no waves, there's no opportunity for anyone. And then
That's
it's
right.
a completely different game to making it through.
100%.
If you paddle out somewhere, even if it's messy, if it's big, if it's chunky, whatever the deal is, there's waves and there's opportunity. You can paddle in and stand up to your feet.
Well, and the great thing about our format is that you're in the water with the same surface at the same time, and regardless of whether it's consistent or not, whether there's enough opportunity or not, you all are exposed to the same opportunity. And the person that plays the game the best wins that moment. And so that makes it fair regardless of what Mother Nature does in that moment too, because it's completely equal when that siren goes.
Down to 3 minutes on the clock, 22-year-old Guatemalan sitting in the lead, Carlos Escobar, who has played a very smart game up until now. He's currently sitting in third priority, so it'll be interesting to see what happens when he lands with that first priority, if he kind of waits for it or if he just kind of stays active anyways. But putting those couple fives on the board has put him in a great position. Liam Wilson got out bright and early, starting out with a 3.5, but built to that 4.67 really quick. Like in the first 2 minutes of the heat, he had, nearly an 8-point heat total. And then it took him a couple waves to find the 6.5, but he's now sitting on the highest wave of the heat, chasing something smaller than that in a 5.26 in order to get the leading position.
Third place,
Jefferson, under fourth priority, goes to the air, and he lands it. Now, will he find another little section here? This wave goes soft. Maybe it will. It would have been so great if that wave was just a little faster next to it. He could have had an in section.
Would have been so great. That's what was the dream. For what it was on offer, he made as very much as he possibly could out of that opportunity.
That was sick.
It's going to be great to see on the replay. We'll be able to see how lofty it was, how high he got. But that he couldn't have done much more. Pumping, driving on the replay. Hits the section, spins the tail, lands fins first, spins it around cleanly. I don't know that that's enough to get a 7 on its own. It's on its way there with something else, with that oncoming section. If you could have hit that, you go, well, maybe. I feel like it's going to fall a little short, but it was courageous, it was talented, and it's as good as he could have done in that situation.
This is the runner-up to the Central American Juniors Championship title with that second place finish. Just 19 years old now, from Playa Popoya in Nicaragua. We're waiting for the score to see even just how much will it chip away. Will it be above that 4.4? And will it give him an easier shot at getting that second place? Liam Wilson's waving his arms too because he wants to know. He would have seen other surfers taking off on waves, wants to know if there's still a big requirement on the field. Is it worth him using his priority in which way? To catch a wave to improve, or to sit tight on the other surfers?
And Bob in second priority from Morocco, he's in that situation where he's got the priority, but I feel like he's sitting sort of in and under a little bit. I feel like with that priority, the opportunity is to kind of sit outside a little bit, be a little more authoritative with that positioning. But maybe the time is his consideration. He's like, if I'm too far out, I might not see an opportunity. And with 30 seconds, I need to see every opportunity that may exist. Here comes something. Nope, not enough.
Not quite there. 30 seconds, on the clock.
Rain out to sea there, the squall.
That's some dark clouds heading our way. 20 seconds. Maybe an opportunity here for Jefferson. His last score, a 4.83 for the single maneuver. Chips away, but just by a tiny bit, still chasing a 6.35.
Time's up.
5 seconds on the clock. Not going to be there. You can see the frustration from Jefferson. Great effort on the finish there. Great surfing from Bob as well. Nicaragua and Morocco, though, officially knocked out of competition. And it will be Guatemala and American Samoa, with Carlos Escobar, smart heat, takes the win on 3 waves. Cody and Liam Wilson walking through in that second place position. Alan Cleland Jr. had an incredible run at the World Surfing Games last year. Let's take a look at it now.
And now it's come to this, the grand final for the men here at the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. as we see Kanoa Igarashi. I mean, he is right in his office right here. Calculated surfing. Surfer in white, Miguel Tudela. He goes for the air, so now flinging something exciting at us. All right, here we go. Hina looking for a 10. Oh! Surfing like that, definitely gonna help him. Alan Cleland Jr. Quick setup turn there. This wave starting to grow down the line. Impactful second turn for Cleland. Another nicely placed turn, throwing straight to the sky, building speed and momentum down the line. Blowing the tail.
One more.
Absolute control and commitment to every turn. Cleland again. Give this man a medal. What a performance from Al Cleland Jr. Vamos, Mexico. I got excited. They got excited. The world got excited. The highest single wave score of the day, just at the right time. Alan Cleland Jr. gets the highest score of the event in the grand final.
Woo-hoo.
Just watching somebody from Mexico do it first, it almost lets you know, okay, anything's possible, because this world, you can just strive for everything and you can get it done if you have the hard work and talent to do it.
Well, welcome back to the action for the ISA World Surfing Games. We are here in Arecibo, Puerto Rico. We're in men's repechage heat number 12 for round 2, with Mexico, U.S. Virgin Islands, Great Britain, and Indonesia in the lineup. Alan Cleland Jr., Cody Merritt, Luke Dillon, and Danny Wadiatu. This is going to be an exciting heat as we take a look now at Luke Dillon for Great Britain. He is an extremely powerful surfer, making the most of every section that pops up in front of him. And he's going to put a score down for his opening ride. Taking a look now at some live action with Alan on his opening ride here. Straight up into the lip for that first 12 o'clock hit. A little wraparound for the second, and a hungry paddle to get himself back into position. Yeah. My name is Shannon Hughes, joining the booth by Barton Lynch, the 88 world champ, as well as Otto Flores, to call the action within this heat. And Barton, that was a nice little exchange to start things off.
And you could see Alan cut out of that wave, Otto, to make sure that he got in front of him for that priority paddle battle. All important out here to have that priority.
Yeah, very, very important to have that strategy on point. We saw that great victory from Alan Cleland in El Salvador. All the support he got, and very familiar to Puerto Rico. We saw him earlier this year when the waves were pumping. Good friends with Rolando Montes, and he enjoys Puerto Rico very much, so I know he's looking to make this heat with flying colors as we see the replay.
Yeah, what do you think of this first wave, Otto?
Yeah, you know, he's just picking the eyes out of the spot. I think his teammate probably told him the technique about sitting wide. Today we've seen that those wider waves have really been delivering the scores, as we see Surfer in white here just taking advantage of this one as well.
Yeah, Danny getting a piece of the action to start things off, put his first score together. We'll take a look at the opener of Luke Dillon, Barton.
As you can tell, he's a big guy. Got some girth in that body, and he uses it so well. We're always amazed at how great he is in little ways for how big and powerful he is. Alan Cleland here on the replay as well. First turn was nice. Sees green inside of him and goes, I'm out of here. I'm going to maintain priority over green. And that's when we saw him put in that really strong paddle.
Up and riding now, Cody Merritt, straight into the lip, racing down the line, looking for that finishing section, and he'll get the job done. That'll be his opening ride. So score to drop. Score still to come from that first wave of Luke Dillon out of Great Britain. We got a 4.17 on the board for Al Cleland Jr., backed up with a 2.17 and a 4.33 out the gates for Danny Widianto.
I feel like Danny's wave would have been considerably more if that last turn was completed. He got caught in the whitewater, but the first couple of turns were so fast, and it just made me think about all the Indonesian surfers and how incredibly athletic and gymnastic they are. They're like little gymnasts on a wave.
Well, they got a good playground to do it, and probably Puerto Rico is very similar. When we get the glassy conditions and when we get those down the line waves, they probably feel at home.
Well, with that, we're going to go down to the beach to catch up with Mitch Salazar after another great heat.
Yeah, Carlos Escobar here from Guatemala. I'm going to ask the questions in Spanish and translate back to English. Muchas felicidades, Carlos. Big congratulations. I am extremely impressed. The way you competed, the way you were able to surf, la manera en que pudiste competir, la manera en que pudiste surfear. Muchas felicidades. How did you feel out there with a couple of big names in your heat? Varios nombres grandes dentro de tu heat.
La verdad que muy feliz de pasar en primer lugar mi primera ronda y la verdad que sí, las condiciones están muy buenas y la verdad que hay mucho nivel y nada, darle gracias a Dios por pasar mi primera ronda en primer lugar y nada, agradecerle a toda esa gente linda de Guatemala que nos está apoyando de las mejores vibras, a mi mamá, a mi padre, a mi novia y a todo el team de Guatemala que la verdad que me están dando las mejores vibras y nada, gracias a todos que están en Guate y puras vibras.
A lot of talent, big expectations, but the waves turned on. He was able to make it happen. Wants to say thank you to God and his entire family, especially his girlfriend back in Guatemala. So Guatemala, small country, a lot of heart though. Un país muy chico, Guatemala, pero mucho corazón. El orgullo de representar, the honor of representing Guatemala. What's it like to be able to have this flag while you're competing at a World Surfing Games? ¿Cómo se siente portar la bandera esta mientras estás compitiendo en un Mundial de Surf?
Pues la verdad que mucha felicidad y muy orgulloso de ser guatemalteco, de portar esta linda bandera que me representa como chapín que soy de corazón. Y nada, pues qué más feliz de estar aquí en Los Isa, aquí en Puerto Rico, compitiendo este gran evento que está. Y nada, darle gracias a Dios nuevamente y a todos los sponsors que me han apoyado.
A lot of honor and a big amount of privilege, too, to be able to represent Guatemala. Chapingas, what they call themselves. And not only that, but to be able to construct basically a surfing federation out of what could be the most significant event for them, too. Muchas felicidades. A lo que quiera decir a la gente de casa.
Pues nada, muchas gracias a todas esas personas que nos están apoyando desde Guatemala, las mejores vibras que nos mandan. La verdad que se agradece de corazón y nada, seguimos Guate, yeah.
Felicidades.
Great to hear from Carlos. Love that we have Mitch there doing the translation and just to hear more from his heart. He was such a dynamic surfer in that last heat.
And an incredibly smart competitor. Patient, deliberate, sat with the priority, and a lot of time we've seen people sit with the priority and the pressure of that priority forces them into a mistake, as we see the air reverse there. Beautiful backside air. It's great to see them, Otto, in slow-mo because you get to appreciate the height.
Yeah, one of the reasons we chose El Rastrial for the competition was it offers those high-performance sections. It has that air wind that the surfers like, and today we've seen a lot of extreme surfing, as we call it, more of those off-the-wave maneuvers, and Alan Cleland capitalizing on that one for sure.
Beautiful line into it. Chose through that high line that he took along the face, and there's not much more you could have done with that wave, or much better that you could have done with maybe just ride out of that white water. But really, in the end, that's inconsequential, or should be, because what he did right there was one of the most spectacular and difficult moves we've seen today, I would think.
So we're waiting for that score to come through from the panel, adding in that creativity, a different approach to that wave. And like you said, Otto, it's so awesome to have this region as the venue for this year's World Surfing Games because there's a variety of waves. Of course, qualifying surfers for Tehupo, for Tahiti, the goal was to give a heavier wave that has those barrel opportunities, which is exactly what Magara has. But given that, conditions kind of have to be perfect, you're not always going to get to have those sort of opportunities. We take a look at Luke Dillon just having a dive there. The fact that there is these other two venues between El Pico and Rastrial that have so much fun scoring potential for power surfing and for airs is an excellent decision to run an event in this region.
Yeah, we collectively chose it for that. We know that it's very consistent. Even when it's windy, you can hold competitive surfing in both these waves, and actually surfers find it to be very positive to have these different kind of waves. El Pico being a more kind of Haleivish, kind of powerful wave, and right here at El Rastrial we see a more high performance, really tight wave, long lefts, and the occasional right, as we saw this morning. So the scoring potential in all these actual peaks, are incredible. And yes, we did have that one heavy consequence wave, Malgara, for the event, in hopes that the swell would line up and all that. But the first couple of days we saw excellent rides, so pretty stoked on that.
10 minutes on the clock. Alan scores a 4.77 for that last wave. Sets him up in that leading position. Cody Merritt has just dropped in a 3.23 to improve his situation and take over second. Luke Dillon for Great Britain. He's in an interesting position coming into this year's event, a name that we've become so familiar with, competing across 7 different events between the ISA World Juniors and the World Surfing Games over the years. But he's officially going to be retiring from competitive surfing after this event. He shared with us, and he's just taken on a role as the new high-performance coach at Great Britain Surfing, at GB Surfing. So he's kind of on his final farewell way out. He could be looking for that Olympic qualification should he be advancing through this heat into the end. So it's a great kind of year to be making a decision like that. But it's exciting, Barton, to know that his heart is to now start pouring back into the next generation of GB surfing.
Yeah, it must be important for you too here in Puerto Rico, Otto. You're in that same position, involved with the event and able to help foster the growth of surfing in this country.
Yeah,
You've been doing it a long time, right?
Yeah, we've been in the water for a fair bit. You won your first title when I was 12 years old, and it was an inspiration. And I think there's levels, and there's levels to this lifestyle, and being able to give back to the surfing, give back to the ocean that has given us so much is a very important piece. And I think the actual evolution of all these teams is because the elders, the uncles, the pros or the ex-pros are involved in the conversation. And I think unity and energy is a big part of that. And format are just fostering that and really bringing it together. Even bringing outside coaches from other countries to nurture the surfing. So we're fortunate enough to, have Magna Martinez be our coach here in Puerto Rico. I'm heavily involved, but so are many of the great surfers behind the scenes. And we just want to push our country to do better. And I think all countries are going to do that as well.
100%.
Well, we're down to 8 minutes on the clock. We've had a great day of surfing on the men's podium. We've also had some great surfing from the women's podium as well. Looks like we're going to get a little rain squall out in the ocean. Shannon Flores, it's been great to be able to call the action alongside two of you and kind of to see the different dynamics of conversations that can come out of it, especially Otto with your role here, working with the LOC, the local organizing committee, spending some time in the water. I mean, taking a look at the forecast today, were you guys excited when you hopped on the skis?
Well, fortunate enough, and I think it's a perfect opportunity. I got a text from Noah about 10 minutes ago saying in 15 minutes we're going to see a really heavy cloud come over the contest. And so there's the explanation. I think this is a action from El Pico with the feminine side of the repechaje. And yeah, it's always good to pick the eyes out of the event. I think, Barton has a lot of experience in that. When you have people with knowledge and you have a Rolodex of people that you can call and kind of pick out what the best situation for both men and women out here, it's incredible. And having 3 places, 3 courts to play is an advantage. So, we're doing our best, and, nature does whatever it wants. And here we are, just having another beautiful day number 5 already.
Yeah,
Crazy.
It's pretty wild. It's a couple really great waves. Some of those highlight moments from surfers like Paige Harrop, Sanoa Olin. We've got Chelsea Ruitt, all out in the water, making it through in their repechaje around Heats Barton, and the conditions look great at El Pico today.
It does look really fun. And like to what you said, Otto, incredibly great venues. To have 3 breaks so close, rights and lefts on all of them, you couldn't be at a better place to get consistency of opportunity for everyone across the board. So great choice of venue, and looking forward to seeing next weekend, potential for a bigger swell at that point.
We're looking at the forecast, and there is potential maybe to go back on Margara. Obviously, I make no promises, but the positive side of it is that no matter what the swell looks like, these 3 points will definitely give us, competitive, extreme conditions, and that's what we're looking for. Mm-hmm. And also, we want to see that high performance surfing if we don't get the barrels and the turns.
Yeah.
And I think it's looking pretty positive from tomorrow on. We picked the eyes out of the swell yesterday. We decided to cancel. Today we're going to run around 2, knowing that it's only going to get better as the week goes along.
Well, with 5 minutes on the clock, just to update our audience on where we're at within this heat, Alan Cleland Jr. still sitting in that leading position with those couple of 4s. Danny Widianto from Indonesia, a name that we're so familiar with, but is actually newer to ISA competition, here alongside of Rio Waida being kind of their top surfer coming out of that Indonesian pack, a championship tour surfer and Olympian from Tokyo 2020. Exciting to see that Danny's joined into that conversation this year as well to help push that Indonesian team even farther within the draw. He's sitting in that second place spot, chasing a 4.62 to take the to take away the lead. And then Cody Merritt, could see him there on screen just a moment ago with his hands kind of up, looking back at the tower. He's sitting in that third priority, which the beach announcers would have given to him, as well as the fact that he's chasing a 4.77. And it's actually essentially equal requirements across the board, as we can see that 4.24 requirement for Luke Dillon out of Great Britain.
And all of the scores, nothing over a 5, and everybody's so tight. This is a super competitive heat. We can see that with that squall of rain, the wind has turned sort of onshore direction, adding some bump and lump to the ocean. But when it comes to hitting the lip, it gives you some coping or, the
things Rastrial has to offer. We call it the little carpet up top.
Yeah.
It's that little coping or that railing that you could get really creative with. And we know that the lefts and the rights have those sections even when the wind comes on. So we wanted to look for alternatives even if we get wind. And, we had a contest the other day as we see Alan Cleland on this one.
Yeah, Alan with a solid backhand attack to start off this wave. He's looking to secure himself in that leading position. 2-turn combination. Sticking with it here, looking to maybe just tag this end section, but won't have the speed to carry through. And we'll see if there's anyone else up and riding. It looks like we're clear. Oh, here we go. Cody Merritt now holding on to priority for a minute. Chasing down that 4.77 to take the advancing position, as we can see him hit the end section well, finding some power. So what were you saying about that event that just ran?
So we had an event on a bigger swell with wind, and guys were doing really, really good surfing. So we feel pretty comfortable that even if the wind comes on, we're going to be able to have a good competitive scenario.
Exciting, Barton, considering the fact that this event, the World Surfing Games 2024, will also decide the seeding for the Olympic Games. Mm-hmm. So it's not only qualifying, the few extra surfers and the slots we have available on the men's and women's side. Those surfers that are already qualified, that have gained those rankings through the World Surfing Games last year or the WSL Tour last year, their seedings for the Olympics will come out of their results here.
Well, and it just adds to, there's pressure at all the different levels, isn't there, for all sorts of reasons. Earlier you were talking about the difference, even if you don't advance, you get third or fourth. Third's better than fourth as its contribution to your overall team points.
Right.
So there's consequence everywhere.
Cleland now on his backhand once again, just loving the look of these lefts today at Rastrial. He improved his situation with a 6.17 for his last wave, so holding on to a more significant lead now. Danny would be chasing a 6.61 to take away first. And we've got that, 2 minutes remaining on the clock. And from what I can tell, we've got some pretty heavy rain that has been hitting throughout the morning. That's why it gets so dark on the screen as well. There's just like full downpours going on outside of the booth as we take a look now at Cody Merritt from the U.S. Virgin Islands.
In third place with 2 3.23s. Identical scores and 2 waves to come. That was going to be his best score, Otto, you think?
Yeah, most definitely. And, he's been comfortably hitting that end section right there. Doesn't need a high score. He only needs a 4.77. So that second place for the Indonesian has to be, nerves have to be in place right now with 1 minute and 15 seconds. He does have second priority. Luke just sitting there, patiently looking for one of those excellent scoring waves, but the clock is winding down and nerves got to be on fire.
4.77. What do we think? There was 2 big turns in that. The closeout turn was really nice. The first turn was nice and in the pocket. I feel like there's a chance he gets that score. A flat 5 kind of would where you'd be hoping the judges would aim. He's come in a little bit short, a 3.67. I was getting excited.
Getting so stoked to be able to see him up and riding. So Cody just falls shy of the requirement, chasing a 4.34, gets a 3.67. Luke Dillon chasing down a 4.24, has been a really outstanding surfer for the Great Britain, part of the world for so many years. And he'll be bowing out of competition after this heat. He's got an opportunity now. He's on the paddle. This is an important moment. Will Luke Dillon keep his hopes alive for this year's event before heading in as performance coach for GB Surfing for the years to come? So we're definitely going to be seeing him at ISA events for many years to come, just in a completely different manner. And with 5 seconds on the clock, that wave's not quite going to get it for him.
No, but this one in second place, this one ain't going to do anything either, but it's going to leave the standings as they are in this heat. And let's pay our respects as we see Luke Dillon surf his last heat, in theory, before he goes into that coaching role, and we wish him all the best with that too.
Yeah, well done, Luke. Can't wait to see you in the different role coming back to many, many World Surfing Games. We've got more action to come with Chris Cote, Rachel Tilley, and Otto Flores for the conversation.
Team USA's Caitlin Simmers, 8.17. Puerto Rico's Yolari Carreras with an 8.67.
Se siente súper bien agarrar esa bala y un buen score. Súper cool.
And rounding out the highest score on the women's side, Spain's Janire González-Etzabarri, 6.43. The highest score on the men's side, Japan's Connor O'Leary, an 8.67. Venezuela's Keone Lassa, 8.17.
I had a hard heat in my first round, and I didn't really surf like I wanted to, because against those guys you really have to do your best, and I think I had the waves, but I probably didn't surf that good, so it felt good to loosen up a little bit in the repechage. Had a great heat, so yeah, let's keep it going for the second round.
Tune in for day 4 and many more to come here in Puerto Rico.
Welcome back, surf fans. You're watching the ISA World Surfing Games. We are live from Arecibo, Puerto Rico, and the waves keep coming. The big numbers are flying, and we've got 4 more surfers to enter the gauntlet. Jose Gunderson, Jose Faulkner, Keone Lassa, Grayson Grant, Sweden, Venezuela, South Africa, and Argentina represented in this international surfing superheat. Chris Cote with Rachel Tilley and Otto Flores. And let's kick this thing off with a bang. Jose Nacho Gunderson flying down the line. Nice section to snap off of. Tricky wave to surf, but definitely maximized the potential of that wild ride. Otto, conditions, they're hanging in strong. It still looks like it might have some force out there for these surfers to deal with. Some good sections on offer. With that wind kicking up a little bit, I feel like it almost gives these surfers more opportunity to get radical.
Well, you know, the case from a lot of the surfers says that they like that air wind. They like that oncoming wind onto their boards. And a lot of the guys that have been surfing this place, that's one of the things that they keep repeating. It's like, wow, you know, when it's windy, it's okay because there's copings, there's that little rug on top, and then we could do airs, board sticks to their feet. And yeah, we've seen some incredible surfing in competition, and for the past 3 months, these guys have been incredible for sure.
And I just still can't believe the names we have in our repechage rounds. Rachel, you've been in a million heats, you've been part of surfing competitions from every angle.
Yeah.
What do you feel like is happening in Puerto Rico right now to see, you know, our reigning gold medalist, Al Cleland Jr., to see Connor O'Leary, to see some of the biggest names in surfing relegated to these early repechage rounds?
I think, I mean, we've said it quite a few times here, but it's a testament to the talent that's here. And, you know, I've talked to some surfers before, as we see, getting unstuck. But I've talked to some surfers who have been in those opening rounds. And I was talking to Safi Vet the other day. She got knocked out in her opening round, and she just went, you know what, I actually just don't think I was hungry enough for the talent that was in my heat. And it can catch you off guard. But people... Someone who's not caught off guard, Keone, is out there making waves.
That first turn was incredible. Not only did he throw the tail, but he also slid across the lip, doing a skateboarding move, a lip slide, and somehow came out of it with tons of speed. Exactly what the judges want to see. You link your maneuvers, that helps you with the flow element of the judging by being progressive. By just being radical. We know these judges, they're surf fans just like us. They get excited when they see surfing like that. So the judges now have their work cut out for them. They got to put their numbers in for those last few waves. 16:14 to go gives us the chance to catch up with Mitchell Salazar with our reigning gold medalist, Al Cleland Jr.
That's right, Al. Muchas felicidades. It got tough out there. You experienced all 4 different seasons within 20 minutes. How was the experience of competing here in the rep round?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely happy to get through the heat, you know. The conditions right now actually got super tricky, especially during my heat. There was like a rainstorm that came out of nowhere that I wasn't expecting. And right before my heat, I was kind of looking and I saw some good waves. And then once I got out there, it was pretty much the full opposite. I thought I was going to be able to get a couple 5s or something, and I was just getting 3s and 4s. And I lucky enough, I got one of the better waves and got a higher score, but it was definitely tricky. And you just got to analyze and do as the heat goes on, you know, because it's definitely it's like super tricky, so you just got to keep it ball rolling and yeah, just try to get a couple waves under your belt before it's too late.
Last year in the final, you had an out-of-body experience. It just seemed like you were in complete control of what you were doing. How do you kind of replicate that momentum, not necessarily in this event, but in other events, especially Paris?
Yeah, I mean, it's just kind of getting the mindset ready, kind of just having your routine every day, you know, like just doing what you do every day, just keep it going for the full whatever this contest is. It's usually 10 days, 8 days, so just trying to keep the routine going, just trying to stay relaxed, do a lot of stretching, a lot of breathing, and yeah, just stay cool, calm, collective, and just try to get a couple waves, just surf wave by wave, turn by turn, minute by minute, and just have fun and enjoy it at the same time, you know, because I feel like a lot of people put a lot of stress on themselves, and sometimes you just got to be in the present moment and just be happy with what you got and what you got going.
Now, outside of the competition, Poli Sierra, who's right behind us, she's the team manager for Team Mexico. There's been a lot of development and good things happening because of her. Behind the scenes, what kind of effort have you seen from her and from everybody else, including your success and Johnny's as well?
Yeah, I mean, if it wasn't for Polly, I don't think none of the team or none of the things that we've done in the last couple of years would have been possible. She's pretty much put this team together. She's pretty much done everything behind the scenes that nobody even hears about. So I just want to say thank you so much to her. Thank you to Tanner. Thank you to my dad just for being there, supporting us when people don't even believe in us. So they always have, and I think they always will. So yeah, we're here to, you know, put the flag on top, show everybody what we're made of, and represent our country. And yeah, thanks to them.
¿Algo que quieras decir en español?
Sí, un saludo a todo México, un saludo a Colima y a Boca de Pascuales. Aquí vamos, un hit más, estamos en el repechaje, pero no pasa nada. Otras 2-3 olas y a seguir adelante.
Gracias.
Alan Cleland, his future's so bright, he's got to wear shades. Big performance there. Again, surprised to see him in the repechage round, but it's a testament to the depth of field. Alan Cleland, our reigning gold medalist. Love that. Getting the shout out in for the coaches and the staff behind the scenes, because if anybody with teenagers or anybody who's ever tried to wrangle a group of surfers together knows, that is not easy. It's like wrangling cats. And for that team to come together like that, I think a lot of credit goes to the managers, the coaches, the trainers, and of course the friends, family, and parents that have been supporting these surfers from the jump. So thank you to all of our team members out there, even behind the scenes. So 12:42 to go. Some big numbers have come through as we see Jose Gunderson now, Team Argentina, bashing his way down the line, but gets bashed back. He goes down. Grayson Grant, certified Encinitas Lot Troll, representing Team Sweden, has a 6-point ride paired up with a 4.4. Yoni Lassa, right now from Venezuela, just jumped into the top spot with a 5.83 and a 4.6. Gunderson would need a 6.23, and Jose Faulkner right now in 4th place, but with time and room to grow. Take a look at this surfer in white, Team Sweden.
Oh, wow.
Nicely done.
That was pretty sick right there. Just a plain explanation of using those little ramps. And Chris, I gotta say that I think the wind is just making it easier for them to actually get more sections, and this heat is all lively all of a sudden. Every competitor has gotten a good wave. Now those 6-point scores, those better than, you know, mid-range scores are coming in. I think they're loosening up with the wind.
For sure. And this right here looks exactly like the wave that Grayson Grant surfs day in, day out. Otto, I know you've surfed it, Seaside Reef in Encinitas, California. Oh, yeah. On most afternoons when the wind picks up, it looks just like this. So he's feeling right at home, and give this kid an opportunity to fly. He will take it. That's probably the best air we've seen of the day. And I know there's going to be more to come, but the fact that he was able to land that in the flats, whip it around, and still generate speed, that just shows that he's a special type of surfer.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of attempts and not many completions. So look at that on his forehand, nice and clean. rides out of it super smooth. There was no bobbles or wobbles whatsoever. And the judges will be rewarding that. We're still waiting for that score to drop.
Welcome to the highlight reel, Grayson. Here we go. Jose Faulkner now. Goes for the layback snap. Just unable to get the inertia to stand back up. And you can tell right there, that's just a second of a breath, right? Trying to maintain his composure and get back out there. What happens when you fall in a wave like that and you just feel the momentum slipping away, Otto?
Well, you know it's a mental game, and I don't know what, I did competitive surfing a long time ago, and my best result was at Seaside Reef. That's a fact. So pretty similar to the conditions here today, but you got to keep your composure. You got to convince yourself that, hey, you got the talent, you got the time. You just got to get back out there, recompose your thoughts, and put it all back together. He got a great wave at the start of the heat. He just has to keep that confidence and keep believing in himself. And yeah, all till the horn blows.
There you go. That's Matt McGillivray right there. He is the last Repocharge heat of the day. He's a steady competitor. No nerves with this guy, especially what he does extracurricular activity-wise, jumping out of planes and off bridges. But, when you have your whole team there supporting you, it can, add different types of pressure that some surfers thrive off. So McGillivray right now is in the seat rooting for Jose Faulkner. Right now, not in too tough of a spot, just needing a 4-1-3. He's got to be happy with that 6-2-7 that he got early on. This is Keone Lassa now, Team Venezuela. Nice combination, carve, snap, straight back onto the open face. That right there was brilliant surfing, fully maximizing the potential of that wave.
Yeah, speed is the surfer's friends out there on these waves right now, and he maximized that for sure.
Yeah, I've been looking at his surfing. The young Venezuelan has the speed, the power, and the flow. Yesterday, he got an excellent ride on the other podium, and today, just really accustomed to these conditions. The wind definitely not becoming a factor, and 3 potential good moves is what the judges are looking for an excellent score. So big up to the Venezuelan. He's leading our heat. He's probably wanting to move that 4.6 out of his scoreboard.
Yeah, and that last wave is going to make everybody else's job that much more difficult. We know that's going to be a big number coming through. Grayson Grant, he gets a 6-point ride for his air reverse, followed by a series of turns there. The nicely done for the young surfer representing Team Sweden. Gunderson needs a 5.48. Jose Faulkner at the moment needs a 4.13, but we are still waiting for that score from Green. We think it's going to be a big number. We'll see if Jose can answer back now. Catches this wave in first priority. Quick snap there. That's the section he was looking for. Gets right into it. And no wasted time, no wasted sections on that wave. A 4-turn banger from start to finish. Nicely done there for Jose Gunderson.
He's got to feel good about that one. Definitely riding the wave in the pocket, that second turn. Really critical, and just flowing into that last turn. That was an answer back to the Venezuelan's wave.
Yeah, and it's maximizing every section, too. There was, from that second to third turn, he really had to utilize that rail on that bottom turn to get around that bit of a section and get those final 2 maneuvers. So that was really excellent reading of the wave and quick thinking on his feet. As we take a look at this replay, looking at that opening, releasing the fins, gets that second, gets around that section, straight into that third, and finishes it off. That will be a solid score in his score line.
Yeah, not a lot of surfers in the world could make a wave this hard to surf look so easy to surf. It was like everything was going against him on that wave, but he just read it perfectly, somehow fit in 4 turns. Most surfers maybe would have dropped in and done a floater. He went ahead and did 4 hammers down the line.
Well, I just think that first turn, really put him in the correct position. He slided his tail a little bit and just fell into that critical. That second turn was right over the lip, and then he just flowed through those last 2 second turns and really used his rail on the whole wave. Never a flat moment on that one.
Score comes through to 5.77, but definitely a well-earned, every point deserved right there. Had that wave been a little bit bigger, maybe a little bit longer, that's where we would have seen an excellent score just by the way he was surfing. But definitely making the difficult look easy. And he is rewarded. He's in the lead for now. But here goes Grayson Grant sitting on that 6-point ride. uses his priority for this wave. Looks like he's hunting a ramp through to the inside. Will he find it? Well, he finds a nice meaty section to turn off of. So a big cut back on the outside, kind of some filler through the middle, but a strong finish. How shallow is it right there, Otto?
It's really shallow.
That's where things get a little dicey.
And it's really full of sea urchins too.
Okay.
So one thing that we did, try to tell the beach marshals, the managers, and everybody is when we were organizing the mitigation plan is that the biggest factor will be sea urchins. As we see live action, crushes that one off the top. The wave kind of flattens out a little bit, but he's looking for that speed. This is what we saw from that aerial vision, and he hits that white water pretty hard. Doesn't need much. He's already got a 6 on the board, but we saw Jose get a 6-2 as well. So very, very comparable scores on the board, and just one to add to building his house for the Swedish surfer.
Kind of looking like a young Corey Lopez, which is a high compliment because Corey's one of the best to ever do it. Inside of 5 minutes now, Keone Lassa is still in the lead. The only thing on that last wave for Grayson Grant that might keep that score down in the mid-range is the flow element, and that really wasn't his fault. It was more that the wave kind of had that long flat section in the middle. Judges don't necessarily see you want to hop, bounce, or force that generation of speed.
Yeah, Chris, we were talking earlier today just about, the judges, it's not about a number of maneuvers on a wave to get a score, but it's maximizing an entire wave that, and picking a wave that gives you that opportunity. And unfortunately, that first maneuver was really nice, but then that second turn was kind of a nothing setup, and then you made it to that final maneuver, but a lot of time in between that you didn't really get anything productive or score earning done.
Every wave is like a song, right? You have a crescendo in a different part. Some songs have a huge beginning, and then they taper off towards the end into a beautiful place. Other songs build up all the way to the end where you have this massive explosion. And the surfers really have to write that song on the wave, and it's going to be different every single time. You're going to be going forehand, you're going to be going backhand, like we see here from Jose Faulkner. Definitely not out of this heat right now. He's been in 4th place for the last 5 or 6 minutes, but only needing a 4.83. Otto, you just gave a thumbs up to the screen. How do you feel about that score for Jose Faulkner?
Well, I'm looking at his first score of a 6.27, and now I'm going to see his backup score, and this is going to change the game. This is exactly what he needed. That's probably what his corner was asking for. And he identified a right at the start of the heat, which was the highest scoring wave of the heat, and now he went and did it again. So I think the combination of those 2 scores are going to change the situation here for sure.
And just in the nick of time with inside of 3 minutes to go. So Keone Lassa was feeling comfortable in the lead, but as you said, Otto, things are about to change here. Rachel, this was a nicely surfed wave.
Yeah, nice opening turn. That one was so powerful, so beautiful, and backs it up again. There was so much liveliness and zest, using that word again,
Thank you
in
for
his
that.
surfing. And having the highest single wave score, like you're saying, Otto, in this heat is kind of, it's unsuspecting. He's sitting in 4th place, but he's actually sitting in the best position to be taking that 1st or 2nd spot with only needing a 4.83. So it'll be interesting how that comes through. I'm excited to see it drop.
Defensive maneuver turns offensive. Front side air reverse for Keone Lassa. Gets that front 3. Watch out. Jose Gunnison is hungry. I mean, you can see him fighting to stay on his board. Call that about a 99.9% make.
Yeah, with under 2 minutes remaining, I think the songs are getting a bit louder here in this heat, and I don't know, but there was no reggae about that last song.
That was rock and roll.
That was rock and roll for the South African, as we see the Swedish surfer on screen right now. Unfortunately, getting stuck on top, and goes to the air, completes it. So, like you said, offensive becomes defensive. That was a great finish for a wave that looked like it had no potential at the start of it.
Love that we're seeing an air show right now. Great finish from Grayson Grant. Unfortunately, did not get anything on the outside. And as expected, Jose Faulkner drops one of his greatest hits yet, a 6.27 paired with a 6.43. So 2 of the highest single scoring waves. I don't know about you guys. I wasn't worried for a second, even though he was in 4th place for the better part of 10 or 11 minutes. But things change with one wave. Jose Faulkner now in the lead. Keone Lassa drops to second. Gunderson now needs a 5.43. Grayson Grant still right in the mix. All surfers in the double digits. Grant in white, Team Sweden, needs a 5.6. We'll see what that last score does for him. I mean, I feel like the finishing move was amazing. If this would have been a nice clean turn, that was a 6 or a 7 all day long.
Yeah, and we have to look at the fact that he did get stuck on that first turn. Beautiful execution right here. But, you know, the judges are watching your every move and, you know, speed, power, and flow. And I think there was a bit of an interruption right here.
Almost hit a speed bump.
Yeah, lost engagement of that rail and made his way back in redemption with that. But it's about the entirety of the wave. And when you're looking at sixes like Jose's before, that is what they're comparing it to on the scale. But it's turning into an air show, isn't it? Look at this.
Yeah, we're here for it. I mean, that right there makes air surfers salivate. That was a perfect ramp. And nicely done, too, but really only one move available. And, you know, while that was explosive, while it was super cool, the judges know that at this level, 2024, that's a relatively easy air to do for these surfers. That's why the score came through at a 5.13. And if that would have been in 2004, that would have been a 9.
Different story, yeah.
24.
That would have been a Jadson Andre heat winner.
Yep. Kirk Flintoff, Jadson Andre. A couple of guys that brought that move really into the spotlight. So all surfers now awaiting their fate. This could be a bait and switch. We take a quick break. We'll be back with the culmination and the results of this heat. Just exiting the water right now. You're watching the ISA World Surfing Games. We'll be right back.
In Puerto Rico, we call ourselves Boricua. We are proud, passionate, and full of life. On our island, secrets are more precious when shared. Passion flourishes. We enjoy until our hearts are full. And we know that gifts can come from anywhere. Live Boricua.
El cariño deja una huella. Vela porque estemos bien. Celebra las nuevas etapas de la vida. El cariño nos mantiene en forma para que no nos perdamos ni un segundo de lo que nos llena de vida. Donde hay cariño, hay salud. Por eso llevamos 40 años cuidando cada etapa de tu vida. MCS, 40 años de salud completa.
Well, the skate park is open here in Puerto Rico. All surfers out there going to the air. And at the end of that heat, Jose Faulkner gets the win. Keone Lassa hangs in there for second place. Grayson Grant does move up one spot into third with some big airs and great surfing from the young surfer representing Sweden. And Jose Gunderson in fourth place. That right there was probably one of the most entertaining heats of this entire event so far. Love to see 4 surfers get in the mix like that. Super fun to watch with more to come. Iraj McDade, Jonathan Zambrano, Connor O'Leary, Isato Elizondo, Panama, Japan, Ecuador, Ireland represented well in this heat. Again, broken record here. We're saying this ad nauseum. This does not feel like repechage round surfing. This feels more like finals day with the names we're seeing. Otto.
Yeah, man.
Connor O'Leary in repechage round 2. You ever think that would be something you'd see on screen?
Not at all. And these waves suited surfing so well, both left and right. You know, obviously his backside has more to speak of than a lot of surfers. And I seen him ripping in all the peaks here. He's surfing so good. We saw him on the World Tour do really good at Pipeline. One of my favorite surfers. I like tall surfers. I'm a bit tall. We're a tall family. So, yeah. Just eager to see what the skate park's got to do for Connor O'Leary as well. We see surfer in blue, El Gato, Isandro.
This is going to be cool. You have 4 completely polar opposite surfers in the lineup right now. Jonathan Zambrano, an absolute powerhouse, just built for power surfing, pure muscle. Here you have Connor O'Leary, another big guy with a lot of power, but has the ability to be equally as light on his feet as he is heavy-footed. And right there, the wave did everything it could to keep that scoreline down, but it looked like Connor definitely got the most of it. And I think with a lot of the surfers that currently are competing on the WSL Championship Tour, it is a bit of a switch to go into a 20-minute heat. You're really focused on the strategy you have on the CT, and then when you come to ISA competition, which you're going to be going against equally talented surfers, but there's going to be 4 of them in the water, only 20 minutes. Same rules apply with priority and all that, but it just can be kind of a mind trick, and I feel like that's what happened to Connor O'Leary in his opening heat. Definitely didn't underestimate who he was surfing against, but maybe overestimated the time he had in the water.
Yeah, we were commentating that heat. They were down at Magra, and it looked like he wasn't surfing bad. He was surfing really well, really powerful. He just did not get his flow. As we see live action, I'll throw it back to you, Chris.
Garage McDade, pretty creative, cool-looking 2-stage floater. An underrated, difficult maneuver to do, especially on your backhand. Backside floater has taken a lot of surfers. Out. I mean, that is a move. I don't even want to say that it can cause injury because I know we're going to see surfers attempting backside floaters, but it's not really one of those moves that the judges tend to really put a lot of emphasis on, even though it is such a difficult trick to do.
I always say it's like a transition move. It's a move to get to where you really want to go. Speed floaters are really good looking, but I think all of us surfers know they're really dangerous.
Yeah.
But at the same time, when you're looking at a section and there's something in between, the only way to do it is floating over it. So there's been those spectacular floaters and those horrific ones, but he managed to get across the section, get that clean turn right there at the end. And going a little bit back to Connor O'Leary, it's really impressive to see a big guy be so light on his feet and really make the most out of these little walls, like reefy walls. I'm really used to wind chop reefy walls, so it's good to see Connor just, taking advantage of those.
Absolutely.
Electrifying one we've seen all event long. How did it feel knowing that there was maybe less than a point separating first from fourth in that heat?
It felt good to make that one. I knew at the beginning it was a hard heat. I saw the guys getting some bombs. At the beginning, I didn't get the waves I wanted. Most of them looked good and didn't give me the sections, and I just went for airs, followed them, and then got super lucky to get the 2 rights and super stoked just to get 1 heat under the belt and a few turns in, because I don't think I've done a turn this whole event, so super stoked, man.
Graham Smith has been a major factor when it comes to South African surfing, especially I would say in the last 2 to 3 years. You're riding his shapes. What kind of things do you guys work on during the off season, knowing that you have to prepare for a big event like this?
I actually just jumped on his boards. He makes amazing boards. I've had boards before from him, and all the boards he made me went so good, but I was on Tommy Pedersen's before, and then just before this event, it was like hard for me to get some Tommys from America, so I was like, I messaged Graham, and I was like, hey Graham, like, I'm going to Worlds, how much will you ask me for a few boards? And I was like, nah, it's all good, we can give you some boards for Worlds, and I got these boards, and they all amazing. And we got Jordy, which is the owner of the brand, and super stoked. He took some videos of me yesterday or the day before, and he showed me some, like, yeah, I should run this, gave me some funds and everything to try out in the board, and the boards are just unbelievably good, and I'm stoked to be on those boards and in this event, yeah.
Looking great so far. Anything you want to say back home to the people of South Africa?
Yeah, just thank you to everyone watching. Stoked to make that one. Hopefully I can keep going and fly the flag. Yeah, sweet.
Thank you, Jose.
Great surfer, great human. Jose Faulkner still in contention to potentially medal by the end of this week, and big things to come there. Cool story right there. That must be pretty awesome to have Jordy Smith filming your sessions, giving you pointers. It's a pretty amazing part of being on a team with superstars like Jordy is you get to soak in all that knowledge. Maybe a little bit of added pressure since you're on the board that he owns as well. So we see now Garage McDade start off with a 3-8-3 deep bottom turn.
Oh.
Heavy-footed snap there. Solid finish. This young Irishman is an absolute ripper, and he definitely wants to put himself in contention towards potential Olympic qualification. Now, he's been on our list for quite some time as a name to watch. If he can surf his way out of the repechage heats, back into the main event, potentially get a podium finish, he could be right there in the conversation.
Yeah, and you know, the repechage round, it's still, they're just surfing heats. The only disadvantage you have is there are a bit more heats you need to surf rather than the main round to get to that final event, the final. But what you don't have, which you do have in the main round too, is that feeling of, well, if I get knocked out of this one, I do get to still have another chance. That feeling's gone. It's a high pressure situation to get to the end. As we look at Finland, Lucas getting ready for that next heat.
Yeah, we got another lot troll in the mix, another Seaside Reef standout, Lucas McMahon, going up against tough competition with Miguel Tudela, Noah Storhog, who was ripping yesterday. Mateo Alatri will also be featured in that heat as well. So 4 surfers enter, 2 surfers exit. But the good news for our surfers who lose out here, they're on vacation in Puerto Rico. So I feel like it's a win-win either way, especially if you still have teammates in the contest. You have something to cheer for, and when they're not in the water, explore and enjoy.
Yeah, most definitely. You know, there is definitely a plethora of waves east and west of where we're sitting at the moment, and very fun. No matter what the wind is, no matter what the direction is, there's always a cove, a friendly face, some good food, sazon. You know what sazon is?
No, please tell me.
So sazon is the flavor. You know, that Puerto Rico, we got flavor.
Ooh.
We got flavor in the food. We got flavor when we dance. And that's when you pour a little bit of sazon in it.
Sazon.
I already know that's going to be Chris's
Gonna
next
use
word.
Well, Boricua was his first.
Yeah.
Figured that one out.
Leaning heavily on Boricua.
And now you could have a Boricua with sazon. That's even better. That's a spicy
That's a good
Boricua.
vocabulary you have there going so far.
I've been feeling it too. You know, there's certain places in the world you go and you just feel the spirit in the air. Definitely feel that here.
Talk to me a little bit about what you felt in Puerto Rico. This is your first time. I know you've seen me around a bit in your life, but to come here and kind of feel it with no explanation, just feel the vibe, taste the food. And you said you jaunted Old San Juan yesterday. I want to know a little bit about that.
Well, embarrassingly, with so many friends from Puerto Rico that I've had for a long, long time, you know, this is my first time here. I should have come here decades ago, but I've really been trying to, you know, soak it all in and enjoy it as much as possible. We're down here working, you know, basically morning, dawn to dusk, seeing it from this perspective, showing me that there's plenty of waves here. It's a super fun spot. Then yesterday, getting the afternoon to travel around in Old San Juan. I mean, I was looking for pirate stuff. I was getting into the history there. We went to an incredible dive bar that Allen Ginsberg and the Rolling Stones used to hang out in. You know, was
El
trying to
Bate.
explore my own kind of rum diary Hunter S. Thompson kind of vibe. And I mean, even with just a couple hours there, you know, I could tell this is a place that you could spend a lot of time in and soak up the culture, get a lot of inspiration. I mean, there's a reason why so much art, music, you know, poetry, great writing has come from Puerto Rico. It's because you can feel the inspiration everywhere you look. And highly recommend to anyone come visit. Of course, the surfing's great, but the historical and cultural elements that are all around us are super cool. You do not find anything like that in California. It's just pretty rad to be amongst the old spirits in Old San Juan, and I'll definitely go back there as soon as possible. But right now we got business at hand. Isaro Elizondo, not thinking about vacation, he's thinking about advancement. Final chance right here in this repechage round 2 heat 14. Garage McDade, as expected, gets a solid number for real solid surfing, a 6.27. Paired with the 6.83, he's up into the double-digit realm with a 10.10 heat total. We're going to wait for that last score to come through for Elizondo. Jonathan Zambrano, you know, we think of him as a pure power surfer, but he did show us his finesse, throwing a frontside air 3, getting himself a 4.67. Connor O'Leary is in a good position right now as well. He's sitting on a 6-point ride. I feel like he's kind of gone back to his championship tour tactics, staying patient, knowing that you only need 2 waves in order to advance through. 2 quality waves will do it. He's already got 1. What do you think he's going to do for the rest of this heat?
Yeah, well, his positioning is showing his experience, as you say. A 6-point ride, not the... Garage has the highest single wave score, 6.27, but not far off it with that 6. He only needs a 2.57. Now, he's sitting with first priority. He knows he has now 7.5 minutes. All he's looking to do is wait. He knows exactly. He's been watching, preparing. He knows what that high-scoring waves look like. And you've seen him paddle around. He is staying busy, and he's having a look at a bunch of waves, but not committing to any of them in order to lose that priority. He's going to hold on to that and make sure that his attempt will be that he gets another 6 or above on that second wave score and puts himself straight into first place, because that 2.57 is just to get him into advancing position of that second place. He's looking to utilize that priority, get a high score, and jump straight to first.
Very similar to Jose in the last heat. You know, just posting that solid score really early on in the heat, as we see live action from the Panamanian surfer. Great turn off the top. But Chris, unfortunately, not a long wave, not a lot to offer.
Yeah, it was a punchy little thing. Most likely will stay in the realm of 3 or 4, just because he didn't really have many options. He made the most of it, but you also have to put yourself on the better waves, the bigger waves, the waves with those steep pockets. As we see Connor O'Leary now, a nice little chip in, giving him a speed burst straight from the jump. Does what he can with a pretty flat section, fighting his way around this whitewater. Good snap there. It'd be interesting to kind of get that surfer's eye view of what he saw that made him want to turn and go on that wave. From this seat right here, you're looking at it, you're going, hold on, that's not a great wave, don't do it. But a lot of times, these waves have a different look right when they stand up. You see that decision from Garage McDade. Looked right real quick, faded left, jams in a frontside reverse, tail catches, he goes down. So I think that's going to be a good score for Connor O'Leary, but he's starting to slip a little bit behind with other surfers catching more and more waves, so he's got to try to find a great wave. Does have 5 minutes, 20 seconds to go. It's Connor O'Leary we're talking about. Not super nervous for him yet, but if we get to the 1 minute mark and he's still looking for a solid backup, that's when you get nervous for anybody.
Yeah, well, a 2.57, that will be the 2.57, but that was not the way. He sat with first priority for, I think, about 7 minutes there. So he was staying really patient, wanting to utilize it in a really efficient way, and that would not have been the way that he had hoped that wave lined up. So when you're paddling back out as a competitor, that definitely puts the pressure back on. You're no longer sitting in that controlling place of the heat.
Shoo. Speaking of control, Isato demanding the attention from the beach, from the judges, from us, and he's getting it. That right there was brilliant surfing. Savage, beautiful, powerful.
You know what, Chris? He actually found that little wide peak, and that wide peak offers way more waves. We've seen the better scores come off of that wide peak, and I see a lot of the competitors are just staying and try to defend their position, but that wide peak is dangerous, as we see El Gato, Jonathan Zambrana from Ecuador, doing it again.
It's a big boy doing big moves right there.
Definitely. So, you know, strategizing on that wide peak, we saw Johnny Corso get a really, really good score in earlier heats. And I was on the ski earlier today, and I was like, man, why are these guys not sitting wide? And that's a perfect explanation why you should sit wide here at Rastial.
I was just saying that we're not nervous for Connor O'Leary, as he is such a clutch performer. But, I mean, right now, it's a wave selection thing. That was a tube. You'll get credit for a tube ride.
He will.
He won't get a lot of credit for it, but I think that was kind of just a pressure release right there, trying to make the most of the situation he's in. So the score does come through for Connor O'Leary. It's a 4.27, so as expected, a mid-ranger. But we are still waiting for scores from Garage McDade, and I think we're in for a surprise for Isato Elizondo. who has been relatively quiet for the past 5 or 6 minutes, but this wave right here, this is going to change everything yet again. Perfect opening snap right there.
Yeah, just free flowing that tail on the first section. Really good rhythm, really good tempo on the whole wave, and closed it out. As you can see here, nice bottom turn. Look at that tail, just release right there, straight off the top again, and just closes it out with finesse, style, and tempo. So, you know, speed, power, and flow, that's the criteria he was following.
One of those waves that the first turn probably felt so good. He knew that that was going to be a big one at the end. And this is Zambrano. Nice pop there.
Yeah, use the entire wave, though, in order to prepare and ramp up for that. And I think judges love to see the variety, see an opening maneuver happen before you start gaining that speed. This was Connor's last wave, and there we see the little tube from there. That is showing his experience and comfort and being able to read the wave, but I don't think that will be one of the high scores that we see in this heat.
Well, as expected, big number drops for Estado Elizondo, representing Team Panama, a 7.67. Cracks this heat wide open. Connor O'Leary still hanging in there in second place. We are waiting for a score to come through for Garage McDade. And here's the last wave from Elizondo. This was not his high score, just a filler wave. But I like that he's keeping the pedal to the metal, constant acceleration through this heat.
My heart's beating fast for Connor right now. You know, he was sitting in that safety position of first place, dropped down to second. There's still that score awaiting from Red. And if Red gets the score, Connor has only a minute left to try and respond.
Sitting out there in second priority, and memory serves, that last wave from Garage McDade was pretty radical, so we think that, or I think that's going to be better than a 4. Here goes Connor again. Oof. Just overachieving on this wave. Another big snap there. That is what makes Connor O'Leary so good. That wave right there, that was not a great looking wave. He made it.
I think his experience speaks for itself, huh? He knew he needed that high score. He identified a 6 at the early part of the heat, and he knew he had to put something similar together. That wave looked really similar to that 6.00. Vertical maneuvers, variety, and just finished it off with an exclamation point. And I think his body language said, I had to get this one out of the bag. Found the wave, knew he had low time on the clock, and I wouldn't be afraid to say that he probably got the score he needed on that last one.
Yeah, well, looking to improve on that 4.27 and upping the requirement for Garage to maintain his position there. The judges have their work cut out for them now with only 5 seconds remaining. I think we're going to be waiting after the buzzer to see how this all finalizes out.
Yeah, judges definitely had a lot to unpack there. That last wave comes through in a clutch moment for Connor O'Leary, so he adds a 6-point ride. I mean, I think most competitors maybe could have got a 4 on that wave, but this is Connor O'Leary. We're talking about one of the greats right now in cutting edge of surf competition. He did just what he needed, but his job's not over yet. So we got Connor O'Leary getting the win, and at the moment it's looking like it's going to be your surfer representing Panama, Elizondo, in second place. Garage McDade just drops to third, and Zambrano, even though he had some of the best airs of that heat, just wasn't enough. So another big heat in the books and more to come. You're watching the ISA World Surfing Games. Thank you, Otto Flores. We're going to switch back over to Shannon and Barton for the next heat. Don't go anywhere. It's going to be awesome.
We're here in Arecibo with athletes from around the world to restore the mangrove forest behind me. Protecting our coastline is critically important for the health of our waves, so we're honored to be a part of the ISA and these World Surfing Games. Today we're restoring a mangrove forest. These mangroves are what are called blue carbon ecosystems. They capture and store more atmospheric carbon than any habitat on the planet.
Puerto Rico, we call ourselves Boricua, a unique name honoring our island heritage and the vibrant spirit of our people. When you bask in the warmth of our beaches, when you taste the love in our food, when you embrace the call of our adventures, find that spirit in yourself. Dare to live every moment. Live Boricua.
Well, let's get right back into it. This is the ISA World Surfing Games, and straight from the jump, Miguel Tudela, representing Peru, up and at him, flying down the line. What's he see? He sees a ramp.
Oof.
But unfortunately, just gets a little bit underneath his board. He goes down. Right behind him, Noah Storhog. Team Norway has entered the chat. That wave blows him out the back. And wow, the hits just keep on coming. Lucas McMahon, Team Finland. So 3 dice rolls, 3 low numbers. Snake eyes most likely for all 3 surfers that took off there. Tudela may have had a little bit of action on the outside section, but most likely won't be a score of note. We've got Miguel Tudela, Noah Starhog, Matteo Calatri Sukup from Italy, and Lucas McMahon representing Team Finland. So Peru and Norway also in the mix here. You know, all 4 of these teams have been vastly improving. I would say Team Peru on paper and, their resume as a team is stellar. For the past decade, they've been right up there in the top 5, top 10. And they show no signs of slowing right now. We'll see if Miguel Tudela can surf his way out of this heat. Meanwhile, Matteo Sukup smashing his way down the line. Great surfing there for Team Italy. Coached by the great Adriano de Souza in terms of tactics in the water and technique. Adriano is among the best to ever do it. Ask Kelly Slater, who one of his biggest rivals has been throughout his career, and he will cite Adriano, no doubt, as one of them. And that's saying something.
Absolutely. It's really actually cool to see different countries working together too. Obviously, Adriano coming from Brazil, working with the Italian team. We see a bit of that cross happening here with a few different teams, and I always find it really interesting to watch and see the way the different national governing bodies are operating within their country in order to produce the best team, in order to give their surfers the best platforms for success. What an honor to work with a coach like Adriano de Souza for all the Italian surfers.
I'm going to try to sneak into some of their team meetings, get some of that knowledge for myself.
When I was on the U.S. team, my first time at ISA, we had Ian Cairns as a coach, and that was a huge privilege. Learned a lot from him.
Definitely.
Australia to America.
Well, inside of 16 minutes now, Matteo from Italy in the lead with a 4-point ride. Miguel Tudela a 2.57. No more scores of note, but plenty of time to go. The last 2 heats have seen that difference between first and fourth stay within about a point or 2.
Yeah.
So all these heats have been super tight. That tells us that there's plenty of waves out there. It's really consistent. The cadence of set is fitting in nicely with these 20-minute heats. Here we go, Lucas McMahon. Another Seaside Reef lot troll right there. He's trying to push a little bit too hard on a weird section. He goes down.
Yeah, it looks like conditions have drastically changed throughout this morning. Yeah, the wind has increased so much. You can see it on the texture of the water. You can see those birds flapping against the wind. Definitely makes it difficult. But offers that air section. We've been seeing the surfers utilize that on the left-handers going into that wind.
Nice series of turns there from Matteo Calatri, 21 years old, representing Team Italy. So 14:46 to go. I can imagine we're going to be talking to a very relieved Connor O'Leary, who's with Mitchell Salazar.
Yeah, Connor, a big heat, obviously. Not only every heat is stacked, but most importantly, they're competitive, too. You opened up with a 6, then got your best score right at the end of the heat under priority. How did it happen?
Yeah, I mean, as we were saying just before, it's kind of a burden having first priority because you start overthinking and trying to select waves that, might not be good or, you think that might be a good shape, but it's actually not. And it's actually the ones that don't really look like they're good and they're kind of filled up with water are the ones that seem to be hitting the reef a bit better. And yeah, I mean, I lost priority and then I was like, damn it, I hope another wave doesn't come. And a little wave came through and the guy in blue he kind of didn't. It was kind of a small wave, so he kind of didn't look at it, and I just turned and went and got the score. And yeah, glad I did because it was a stacked heat.
What do you tell yourself in order to maintain calm and also maintain awareness out there in a 20-minute heat that can go by real quick?
Yeah, I mean, I was telling Kanoa the other day, like I haven't had a 20-minute heat in a couple of years, so time goes so fast, and I guess there's just such a fine line between trying to catch a lot of waves and trying to pick the best waves. I guess picking the best waves with 20 minutes is pretty few and far between, so just kind of backing your talent and trying to catch any wave where you think you can get a score and just keep rolling.
Just as you mentioned, I asked Kanoa the other day if there was a difficulty for him adjusting to 4-person heats, being on the CT where you're usually surfing against 2 people or against man-on-man situations. How do you find it so far?
Yeah, I mean, the 4-man thing wasn't too much of a surprise. I feel like just growing up and surfing them all the time, even if you don't do them for a few years, you kind of come back into 4-man heats and it still seems pretty similar anyway compared to the 3-manners in the CT in the first round. So it's more just the time. I think the 20 minutes, it just goes so fast. You know, we usually have 30-minute heats, so you got that extra 10 minutes to kind of sit and you know, think about what you're doing. And with 20 minutes, you don't really have too much time to do that. So yeah, it's actually good heat practice for me, and you know, puts me in good stead for the rest of the year, which is good.
Anything you want to say back home?
Yeah, 日本の皆様の方々、まあ今日結構タフなヒットだったので、でも通ってとても嬉しいです。いつもの応援よろしくお願いします。まあ次のラウンド頑張って応援よろしくお願いします。
ありがとうございます。
Nice work for Connor O'Leary. So, a rare case where the surfer overcomes a mediocre wave by just absolutely destroying it, forcing the hand of the judges to give him that big number, and he got that in the last minute of that heat. So again, relieved and now fully aware of how stacked with talent these repechage rounds really are. We just saw a wave from Miguel Tudela. Well served from the outside all the way to the inside. Now we see Nora Storhag slamming that end section there. And right behind him, Lucas McMahon. Good turn to start, generating speed down the line. Nails that second section, waiting for this third to unfold in front of him. He drops the hammer as well. This is pretty cool. This is a young teenager going up against some veteran US level surfers. Miguel Tudela, a shrewd competitor, no doubt. I mean, this guy's been in a lot of heats in waves ranging from 2 to 50 feet. One of those guys that you do not want to draw in a heat because you know he's super consistent. He will not make a lot of mistakes. He will make you earn every point you get. But Lucas McMahon hanging in there. I think that's going to be a pretty decent score for the young surfer representing Team Finland.
Yeah, I think we will see both red and white take the 2 most solid scores of this heat thus far. So we'll wait for the judges to drop those. I thought that was really interesting. Connor's insight to the playing out the heat timings and stuff. He's not too fazed by the 4-person heats, but it's the 20 minutes that really changes the way you play out a heat, and strategy is everything, timing is everything. In 20 minutes, it really does go by so fast. And as a competitor, there's certain ways that you mentally know how to play out a heat. You'd like to have, let's say, for example, 2 waves within the first 10 minutes, a good backup, improve upon that in the second 10, and then you have your final 10 to maximize in 30-minute heats. Wow. Someone who's wasting no time.
That was pure creativity right there. So overextending himself in a good way on that first turn. I mean, nearly putting his board 360 degrees back towards the whitewater, and then whipping it around just in time without impeding flow to nail that end section. That right there was textbook definition of a combination of major maneuvers. And he did it in kind of cool parts of the wave. And when you do unexpected turns like that, I think you more often than not get rewarded. That's going to be an interesting number to come through for Manuel Selman, or excuse me, for Miguel Tudela, representing Team Peru.
Yeah, we've been seeing on those lefts especially, usually the surfers, the way they've been following on the reef, the surfers have to use that first opening turn to gain speed to then project themselves down the line to the rest of the wave, where he was able to kind of take his time on that opening maneuver and really maximize it, and read the wave really well. Like you said, his timing was impeccable. Let's have a look again at that opening maneuver, driving it around. Beautiful spray, straight in to that second maneuver, looking at that variety. This is where he cuts that a little bit short in order, he's looking down that line in order to maximize on that third turn. Again, cuts that short, not wrapping it all the way around, so that way he can make it to this final maneuver. So really beautiful reading and timing of that in order to go from rail to rail, flowing through that. Comparing it to White's, see, he wraps it all the way around 180, comes back. That was some nice reading. Gets a couple bottom turns to increase his speed. Again, fully wrapping it around. I like the torque of his upper body in order to maintain his power through that.
This is a kid that has the luxury of surfing with Rob Machado nearly every single day when he's at home. And you can see it, you know, in his style, the way he did the opening wraps.
Yeah.
I mean, those are total Machado-esque style turns where he starts the turn on the top of the wave and somehow has the ability to keep it so tight that he's still in the upper half of the wave as he's finishing the turn. So great job for Lucas McMahon there. Surfer in blue now. Noah Starhog trying to battle out of fourth place into one of those top two advancing spots. Miguel Tudela from Peru gets rewarded with a 6.23 and a 4.67. Teo Calatri sitting in second place for now with a 4 and a 3.6. I think we're still waiting for that last number to come through for red. For Lucas McMahon, a 5.5. That'll be his highest number so far. And kind of a great place to start to reset his heat. And now he has the freedom to really search for that bigger, better wave and give him maybe some different options to open up his bag of tricks. You see now Matteo Calatri. Set up turns getting through this inside section. So a nice 4-turn combo. Nothing too thrilling.
He wasn't really able to
fantastic, but good.
dig into anything because of he's maintaining that speed, trying to get down the line. But there wasn't any one maneuver that he's really able to lay into.
Well, Tom Petty said it. The waiting is the hardest part. And it looked like he was just trying to be patient and wait for a big section. Meanwhile, Miguel Tudela
now
go into the air.
Comparing that 6.23 of Miguel's to Lucas's 5.5, both were really strong waves. I think the reason Miguel got the little nod on that is Lucas's were really strong, 2 really good turns, but they were the exact same 2 turns in a row, and obviously still rewarded. But Miguel had that variety. He had those 4 maneuvers and variety on every single maneuver as it went down, where Lucas had the 2 in a row and then a beautiful finessey finish. So not too much of a difference. Oh, and looks like his rail, hopefully his rail just missed his face. Looks like he's fine. Shake it off. But it's really, I mean, we're picking little differences here. A 5.5 to a 6.23. It's not even a full point. But the judges, they have to look at everything really finely in order to pick out the differences, in order to reward, and all the little tiny things matter.
Yeah, the judges have that innate ability to kind of dig through the subtleties, and they have been spot on. It's not easy. You know, we're seeing a lot of similar waves ridden.
Yeah.
You know, completely different styles. They're going front side, they're going back side. There's power, there's airs. There's a lot going on each and every wave. Judges have been on fire. 4 minutes, 34 seconds to go. Set rolls through. Catches these 2 surfers off guard. As 2 surfers who are making their way back out. One of them flips. Lucas McMahon has a look there. Was in 3rd priority, so we'll see if that drops him down to 4th. It does. So Miguel Tudela, without any effort, jumps back up into 3rd priority. And now we see Matteo Calatri. Guy's got a great style. Just needs that open canvas to work with. Because even on the difficult sections, he's doing cool looking turns, but he just hasn't been on the waves that really allow him to really show us what he's got, which is a lot.
Yeah, he does a really good way. Has a really good ability to maintain his speed from maneuver to maneuver and finding that projection through his legs. But it's really the wave, like you say, his wave selection that hasn't provided him much and leaves the door open. I mean, we're looking at Noah and Lucas only needing low scores to take over that second position. So although Mateo's in second, he's far from safe. Noah being in first priority, Lucas being in third. So they will have their pick over waves over Mateo too. So at this point, if you're Mateo, you're just hoping no waves come for the rest of the heat. But I'd say that's unlikely given that we have seen so many waves ridden throughout this day. The heats have stayed pretty busy.
Yeah, I feel like reverse manifestation is even tougher to do than actual manifestation. If you're hoping that waves don't come through, that's usually when the biggest set of the day comes.
Yeah, sometimes it works.
2:40 to go. Tudela on top. 6.23 and a 4.67 for this Peruvian ripper. Squad leader, I'd say. Mateo Calache in second for now. We'll see if Noah Sarhag can flip the script there. Looking for a 3.95. So far, so good. Nice arcing turn right there. Goes vertical on his forehand. Real difficult to do. Much easier on your backhand to put your board in that vertical position, but when you're going front side, you really have to bottom turn right up into it. Lucas McMahon snaps down the line there. The wave didn't really give him a chance to bury his rail like the judges really want to see, so kind of just had to rely on some kind of slidey snaps down the line, but did it with plenty of speed. Will it be better than a .77? Absolutely. Will it be a 2.27? Questionable.
Actually, it's questionable.
Yeah. Didn't make it too obvious, right?
Yeah, it was a little bit flicky. Didn't really get an opportunity to engage that rail and drive through it, demonstrate the power that he has. But the judges, they have great recall. They're not just thinking back to waves that they've awarded today. They're thinking back throughout the entire day. What does their scale look like, and where does this wave fit in with that scale that they've established?
I'm going to use my amateur judging skills and be realistic here. I'm saying that's a 2.53.
Okay, so it's enough.
Yeah, just putting myself out there for once. There we go, Miguel Tudela. Snap with a little airdrop here. A lot of busy work so far on that wave. Kind of similar to Lucas McMahon's last wave. Just didn't really give him time to shine. Some good work, but most likely won't go in his final scoreline. We Storhog now. Trying to better a 3.95.
No.
Wave comes through the dissipation station, dies out underneath his feet.
Just got a little bit caught behind there and then didn't get another opportunity, really. Eagerly awaiting Lucas's score. I know he is too.
Was I right or was I wrong?
That's what I'm eager to see.
3 surfers waiting for scores. Lucas McMahon trying to make it abundantly clear to the judges that he has earned his spot in the top 2.
Oof.
Second turn looked nice. Gets vertical on his third.
A little more
He's
like
feeling it, but watch out because
Ooh.
Mateo now on a little runner there. Nice and clean. 2-turn combo.
He knew he had to defend it there. He knew he needed one more thing as he saw Lucas taking off. So 2 scores to drop now, but I'd say if it was close on that first one, I'd say Lucas definitely got a 2.27.
Yeah.
Now, did Mateo up the requirement that Lucas will need? That's the question.
That is a great question, which will be answered soon by our esteemed judging panel. Repechaje round 2, heat 15 is over, but it's not settled yet. At the moment, Lucas McMahon is in that second place position. It's 4.77. Previous wave was a 3-1-0, so I was
Not
under
bad.
on that one.
Yeah, but you're within scale, I'd say.
Slightly close. Well, we're going to take a quick break. We'll see if this heat is flipped. By the time we get back, we'll have full results of that last heat and more to come. Now we're going to bring Shannon and Barton in on the call for the continuation of men's repechaje round 2 live from Puerto Rico. It's the ISA World Surfing Games.
In Puerto Rico, we call ourselves Boricua, a unique name honoring our island heritage and the vibrant spirit of our people. When you bask in the warmth of our beaches, when you taste the love in our food, when you embrace the call of our adventures, you'll find that spirit in yourself. Dare to live every moment. Live Boricua.
Yeah, I have a reef for 20 years. My reef business card said, Jefe, which is chief, and dreamer. La Jefe and dreamer, Spanish and English. That was a card I would give to the president of the bank or whatever. He always made people laugh. Because, you know, the guy like talking, when I asked them for an extra $1 million in loan to buy sandals, and the guy looks at this, I never lend money to somebody with this title, you know.
Welcome back to the action. Heat number 16 for men's repechaje round 2 in the water with Morocco, Australia, Nicaragua, and Barbados. Teva Bourgeois, Morgan Sibilik, Oscar Guzman, and Josh Burke hitting the lineup, looking for their opening rides. We do have a score to drop already for both Teva Bourgeois and for Oscar Guzman off the opening exchange, so we'll get a look at those in just a moment. Shannon Hughes alongside Barton Lynch here to call the action for the 3 final heats of the day. That wind has really started to come into play, Barton, in the last little while.
Yeah, it's come up, but it hasn't really deteriorated the quality of the waves or the quality of the surfing,
That is
for that
true.
matter. How was that one from Oscar Guzman? Nice way to start the heat. Here we go. Boom, nice re-entry there for Teva. Snaps off that smaller section. Cut back again, so not a big closeout turn to finish up. Going to be a very interesting comparison, comparing that. So he floats the first section, then a snap off the lip, board looking wonderful under his feet, into another snap, and that one fades out. 3.83 from Oscar for the one turn on that big face. Beautiful backhand re-entry there, high onto a nice tall steep wall. And a 4.17. So 3 turns for green and 1 turn for red, but more points for red based on the size of that turn. And again, you can see some consistency here in the ideas and the concepts coming down from the judges. And we know that coaches sit there and watch all of the heats and listen to the scores and try and understand and decipher exactly what their surfers should do. And that was a pretty good example right there.
Great sort of, 2 ways to get a score. What's the simplest? You go for one huge maneuver and you're able to find something bigger.
Yeah.
That way.
And it takes the pressure off in a sense, because you can catch a closeout. And as long as that closeout's tall and gives you enough time to drop in and get one big one, you can get a 4 or a score that may have counted in other heats. So you don't necessarily need to find the perfect wave. And that gets harder and harder as the wind blows stronger. But I feel like it's going to give us swell and keep the size of the waves in our favour with this wind. So that's a good thing.
4.17 on the board for Teva in the lead. That last heat, we saw Miguel Tudela take out the win for Team Peru. He's with Mitch Salazar.
Here with multi-time finalists here at the World Surfing Games, Miguel Tudela, a tough heat. It seems like conditions have changed so much in the last couple of hours. You got it done, though. A lot of success here at the ISA for yourselves. How have you maintained relevance with a huge field when it's increasing every year, too?
Yeah, it was really hard out there. I was watching the waves like 3 hits before mine, and it was glassy, a little bit offshore, kind of side shore for the airs on the left, and then everything completely changed after the rain, and I was just really tricky to surf. I was really tricky to push the tail on every turn. It was just, my board was flying behind, and I was like F1, I had a little pocket, did like a good blow tail carve, and then finished. And yeah, that's what it is. You got to make heats.
You got 1 3/4 of a knee on the other side. A lot of people don't know this, but at the Pan American Games in Santiago 2023, you basically were only surfing on one knee. You had qualified, though. You didn't want to give up the spot, and you made it super close against your teammate, Luca Messinas. If you're able to do that, do you feel like there's anything else you're able to do if you're basically a bionic man?
I mean, yeah, I have a injury on my knee, but lucky for me, I healed up pretty fast for this one. I barely started surfing a couple weeks before coming, and Chile was really hard for me. I felt like I was surfing really good. I had a lot of good opportunities to qualify for the Olympics over there, but sadly, right before my heat, I broke my MCL, almost fully broken, and it was just really hard. And now I just have another opportunity, so I'm just gonna give my best as every time I compete and try to get the spot again.
Peru, always a great team. Anything you want to say back home to the people of Punta Hermosa?
Agradecerle a toda la gente, a mi esposa, a mi familia, a mis amigos, a todos mis auspiciadores, a toda la gente de Perú, de Punta Hermosa que están apoyando. Y nada, el equipo verano sigue con todo, todos están en el main event. Yo me voy por abajo, pero el camino es largo, así nos gusta.
Gracias, Miguel.
Thanks so much, Mitch. Great to hear from Miguel. Like he said, has so much experience within these events, but to come in, even with that kind of experience, with the injury in play, it's a tough job ahead of you.
Yeah, there's an upside and a downside, like there is to everything. The upside is that injuries generally can lower your expectation. And you don't go out there thinking that you're going to, you're at your best, so I'll just do the best I can without, the expectation becoming a burden. As we see Peru celebrating his advancement and his victory, and he's a great surfer in all sorts of ways. 1 foot to 20 feet, he can ride it all.
Taking a look now at some live action with Josh Burke. He's just taken away the leading position. He's got a 5 on the board. Nice clean face that he's working with here as it starts to just kind of soften off. Still gives him one last corner to work with. He's a hungry surfer every time he puts a jersey on, every time he's at the World Surfing Games. He had the wild card to the El Salvador Championship Tour event a couple years back as well, which was a huge moment for him within his career, being the highest ranked surfer in the Central American kind of conversation for the qualifying series region. Central American, Caribbean kind of included within that. And so for Josh, he's one of those surfers that's constantly looking for those breakout opportunities with all the belief that he has what it takes to get him to the top. Just looking through every single event that he walks through for, all right, what's the pathway to getting there?
A classy style. That wave that he was on, that he turned into a 5, pretty flat on the face. It was, it wasn't a very good wave, but he put very good surfing onto it, and the judges respected that. Here we go. This is the biggest set. Blue with first priority, the Australian.
Morgan Siblick up and riding for the Aussies. Nice big wrap to start. Just pierces through that lip line for the second maneuver into that third turn. He'll duck out. So combination surfing. First wave of the heat for him.
Yeah, waited for a while with that priority. We know that Morgan in his first round, and the reason why he finds himself here was that his boards looked loose. And he, coming from Hawaii on the big boards, down to smaller boards, your equipment's so sensitive under your feet, and you start to over push it, and they start drifting and sliding. And he didn't look quite as comfortable in those early rounds, found himself in the repechaje, looked pretty comfortable on that one though.
Looking very comfortable with the equipment under his feet. Burke up and riding again, so staying active, throws the tail high as he goes for the reverse.
Well, not much else you could have done with that one. You could not have done better. So, the performance is right there. He's down the priority roster, so he's just deciding to catch waves and surf and try and get 2 scores on the board to build some pressure on his opponents. He's doing exactly that. The best 2 scores so far, the 5 and the 4-4. It's going to be interesting to see where the judges go for Morgan Siblick and whether that ride's better than a 5. There's a chance it is.
So 4.4 drops in for Burke, holds him into that leading position. Still waiting for the opener of Siblick. Guzman with a 3.83 and Bourgeois with a 4.17 on the board. Let's take a look at the replay here for last of Josh Burke.
the air on a short little wall. There wasn't much in that wave, but it shows how good he is. Watch it from this angle. This would be great. Boo, throws the tail, lands, spins, little cut back to finish, and judges still deliberating that, whether it's better than a 4-4. Morgan's carve on the first, snap on the second. Looking at this foamy wave face in front of him, nice closeout turn, 6.17 from the judges. Best wave of the heat so far, worth the wait.
Very much worth the wait as we get one more look at it here.
Yeah, beautiful style and technique. You know, you see the way they do these subtle little movements of the ankles and the knees and the feet to create the sensitivity, get the board pumping and moving.
Josh Burke now up and riding. Hooks it up into the lip for that first turn. Quick into the second. Hungry out in the water right now, looking to improve. As is Sibilik now, looking to drop his second score with a quick 2 turns. Back and forth between these two. Teva and Oscar have just been sitting quiet for a moment.
They have indeed. They got first and second priority, so you get, that's what we've seen. The pattern is that obviously with those you want to wait and turn your priority and try and make sure you catch the best waves. When you're in sort of random beach break style conditions, that can be a bit of a trap, because finding you can take off on what you think is the best one. It doesn't turn out that way, and you might have wasted 10 minutes with that priority. So the 617 is going to be backed up by the Australian. A 447 comes in for the air for Josh Burke, so a little improvement, 0.07 of an improvement, tiny. I feel like Josh Burke's last wave was the best wave of the heat. If the 617 of Morgan's for the calves and the snaps compared to those vertical, beautiful re-entries of Josh Burke's, super critical, I feel like Josh's has got to go that little bit higher than Morgan's first.
8 minutes, 50 seconds on the clock, waiting for the decision between, that exchange. Judges have the option. There is a camera in the judging tower set up for every surfer, so 4 cameras up there. As we take a look now at the replay here from Burke, the score has dropped in as a 5.5.
Yeah, a little lower than I thought. That angle made the... Here we go. This is that front-on angle. Look at his first turn. Beautiful snap. Second one late, but into the lip. Smaller wave, and the smaller wave, although the performance surfing was on another level to what we've most probably seen in this heat in terms of vertical connection with a lip, it still was, kept low because of the quality of the wave, and that's a consistent thing.
He's got himself in the lead regardless, though. Would have heard that. Now going hard into that 12 o'clock turn on the first section. Finds 2 more to add into it. Pumps down the line. Tags the foam. And he's looking to improve now on a 5-point ride. We're still waiting for that last score, the 2-turn combination for Morgan. Chasing down a 4.33. As you said, Teva and Oscar still holding on to priority, but scores are in. For Sibilik, it's a 5.43, and it comes in just shy of the last score of Josh Burke, and it takes him into the leading position for Morgan Sibilik.
Yeah, I feel like that surfing of Morgan's, while it's fluid and classy and beautiful, no doubt, it's not that deep, it's not that pockety, he's not right in the section of the wave, he's actually out on the face and kind of carving things, which is definitely easier than being tight in the pocket and whipping stuff out of the top. So I feel like, Morgan definitely kind of getting the benefit of the doubt in those situations with those little bit higher scores than Josh Burke's, while Josh's surfing has felt, to me, a little more critical and tighter to the pocket. But again, maybe it's the size of the wave or the size of the face that Joshua Burke is doing his manoeuvres on. But I still feel like, those two definitely deserve to be in first and second at this point in time, no doubt about it. But I'm really enjoying the flare out of the top and the critical nature of Joshua Burke's turns.
Yeah, it's interesting to see those, the kind of comparison between those. I love the breakdowns coming from you, Barton. There we have Rafael Pereira out of Venezuela paddling out next. Ecuador, Chile, and Greece also with representatives hitting the lineup. Top 2 advancing through today, bottom 2 out of the draw. Maybe we'll be back into the main side of the draw tomorrow. We haven't seen what the schedule will be yet, but we could see some of those top round surfers hitting the lineup. As we're down to 6 minutes remaining, and that was a paddle for Oscar without being able to get into it.
With priority. So he just threw that. You see the 4 next to his name there in the scoring box, the top left corner. That means he was in first priority just before and paddled for that wave, lost the priority, and that's going to put a lot of pressure on. He's only had the one ride. He needs a 6.67, which isn't such a big score given his position, but priority was an advantage that he just gave away, and sometimes it works out for the better because you start scrambling and move away from the other guys and just start surfing. So, sometimes it works out for the better, which is exactly what he's doing here.
Well, here we go. The 21-year-old from Tola in Guatemala. Nice opening couple turns, holds on to it. And he'll finish off on the inside section. Looking for a 6.67.
I don't think it's going to be that, but it feels like his best wave. It was a shame, on the last turn, things got a little erratic and there was a bit of wobbling around and a loss of control. That will hurt him in the big picture of the score. The first two turns were lovely and it was like, okay, it is working out for the better, getting that priority off your shoulders.
Time is going by so quickly. Out in the lineup, we can see everyone kind of moving themselves in a little bit closer. Red has first priority. Teva's been sitting patient with that priority next to his name for more than half of the heat. He's got that 4.17. He's now chasing a 6.33 to take the advancing spot. He's being really selective, though, knowing that, my gut feeling with that, Barton, would be that he's wanting to get a wave to surf to that score specifically to get something big enough to take him into that advancing leading position straight away.
Yeah.
Not interested in any way in anything that's not going to give that to him. Here we go, up and riding now. Bourgeois for Morocco. Held that priority for a long time.
That hurt me. I'm not even out there. I felt that for him. We saw it happen with Oscar, and now it's happened with Teva. The weight of priority, the responsibility to use it effectively, sometimes is almost worse than not having it. But it takes a very experienced campaigner to be able to wear that pressure of priority and sit there responsibly and comfortably with it and use it well. We've seen both Oscar and Teva, I suppose, crumble really under the pressure of that priority, not be able to turn it into a score. Now their job that they're down, first and second in the heater in first and second priority, they're going to, hold on. Yep, he got out of there in time, lucky.
Priority with Josh Burke in that situation, and like you said, he's really just driving hard off the bottom straight into those 12 o'clock maneuvers.
And we've seen that, it feels like we've seen that particular wave before even, so because there's been a similar type of surfing from him. That's not going to affect the situation. So Teva kind of was good sort of baiting him into it and getting him to use his priority for a wave that doesn't increase his situation. So that keeps the door open.
Guzman now up and riding into that first slash and just pushes that tail around, starting to get a little bit fancy on that second maneuver, but again, just not anything that's really going to be helpful for his score line. Chasing, improvement on a couple of threes, needing a 6.67 to advance out of this round.
Strategically, you would think that the goal is to get two, then get the priority and wait. So you've got the two. Getting one and then start waiting, and 10 minutes later, you go, uh-oh. And that's what we've seen in this heat. Morgan and Joshua came out of the blocks early, got their scores early, put pressure on the others early, and then they got the priority and are able to manage these dying moments of this heat. Josh
First
Burke.
and second priority decide not to go. Burke up and riding again. That was an exciting turn.
Wow.
Into the second.
For me, I don't mind that the wave fades out at the end. I'm not so impacted by that. I love what I saw at the start there, and it was just such perfect surfing, so fluid, so fast, so aggressive. It was like beautiful stuff. The fact that it tapered down and your last turns aren't as exciting is a byproduct of the wave. But Oscar looking uncomfortable now, and the pressure really starting to mount. Teva's still sitting there. He's got the second priority. He's got a minute 20. He's the best chance. He needs a 6.33. Needs less of a score than Oscar. So he's a chance unless Morgan's sibiling. Morgan looks like he's pretty much doing his own thing. He's not really paying too much attention to the other surfers. Got a solid lead. Six is the ask all around.
For Oscar Guzman out of Nicaragua, it's his second time competing and representing his beautiful country. He competed in the World Surfing Games back in 2019, so it's been a few years since we've seen him on the team. Let's have one more look at this wave, though, from Josh Burke, because that is
Please.
such nice surfing.
What a beautiful turn. I feel like he has surfed incredible in this heat. 4-4-3s, 4-4s, 4-4, 4-4-7. There's four rides in that mid-4 range.
Consistency could be used as a word to describe his surfing today.
Super consistent. The 5 and the 5-5, the counting waves. I like that. I feel like that surfing should be in his top 2, perhaps. But I've kind of felt like that way almost about all of the rides he's had because it's been such a consistent performance. Here we go.
Siblick now up and riding, still holding on to the lead, blows the tail out on the opening turn, smashes the end section, doesn't really complete the second. He's already sitting in that first place position off the strength of just 2 waves.
Here, big important ride.
Here we go with Teva Bourgeois. He was so close to taking qualification for the African continent at the World Surfing Games last year. Just missed out on it by a single heat. Now here he is putting all that effort in on his final opportunity, but chasing now a 7.26 as a bigger score has dropped in for Josh Burke and another score has dropped in for Oscar Guzman as well. And Teba finds himself in that 4th place position with that score to come on his last opportunity.
Yeah, it's not going to be enough. Those positions will stay the same. Morgan Siblick and Joshua Burke dominant and looking ominous for the later rounds.
And that last wave of Josh Burke that we were waiting on, a 5.93, a near 6, improves the scoreline overall. Impressive surfing. Doesn't quite steal away the lead just by a 0.2 something in the scorelines between first and second place. So very well surfed for both Morgs and Josh. We'll see them both in the next round for Australia and Barbados. Nicaragua and Morocco, unfortunately, losing surfers today as we appreciate one more blowtail. We'll go to the break. We'll be right back after this.
Day 3 of the ISA World Surfing Games in Puerto Rico. Team USA's Caitlin Simmers, 8.17. Puerto Rico's Yolari Carreras with an 8.67.
Yeah, se siente súper bien agarrar esa bala y un score. Súper cool.
And rounding out the highest score on the women's side, Spain's Janire González-Etzabarri, 6.43. The highest score on the men's side, Japan's Connor O'Leary, an 8.67. Venezuela's Keone Lassa, 8.17.
I had a hard heat in my first round and I didn't really surf like I wanted to because against those guys you really have to do your best, and I think I had the waves but I probably didn't surf that good, so it felt good to loosen up a little bit in the repechage. Had a great heat, so yeah, let's keep it going for the second round.
Tune in for Day 4 and many more to come here in Puerto Rico.
Straight into it for Guillermo Sot out of Chile on his forehand. Looking smooth and stylish with that bright purple board under his feet. The green of the jersey just popping in this afternoon. Kind of windy, chaotic conditions, but there's plenty of fun scoring potential out there. And he made the most of that opening ride. He's in the water against Ecuador's Bruce Burgos, Venezuela's Rafael Pereira, and Greece's Dimitri Papavasili out in the water looking for an opportunity to keep things alive for their nations, for their own personal journeys, as well as those country points and conversations. Bruce goes down on his opening wave. He'll have a score to drop. Now waiting for the opening rides of Rafael and Dimitri.
Yeah, great job by the Chilean wardrobe department there with Guillermo Sat's board and vest flaring. Looks, he's from the last heat that we called of Guillermo's, he has changed equipment, maybe with the smaller waves. He's gone for a different board. Looked good under his feet. Look at this big set.
Solid size wave rolling through now, and it's Rafael out of Venezuela into that first big opening pack. Sets it up for the second. Catches that rail for just a moment. Wave starts to stand up again. He's going to have a great opportunity just to connect with the whitewater on the finish. Some heavy sections, pretty rippy out there as well now. You can see how much water is just pulling, dragging across the reef. Down to 17 minutes, 30 seconds. Let's go down to the beach. Catch up with Morgan Siblick. 2 waves is all he needed to take away the win.
Smart, very patient heat out there for yourself. Basically a beach break on top of a reef right now out there.
Yeah, it's pretty challenging. It felt like it was pretty pumping earlier when I was watching on TV, and then when we got down here, a rain squall came through and made it onshore. But no, it's a really fun wave. I surfed it the other day on the first day of competition with just by myself, and it was pretty firing. Like, felt like you're at Macaroni. So yeah, it's awesome to be here.
At the end of 21, you finished number 5 in the world. Can you talk about, to our viewers, what it's like to be able to maintain a balance of, you know, the highs, the lows, but also understanding that self-confidence is something that you need to succeed?
Yeah, definitely. I know it feels like that's something I've kind of been struggling with for the past couple of years. I'm just like believing in myself, and I know when a few close calls don't go your way, you just like feel a bit disheartened, but I don't know, you just remember why you do it, and I don't know, we love to surf and surf good waves with no one out, and yeah, so hopefully get back on the world tour.
Surfing Oz, obviously a brilliant program. You have Kate, you have Bede, and you have Jay Thompson here with you guys. What kind of input have they given you before and after your heats?
Pretty good stuff. Yeah, before this heat, we kind of identified like the one little button, and just to hunt on the inside in 4th prio, a little bit deeper than everyone. But yeah, I don't know, it's a bit funky right now, so we were able to do that. I feel like if it was clean and glassy, it'd be a bit more straightforward out there.
Congrats, Morgs. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well done to Morgan Siblick. Of course, there's every team that's in here is trying for, you know, a few of the different things that are up for grabs this week, essentially. But you're kind of looking at some of those powerhouse nations as the front runners towards being the highest ranked men's team and the highest ranked women's team for that extra position for the Olympics this year. As we take a look at Dimitri, we'll follow with him with the split peak with Rafael. And really nice, clean, crisp surfing from our Greek representative. He lives in Malibu, gets to surf right-hand point breaks all day long. As we take a look at Guillermo Saad up into the air, adding that progression in, looking sharp and flaring as he comes in for that finishing section. In control, that board is just glued to his feet. This is a nice, very nice combination.
Really was, and the fact that he got over and through the flat bits and got that final turn in as well was that'll add something to it. 5 points for Rafael on that first left, Guillermo the 4.17, so both of those guys really putting the foot down now, applying the pressure, getting out to an early start. Scores being considered for 3 surfers, only a 2 for Bruce at this point in time from Ecuador. He really needs to get going. Here he goes.
Now up and riding, 19 years old. Out on that open face, trying to find something a little more vertical as he works his way through to the inside. Driving, setting himself up for a couple more turns on his backhand. Putting all that energy in, that's going to replace that 2-point ride and improve on it. Scores in, the best of the exchange so far was the 5 for the opener of Venezuela's Rafael, and Chile's Guillermo opened with that 4.17.
And with the peak that he split with Dimitri from Greece, looked like the right. I saw the first turn on the right in that wide shot. I was like, oh, he might have even got the better of it going the other direction without the priority. Be interesting to see where that score comes in at for the Venezuelan.
Dimitri drops through a 3.87 for that opening ride, our surfer in white.
5.33 for Rafael, so he did get the better of it. There's Team Australia. Celebrating Morgan Siblick's advancement.
Always.
He's the only surfer they have in the, at this point in time, after yesterday, there was only one nation that had all surfers still in the main round, and that was France. So no Frenchmen or women surfing here today because they're all still in that main round. And then there were 3 nations with only one surfer in that round. Australia, oh, here we go.
Guillermo once again, now he's dropped a 6.7 for his last wave. Gives a little stare back after that combination. Sharp surfing similar to Josh Burke. on the forehand.
Beautifully
that
said.
last heat.
Super sharp, powerful, flaring out at the top.
Quick in and out for Bruce. We'll see if anyone is up and riding. There we go, Rafael. Little flurry of waves. Punches through that first section that's quite crumbly. There's so many little like lip lines and staircase steps in the waves today.
Really complicated to read, even more so to pick them at the start. And we see a lot of rides where people get a chip in on a bit of white water and then pump, and then it stands up and runs. So you've got to be able to look down the line and imagine what that wall of that swell may do as it approaches the shallower parts of the reef.
Now, as you were saying, let's take a look at some replays first.
Oh, I want to see this. Beautiful. See the acceleration there in that board. Oh, that... Wow. Gets the air. This is that one from earlier. Stuck behind for a little bit, but that board just carries through, gives him another little float off the white water. The purple just flares off the white of that breaking wave. And here's the right-hander. We haven't seen this yet. Straight down. Nice first turn. Pumps through the dead bits. Big, beautiful section. That's the sort of ride the judges loves. The judges consistently love that type of a ride. 2 big turns, no downtime.
Dimitri found himself on this for a 3.87.
Couple of wraps at the start. Beautiful closeout turn. So a nice wave for him, but it was the flatter part of the earlier part of that wave that kept the score down.
Rafael has a look at that, unable to get into it. Guillermo had dropped a 6.17 for that air to turn combo. Battle now for Dimitri and
first priority too. Lost the priority without catching the wave.
There's been a few moments like that in the last couple heats where, surfers have given a really dedicated paddle and just haven't been able to catch into that wave. It seems like it's like there's water pushing against them almost, It's just a little bit of a funny section to try and chip into. It's not the cleanest, easiest entry maybe.
And almost, I feel like at a point he might have gone, I don't know why I'm even paddling for this. Because he kind of had a more defensive reason for going it than offensive. And at a point in the paddle, it's almost like he kind of stopped and was in his mind going, what am I doing? Oh, keep going, you're already paddling, and it's amazing how much can go on in your mind in a split second or a moment. It almost feels like you've got this whole time to just go through all this thought that would be impossible in reality to even have in such a short period of time. But such is the mind in a competitive situation.
Guillermo's dropped in a 4.30 to better his situation, up and riding already again under third priority. Adds a bit of flair into that opening turn through the lip line, just pushing that nose 12 o'clock, totally vertical. Wave after wave. Board looks a little bit longer under his feet.
And he's able to, he doesn't move his feet. He's at the back of the board, and ordinarily when a wave dies down, it's hard to stay at the back and you're naturally drawn forward to try and get the board forward and push it, along the wave. He's able to just stay back and square up bottom turns on flat bits of water that he has no right to be able to do that. That to me was incredible surfing. The board just looks fantastic under his feet, and the change of equipment has definitely served him well. And that board, the way it sits up and the way it squirts and the way it just gives him, it doesn't want to stop. The board encourages him to keep going.
Bruce now going down the line into his second turn, setting it up here as he kind of just snaps and pushes through that final maneuver. 6.33 is his requirement. Rafael has done well to drop another 5. He's got that 5 and a 5.33. His last opportunity, just a 2.5. So for Venezuela, he's just been holding on to those first 2 scores in that second place position. Now to see how that last wave of Bruce's improves, at least on the 2-point ride, if he's able to improve on that 4. And we are waiting for the last score of Guillermo to drop through as well. His lowest counting score being a 4.30 at the moment to replace.
I feel like it has to be better than that. There were 4 or 5 turns that even when the wave was small, to me those turns were incredible. I don't even care what the wave was like. I'm looking at the surfing, and the surfing was amazing.
Comes through just equal, so it's another 4.3. Matches with his score just before as the average comes through. Now we've got 5 judges on the panel. We'll take the average of those 5 scores, which means that there will always be the highest score and the lowest score of those 5 that get dropped off on either end. And then we take the average of those 3 middle scores, which could be the same scores. They could be, two of them a little higher, one of them a little lower, and that's how we get that kind of funky number in the middle, which could be a 0.17 or a 0.33 or a 0.87 instead of those clean 0.5s or just 0 point rides at the end. Guillermo now up and riding for Chile, and he's been really confident within this heat. Surfing is just putting him in the right positions. He's been making it look easy up until that point.
Yeah, no, that was kind of I'm down the priority roster, I'll just keep surfing. But yeah, I'm a little underwhelmed by the 4.3s. I feel like that 4.3 to me had to have been a 5. Had to have been, I'm thinking about the right hand of, say, the 5.33, or the left of Rafael's as a 5, and I'm comparing the surfing of Guillermo's to that. I go, well, in my mind, it's better. It's most probably right there at the least, and so, while he's got the 6.17 and the 4.3, they average out and get him, maintain his lead. The surfing that he's doing for the little sections that he's doing it on is world class. Beautiful, beautiful stuff from the Chilean.
6 minutes, 30 seconds remaining on the clock. This is our second to last heat of the day. For those of you tuning in back at home, thanks so much for following along with day 3, or day 4 actually, of the ISA World Surfing Games. Guillermo Sot
going to the air.
The line, looking for it, just wafts it around, heads straight into that kind of cross-shore wind that's coming across the face of the wave.
Yep, the wind pretty friendly for an air. Little, push the board onto the back into the wave and under your feet. But it's at this point in time too where, we're at that point where an air is an extremely risky maneuver. The wave itself will tell you what to do, and if it's an air section, it's there. You have no choice but to go for it. But ordinarily, at the start of a heat, you would be focusing more on your wave selection and more basic on the face type of surfing, still trying to flare it and give it as much as we can. Juan Carlos Gonzalez from Panama there, getting ready to enter the water for what is the last heat of the day. And you can see the wind blowing on the jacket there to get an idea of how strong that wind actually is, and the board shorts fluffing around in the wind. So it's definitely gusty, but that ain't a bad thing.
Ain't a bad thing. He'll be up against Maddie McGillivray from South Africa, Elishama Beckford of Jamaica, and Wheeler Hasberg of Canada. It's going to be a really exciting, fiery heat to finish out our day of competition.
Well, another CT surfer in Maddie McGillivray already down in the repechage round, in repechage 2 rounds. So look at this little cakewalk along here. All surfers choosing different lines and different rocks to leap off.
Elishama Beckford there in the green jersey with the dreadlocks hitting the lineup. Ready to see some stylish surfing coming through. This heat, Guillermo's had some great style. Rafael sitting in that second place position off of that power surfing, finding maybe the better those kind of bigger waves with a little more consequence to them.
And the kind of big closeout turn that inevitably rewards you a better score than 3 on a shoulder.
Bruce Burgos of Ecuador. He's got that second place priority next to his name, chasing a 6.33, just slightly less than the 6.46 requirement on Dimitri Papa Vasiliou. As we see Bruce with a quick kick in and out there, so he'll now lose that second priority as well.
Rafael as well with the first, loses that, so Dimitri's gone up into first priority, looking for a 6.46. He's only really 3 minutes. I would be still in my mind. Obviously, you're going for the 6.46 in a single wave, but I would be doing my best to try and get one early and do it in 2 to take the pressure off.
Guillermo just playing with it now on the inside section, having a bit of fun, testing out his boards, throws in an air. May or may not improve on his score line, but getting a feeling for this wave. Dimitri trying his best to get himself something of scoring potential.
Oh, I might have never... when I'm doing coaching, I sort of always go, there's those ones that are MGB, never gonna be. And that was one of those ones that was never gonna be, and a wave selection mistake from our Greek representative.
Half Greek, half American. He grew up in the USA, born and raised in Malibu, competed through the NSSAs and just has spent a lifetime in the water, now into his 30s. And he spent the last 4 months of winter in Greece visiting the local surf community and said it was really awesome to just be welcomed in by the local community there and to kind of get to appreciate the thriving surf community that is in Greece. Got to surf quite a few spots and eat a lot of really good food back at home. So it's been exciting to have Dimitri in the conversation once again for the World Surfing Games with big goals for his own competitive surfing, but at the moment it's going to take one solid wave to keep him moving forward in this year's competition. Bruce has found himself with priority once again, so although he kind of had maybe a mistake a minute ago, he's already back into that control seat, at least with priority for our Ecuadorian.
Yep, for Bruce and Dimitri, you would be going, well, I only need a 6.5. And I haven't had a heat where I've connected with the waves, things haven't got my way, but I'm still a chance and there's still time. And that would fill you with confidence, I would think. You're just praying to Mother Nature at that point in time to give you the opportunity. Here comes something. You can see some lines approaching the competitors, quite spread out at this point in time. He's going, using the priority.
Using that priority. Oh, just a quick in and out.
He wishes he didn't at this point in time.
Unfortunate. Down the line, Rafael in a better position, but he'll have to kick out as well. Looks like we might have another one of those rain squalls coming through. It's kind of all day long today. A little sunshine for a while, rain again. Sunshine, rain, back and forth. And Bruce might have a turn on this one. 19 years old. Started surfing as a 4-year-old and has turns like that on tap. Now he's got the opportunity. 3-turn combination. He's been looking for a big score throughout this heat. He's had some opportunities, but nothing as good as that.
Nothing as good as that. And have we seen anything as good as that? Becomes the question from the judges.
Yeah.
And they'll be referring to the 617 of Guillermo's. They'll be considering all the rise, the 533s. So we think of the 533 and the 5. Here's Dimitri. Let's stay with that.
Dimitri now a little fade back to start, pumping down the line, trying to find a bit of speed, just tags the section, goes for the layback. So that will be considered within, the chance to advance. Guillermo getting some work done here, just kind of putting the hammer in, the nail.
And you can see on the last 3 rides of his, he went for airs because he was doing those incredible turns, wasn't getting rewarded, and then was able to digest that and go, okay, I'm just going to stick to the airs because that's where the scores came from. This
is the question mark on Bruce Burgos out of Ecuador.
Great speed. The last turn was an incredible way to finish, and the judges will have to have a think about it. It could be right there. It was a beautiful, perhaps the first turn didn't have enough lip and might not have been critical enough to kind of get them on board early. Definitely built momentum with the speed in that final turn to get us considering it. But if it doesn't go there, it might be just on the volume of that first turn maybe.
There it is. It's a 5.77, so it was shy of the 6.33 requirement by about a half point.
Great try, though.
Excellent try. Love the opportunity. A lot to be proud of within that finishing performance in that final minute. The loss of priority a couple times, and then to be able to find himself in that position. But he will not be advancing through. Guillermo Sot and Rafael Pereira, Chile and Venezuela, on their way through. We'll be back with a final heat of today's action right after this.
We're here in Arecibo with athletes from around the world to restore the mangrove forest behind me. Protecting our coastline is critically important for the health of our waves, so we're honored to be a part of the ISA and these World Surfing Games. Today we're restoring a mangrove forest. These mangroves are what are called blue carbon ecosystems. They capture and store more atmospheric carbon than any habitat on the planet.
In Puerto Rico, we call ourselves Boricua, a unique name honoring our island heritage and the vibrant spirit of our people. when you bask in the warmth of our beaches, when you taste the love in our food, when you embrace the call of our adventures, you'll find that spirit in yourself. Dare to live every moment. Live Boricua.
We're back for the final heat of the day here for the ISA World Surfing Games. Heat number 18 for men's repechaje round 2. Panama, South Africa, Jamaica, and Canada in the water with Jean Carlos Gonzalez of Panama, Matthew McGillivray of South Africa, Ellie Shama Beckford of Jamaica, and Wheeler Hausberg for Team Canada. And they've got 18 and a half minutes remaining on the clock. We've got a 4.5 on the board so far for Ellie Shama Beckford out of Jamaica for his opening wave. Wheeler Hausberg now having a look at this one. Finds a nice corner to start with. Wave steepens up for him once again on that second turn. And he'll kick out. Now waiting for John and for Matt to get their opening rides.
Who would be the two more experienced competitive surfers in the heat? Ellie Sharma's been around for a while too. Matthew McGillivray on the tour. John Carlos has been around a long time, particularly in these ISAs, Pan American Championships. And then Wheeler Hausberg surfing for Canada. They are a powerful nation on the rise. They get the support from the government and get that investment behind the programs in these countries, and we see the results of that investment. And they already have one surfer, the first Canadian surfer ever to qualify for surfing in the Olympic Games. Is an amazing achievement for that nation and something that should inspire government support, one would think.
Yeah, it's been exciting to see that journey come, to fruition for Sanoa Delphin Olin. So we take a look at the first wave for Ellie Shama during the break. First time we're getting eyes on it. A couple big re-entries, Barton.
Oh, and into the last. The board looks, unfortunately fell off there, but the board looks squirty and capable of all sorts of high-performance small wave surfing, as we saw just there as well. The old two-turn combination on the backhand is a consistently appreciated combination of turns for the judges, and it's consistently happened. Again, there's a 6.5 for those two backhand re-entries, and that ordinarily is a really fast recipe. Two big backhand vertical, that was a nice size wave, nice size face, and nice size turns, appreciated by the judges. Ellie Shama flying on this one.
Up and riding once again, flaring through that opening turn into the second. Love the style of surfing coming through from Beckford. A 4.5 to start, now waiting for the backup score. We got a 6.5 on the board for Wheeler Hausberg. And let's go down to sidelines quickly to take a break from the action. Mitch Salazar standing by.
Yeah, here with Guia Sat from Chile. I'll do the translating afterwards, but Guia, muchas felicidades, big congratulations. Not only is it a big heat win, but also a lot of momentum moving forward after a good performance at home in Chile for the Pan American Games. ¿Cómo te sentiste después de no solamente una buena participación, pero después de tu rol en los Juegos Panamericanos también?
Bueno, obviamente la expectativa era muy alta en Chile, jugando de local, la ola ya también es buena. No obtuvimos el resultado que queríamos, así que venimos acá con todo a buscar ese cupo. La verdad que estoy muy feliz de estar acá en Puerto Rico. Las olas son buenísimas, los primeros días ya en tubo, esperemos que se pongan así las condiciones, ya que a mi surf me favorece mucho más los tubos, pero hoy día también había olas de mucho viento y bueno para los aéreos, así que está muy divertido y estoy muy feliz de haber avanzado en primer lugar. Estoy agarrando confianza a cada hit. La verdad que no partí muy bien en el main event, pero acá seguimos hit por hit. Creo que el hit de ayer lo traje muy bien, el de hoy día también, así que vamos ahí sumando. Ahora al siguiente con todo. Y nada, agradecerle al equipo que hemos estado súper unidos, al cuerpo técnico, a toda la gente que nos está apoyando en Chile, a mi familia, a mi polola, a mi hermano, a todos. Así que eso, a mi familia, a mi papá.
So basically, to sum it up, he said that after not getting the result that he wanted over in Chile, just getting a good performance here in the repechage round is huge for him. But coming to Puerto Rico, real fun waves, real good waves when it does pump up. He wants to see barrels. That's really where his surfing shines. Wants to say thank you to everybody back in Chile for all the support. Real quick, second question. La segunda pregunta para ti, muy rápido. Barton Lynch, el ex campeón del mundo, te está dando muchos aplausos. Barton was saying an incredible job that you were doing. He was talking about your board switch. I want to focus on your fins, though. Would you mind flipping the board real quick? Las quillas, quiero platicar de las quillas. These tend to be real stiff fins. Por lo general, tienen que estar muy tiesas estas quillas para generar velocidad, to generate speed. Talk about the selection, la selección de quillas aquí, Guille.
Bueno, ayer usé una Almerrick, que la quilla al medio un poco más suelta, la sentí un poco más suelta obviamente, entonces hoy día aposté por un poco más de rigidez en mis quillas. Estas son unas quillas M, pero también mantienen su dureza y me funcionaron muy bien en estas condiciones. Las vengo testeando hace rato, estas Fitter Fin Coffin Bros, me andan increíble. Y la tabla también está increíble para estas condiciones, la Arakawa Remedy Model, un modelo nuevo que sacó. Y están dando súper rápida, buena para los aéreos, que para estas condiciones, con este viento, está bueno para hacer aéreo. Y bueno, mi nota más alta fue con un aéreo, así que funcionó bien. Y nada, eso, a seguir con todo para adelante. Estoy muy feliz hit por hit.
Well, the board looked great. It's an Eric Arakawa, but these fins, future fins, the Coffins brothers, which tend to be real stiff, more speed generating. He was riding Merricks yesterday, which are a bit looser, so right now it just seemed like wanting to generate a bit more speed with the short period swell. Felicidades, Guille. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, Mike.
Thanks so much, Mitch. Great to hear from Guillermo, and interesting insight as well on those fins. Taking a look at some scores that have dropped through, we've got a 5.83 for the opener now, Maddie McGillivray, caught during the interview, and a 5.17 for that last wave of Elishama Beckford, has him sitting in second with Wheeler Hasbird in the lead, improving his scoreline with a 4.70, Barton.
Yeah, some great surfing going on out there. The backhand definitely getting the advantage of the judges' attention. Here we go, driving off the bottom.
All right, so wraps it around for that first carve, now sets it up down the line, goes to the air. Won't be able to hold on to it. For Elishama, maybe starting to also question, all right, what else do I need to do? What's something different that he can bring into the conversation to get some better scores on the board?
As we see the support crew there, Jamaican flag. And yeah, interesting the scores. 4.7 came in for Wheeler Hasberg's right that we saw during the interview as well. I felt like the 517 and maybe it's the size of the wave. I'd love to see that again if we could. Elishama Beckford's 517 was his second ride. There was those couple of turns down the inside that just had so much. They squared up those bottom turns, hit the lip and just gave it everything out of the top and then straight back into the next one seamlessly. I thought it was just beautiful surfing. It really got me excited. I thought it was going to be more than the 517, but the judges did not. So that's what matters, you know. And I suppose as a coach, as a professional surfer and then as a coach, you're always trying to understand it. Not judge it and go, this is right or wrong, but try to understand it to your own advantage.
Now nearly halfway through the heat, and we are getting to see John Carlos Gonzalez open up on his first ride. Deep pocket surfing off the bottom. He is currently chasing a huge 967 for the requirement, but he would be now just putting that first wave on the board. Matt McGillivray makes airs look easy on the hardest of days and the easiest of days. Be interesting to see how many more of those he kind of tries, but I liked that approach, although it obviously wasn't successful. He just looked so calm and graceful heading into that.
I almost felt like there was a point where he realized it wasn't going to be a wave unless he did something like that. It was the only way to... Oh, hold on. Big set.
Wheeler sitting in the lead, trying to keep the hopes alive for Team Canada. And that was a solid opening section. More to play with down the line as well. Canada is an interesting country coming into this year's event because they are so stacked between the Young brothers, Levi and Cody on the men's side alongside Wheeler, the Delphin Olin sisters of Sanoa and Matea alongside the young Aaron Brooks. They're a very powerful group joining into the World Surfing Games this year. We've seen that group, once or twice before already, but a lot of their surfers found themselves in the repecharge rounds early, which was a bit of a surprise.
Yeah, it really was.
They've got some work to do now, that pressure on them, to keep themselves moving towards finals day.
Yeah, 100%. It's been a 4 or 5 year program that they've been running. I worked with the Canadian team, Ellie Sharma, in the early 4 or 5 years ago. Let's see this one.
Here we go. Board's looking fun under his feet. Love the style coming through within his surfing flow as well. Now, of course, just having to battle with that wave a little bit, but feel that moment.
Great surfing. He's had regardless of the results and advancement or not, I've been super impressed by the Jamaican's performance. Short little hot doggy board under his feet, and it just looks so fun to ride.
McGillivray now up. He goes for a big throw of the tail as well, and he'll fall out of that one. 8 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. You could see the South African contingency was down filming, watching the heat, paying close attention. Matt up and riding once again, just trying to kind of figure out the lineup maybe.
Things are getting a little loose around the edges with the wave selection for Matty. He needs to just breathe and calm this thing down and just make sure he's on the right waves. That's a few waves there that haven't really contributed or counted and just put him further and further down the rotation of the priority.
He is one of those surfers on the list that is already Paris 2024 qualified out of his results on the WSL results from last year's season. He needed to finish off in the top 10 eligible men on that tour. It didn't mean he had to be in the top 10 because there were some double qualifiers for Brazil, USA, Australia, etc. But him and Jordy Smith both finding themselves already in the conversation for Paris. Of course, within this event, between Jordy, Maddie, and Jose Faulkner, they would be very hopeful to find themselves with that third spot, that third allocation, should they take away the highest ranked team this week. And also, as I was saying earlier today, the rankings the seedings heading into Tehubo, into Paris, are actually determined based off of this year's event for the World Surfing Games. Wheeler Hasberg goes down on that opening. So the seeding doesn't have anything to do with how the surfers qualified. It's literally how they place in this event.
Yep.
Every heat you make it through farther, you get higher up in that seeding, depending on how everyone else is doing. You want to go into Tahiti with a high seeding. You don't want to be drawing some of those surfers that have wins in Tahiti in your opening round.
No, the higher the seed, the better. The higher the score, the better. And Wheeler Hasberg just dropped a 7.33. We haven't seen a 7-point ride plus of that higher of the 7 in at all for a while now. So that was an incredible wave that he got. And Juan Carlos Gonzalez, 5-point ride for his opener. He's only had the one wave. And you can see from Matthew McGillivray, the first wave was the 5.83 and then 3 scores of 1 in that. So, that's an indication that things got a little erratic.
Gonzalez now up and riding, chasing down a 4.75. Remember, he was the one that sat for half of the heat before getting his opening ride, but scored a 5. Set himself right up into the conversation. Now Matt relying back on that rail game. He'll slip off. Kind of had a bobble after that opening turn. Opening turn looked really nice. Chasing just a 3.91 right now to get himself into that advancing position.
Yeah, it's still close. All of these heats have been so tight. People have, the most we've seen anyone need is a high 6. It shows how competitive and tight the scoring is and the competing is. And rightly so, because this is, the ISA World Surfing Games. 266 of the world's best surfers.
It's a lot of surfers in this event.
Yeah.
It's a lot of people vying for a few spots left.
Yeah. And you can see the value when you consider that. And how many, for every surfer, how many other people come along in team members, family members, sponsors, all of that stuff. So, you can see why these ISA games are a financially viable option or opportunity for nations to build themselves and create their position within surfing. And it's great that we get to go to a lot of locations that are outside the normal high-profile nations, El Salvador being one. We go there a lot, here in Puerto Rico now, and helping those nations to build themselves off the back of surfing. It's amazing. I love it.
4.5 minutes remaining. Final heat of the day. There's been sunshine, there's been rain, there's been nice, clean, crisp conditions. There's been a lot of wind that has come into the equation. We've kind of seen all the seasons here, although it's remained nice and warm and tropical feeling outside in the water, which is always amazing. Wheeler Hasberg out of Canada, he's sitting in that leading position right now, the 6.5, the 7 for that massive set wave that rolled through. Eli Shama sitting in second with second priority. He'll be needing, though, an 8.66 to get himself a winning position right now. And at this stage, we would see the rest of the field essentially comboed to take away a win. Those small requirements just to take away that second place position. So with less than 4 minutes on the clock, Barton, and you're sitting in Eli Shama's position, what would be a good sort of way to play out the final few minutes of this heat?
Well, you know, really, he's still in a position where he needs, if he can improve on the 4.57, so your primary focus is on yourself. When it gets down to that 1 minute mark, it may change, and if nothing's ridden, you might go, well, the good news is that you want Juan Carlos to come to you. And then you could have both Matthew and Jean Carlos, you'd have them both covered.
Best case scenario.
Yeah, that's the best case scenario, is that Red paddles over to you and you've got them both within your sights. Hard to, you know, at the moment, Matthew McGilvray needs less, so that's the right place for Eli Shama to be. On near him and control him, because you're only going to be able to really control one of the two surfers in third and fourth. So I think he's making the right choice, and it would feel like energetically he's not really thinking about Matty too much anyway. Still focused in his own performance, so that feels right as well.
Right. So prior to that 1 minute kind of 60-second mark, you want to still be focusing on your own surfing.
Yeah, you want to still grow
improving, if you need to, improving those score lines.
And if you can be in that position and blocking at the same time, as we see, you know, John Carlos starting to come over towards them, and Eli Shama's paddling with Matty McGilvray. He's not letting him get away, and that's a good move. He's maybe even too far away from him as it is. Matty's got enough distance for something to chip to him, and Eli Shama not be able to control it. I might be a little closer. He's going to be a little closer too. Matty's trying to get out of there. The wild card is Jean Carlos Gonzalez, who's really on his own. There's a chip of a wave heading towards him at this point in time. So Eli Shama's allowed Matty to get some space. McGilvray's might find a little right-hander here. It looks clean on the face.
Here we go, clean face, just chasing a 3.91 into that first opening wrap, and he'll kick out. So down to 90 seconds on the clock.
If Matty hadn't qualified for the Olympics already, I feel like we may see a different energy in it. There's a little bit of almost surrender in that cutback, like where he knows he's going. He's booked in. The result of this, while everything is important and every result you can get is important, it doesn't feel like there's a desperation in Matty really at this point in time. There's almost a sense of surrender.
Not so much the urgency that you might be feeling right now from Wheeler Hasberg, from Eli Shama, from John Carlos, who's hunting the lineup to try and find something.
John Carlos might get a spot here. Shannon, look at this.
John Carlos now with a paddle, and he's chasing a 4.75. Surfing a 10-minute heat right now. Powerful on his backhand. Now looking for that final section. Just holds on to it. Doesn't really get that board up into the lip line, but he puts some effort in. 30 seconds on the clock.
He definitely gave it everything he had. I don't feel like it gets the score. I mean, it's 3.91, so you're looking at a flat 4. It was a little forced, and there was a little bit of, you know, the wave lost its line, and it was close, but I don't think he gets it.
It actually needs to be compared to those two high scores of Eli Shama, because he's chasing that near 5. And the surfing that we saw from Eli Shama,
perfect.
A little bit different.
Well said.
5 seconds on the clock. And it looks like Wheeler Hasberg is going to walk away victorious. We are going to wait to see how that score comes together for John Carlos Gonzalez on the finish. It's a 4.37. So again, compared to those waves of Eli Shama, it's not quite enough to take him into second.
Wow.
It does move him up into third, but it's still shy by about a half point from taking that advancing position. And it's going to be the Jamaican, the style master on a board that just is so flowy under his feet.
He was ripping.
Absolutely ripping. Takes a second to Hasberg, who found some solid sections out there to attack.
And from the start to the end was, he got the 4.5 straight away, a 5.17, had his 2-wave total early. The backhand was looking so strong, so powerful. And I feel like, great to see Ellie Sharma hang on to second place there, because that is, that feels like the right result. Ellie and Wheeler definitely owned that heat. Matty McGilvray, he had plenty of chances, looked a little off his game, wasn't at his best. And the lesser known surfers were able to capitalise. Younger, less experienced, and less known on the international scene were able to take out the World Championship surfer. He'll be out of the event with Juan Carlos Gonzalez, so congratulations to those two guys on their performances. But this is the repechage round, and we won't be seeing them surf again.
Well done to both South Africa and Panama within their efforts in the heat. Wheeler Hasberg with the win. We're going to go to highlights. When we return, we're going to try and catch Wheeler Hasberg for a final word on the day. Wheeler Hasberg took the lead out of that heat. A couple solid scores to his name for the kid that was born in the Rocky Mountains of British Columbia. Family moved him to Sayulita, Mexico, learned how to surf there, and spent his Grom years. Now he spends quite a bit of time on the road, and it's been great to see him just come into his own now, 18 years old, and finding a solid heat win against a very tough field in that last pack.
Yeah, and greeted by the team, Coach Shannon there, doing a great job with Team Canada. And look at the celebration. Wheeler Hasberg he's a superstar of the future, for sure.
Yeah, he's one of those really strong figures for that pack. Well, it's been a huge day of surfing here, Barton. We've been really excited to get to see a lot of this men's repechage round. The women's repechage round was running today as well. And we're going to have the main rounds and the repos happening tomorrow for both men's and women's divisions. So we're going to have a whole combination of what we get to actually witness.
Yeah, and I think we're all amazed at the level of surfing we saw today for repechage round 2. There's a lot of big names who have already gone down to that repechage, so it's not going to be an easy road. Sometimes you look at the repechage round and go, that's an easier road to the end, but it ain't, and not this year, that's for sure.
Well, it certainly isn't for Wheeler Hasberg. This was a tough one, but he made it look so easy. Let's go down to the beach, catch up with him for a final word on the day.
He did make it look easy. Wheeler, congratulations. On to the next round, but most importantly, it seems like you got your confidence back after that opening round loss. How's it been just to be able to produce good results after that loss?
Oh, it feels amazing. Yeah, it's been a pretty wild but really helpful comp in a way, because I'm learning so much about myself. Like, I had like a lot of confidence, but then some things crept in, and I was able to learn from it, and be able to kind of come back to my zone, and yeah, so it was awesome, and I'm just stoked, really stoked.
How do you take things from the 3 different parts of the world that you've grown up, Canada, Encinitas, California, and also Sayulita, Mexico, and bring it into your surfing in order to paint a masterpiece like you did right now?
Well, yeah, it's pretty funny. Like, I was born in Canada, grew up there when I was little, and I was a full-on skier. So I kind of have that aspect of like the snow, and when I first got on a surfboard, I had like a full-on skiing stance. I would go like, forward and I learned how to surf in Mexico, in Sayulita. And yeah, I grew up there for like 8 years, and then I learned how to compete in California. So the three places really, I think, shaped who I am, not only as a surfer, but as a person.
Your growth has been truly incredible. Last year, I went and judged the comp at the CSA Surf National Championships. You beat out an incredible field in the final. If you were to tell yourself something a month before that event started with the experience you have right now, what would it be?
I would just tell myself, to really, tune into your own emotions. And it's kind of like a cliche, but it's really true. If you can allow yourself to really focus on yourself and let all the other stuff kind of work to your advantage, all the outside noise, I'm trying to make it like as an advantage. So I'm just super stoked.
Congratulations, Wheeler.
Thank you so much.
Great to hear from Wheeler. Well-spoken, just growing into such an awesome young man, and what a great surfing performance as well.
It really was. It was, and the interview itself, and to hear that, we talked about how being a surfer, being a competitor, is a personal journey of your own development, and you learn so much about yourself if you're aware and if you're looking for those opportunities. And he's such a conscientious young man. He's always looking where he can grow, how he can learn, how he can make himself better, and we see that compounding into future greatness.
Well, we're certainly going to see more of that to come throughout the week. There's a lot on the line. There's a lot of surfers that we've unfortunately lost out on today, but we got a lot more surfers to get through before we're into that finals weekend. Tomorrow morning, we're going to be back bright and early, Barton, 7:30 a.m. We're going to have the main round for men and women at Rastreal. We're going to have repechage rounds happening from 7:30 also at El Pico. So full day of surfing. Tune in, and we'll see you then.
We call ourselves Boricua, a unique name honoring our island heritage and the vibrant spirit of our people. When you bask in the warmth of our beaches, when you taste the love in our food, when you embrace the call of our adventures, you'll find that spirit in yourself. Dare to live every moment. Live Boricua.